Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. I recognize the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 12th report on the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Financialization of Housing. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci.
Thank you. Once again, presenting reports from committees.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs entitled National Strategy for Veterans Employment. Conformément
Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a fulsome response to the report. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all of the members of the team and the staff who work with us at committee, and especially congratulate the analysts, because through this study we heard from 36 witnesses. We had a ton of briefs. Our analysts did excellent work. We're very, very lucky to have such excellent and devoted staff here in the House of Commons of Canada. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Bourassa. If I could ask once again all members of this House, and particularly the member for Windsor West, and the member for Eglinton North, to possibly take your discussion to a more private place so that I can better hear the members who are speaking. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Zerillo, seconded by Mr. Massey, asks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Strategy to Reduce the Amount of Wasted Food in Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, the Wasted Food Reduction and Recovery Act, was inspired by Becky Greenlees, Ann Nelson, the Tri-Cities Mums Group, and Immigrant Link Society, all who continue to rescue food and feed families in Port Moody Coquitlam. Food is wasted at alarming rates in Canada. Over 50 million tons of food are wasted every year. And it doesn't have to be this way. Community groups like Second Harvest have the solutions, and the government needs to act. As food prices continue to climb and more Canadians are facing food insecurity, we must reduce the amount of good, healthy food that is wasted. Over 500,000 children are relying on food banks every month while landfills fill up with perfectly good food. Wasted food is harmful to people and to the environment. The government has allowed this problem to go unchecked and allowed private companies to use marketing tactics like arbitrary best before dates to increase their profits while leaving Canadians hungry. I ask the government to adopt this bill as its own and help stop wasted food.
Ms. Zerillo, seconded by Mr. Massey, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Mr. Jenius, seconded by Mr. McLean, moves that the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, presented on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, be concurred in. Debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time. It's a pleasure for me to speak today on this important third report of the Transport Committee, and it is a report with one recommendation. That recommendation is that the Government of Canada abolish the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And I was actually quite pleased to see that this was a recommendation endorsed by the majority of the committee, and I hope that therefore, as a result of today's debate, this will be concurred in, and we will therefore have a decision by the House to call for the abolition of Canada's Infrastructure Bank. Now, this underlines really the reverse Midas touch that this Prime Minister has. Everyone's heard of the Midas touch from the old myth where there was a king who everything he touched turned into gold. Well, that would have been great for his national economy, although it might have led to inflation given the increase in the supply of gold. And what we have with this Prime Minister, though, is a reverse Midas touch. That is, everything he touches turns into complete disaster. It would be of mythical proportions if it wasn't demonstrable in the clear record of this government and this Prime Minister. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP government truly has the Midas touch, although I can guess that from the fact that the majority of the committee endorsed this report, it may have been that even the NDP agreed to this recommendation to abolish the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Et tu, Brute. It's a majority recommendation from the committee. So let's talk about the record of this infrastructure bank that the Liberals have been championing. It's projected to lose money every single year, Madam Speaker. It hasn't completed a single project, and according to Statistics Canada's definition of private sector investment, it has attracted no private sector investment. That is a pretty clear indictment of the immense failure that we've seen at this so-called infrastructure bank that has not completed any infrastructure projects. Only this Prime Minister could lose money running a bank, Madam Speaker. Reverse Midas touch. Indeed, and we could talk about ethics in government. We could talk about our economic situation. We could talk about our foreign policy reputation. We could talk about the situation of crime, of drugs and disorder. It's clear that this Prime Minister has a whopping, massive record of failures, of not delivering on the things that Canadians want. And this is why more and more Canadians are responding to the call for a common sense plan. After 8 years, people have had enough of the NDP Liberal government's record of failures. They're looking for a common sense conservative alternative, one that will put the interests and the well-being of Canadians first. Yes, their homes, their jobs, their paychecks, their well-being. Now, Madam Speaker, I wanted to address one specific aspect of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and that is the close relationship between this government and McKinsey, and how that relationship was part of the story of the creation of this so-called bank. So it's been clear from the beginning that this government has a close and cozy relationship with the consulting company McKinsey. McKinsey has gotten over $100 million of contracts from the government. While the public service has grown, there's been a significant expansion in outsourcing, and McKinsey has been a big part of that. This government has a close relationship with McKinsey in spite of the role that McKinsey played advising Purdue Pharma on how to fuel the opioid crisis, in spite of the fact that McKinsey advised the Saudi government, giving them information about dissidents, and that information leading to the subsequent targeting of these dissidents. And we've spoken in the House before at great length about the, frankly, innumerable ethical and moral failures of McKinsey. But what happened in this context in particular is that Dominic Barton, who was the former managing partner at McKinsey, was an advisor to the government. He led something called the Growth Council, the Prime Minister's Growth Council, at the same time as McKinsey was pitching its products to the government. So according to his testimony, he wasn't directly involved in the pitching process, but one of the people that was working within McKinsey was involved in supplying analysts for Canada's Growth Council at the same time as that person was involved in pitching to the government for Government of Canada contracts and business. And they were quite successful in getting this business from the government. So this was an instance of a cozy relationship between a consulting firm and the government, and a situation in which that consulting firm was able to do a great deal of business. Dominic Barton was subsequently made ambassador to China, and he was asked by a member of the government at I believe it was the previous meeting of the Transport Committee about the question was, as ambassador, did you misuse your position to lobby for business somehow for a company with which you were no longer associated and for which you didn't profit? And Dominic Barton replied, there were extremely strict rules and protocols put in place. Basically, it was excommunicado. There were very strict processes and protocols followed. If anything ever came in, it went to the deputy head of mission or the deputy. That was a very interesting claim. A claim subsequently contradicted, though, by emails that were made public that revealed, in fact, something quite different. That there was discussion specifically about and I'm trying to find the emails in front of me, but I'll get to them if people want the specific citations during questions and comments. But subsequently, there was an email exchange, and we probed this issue at another meeting of the Transport Committee, because what happened is that the email exchange was specifically looking at the availability of Mr. Barton while he was the ambassador to China to participate in a call related to the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. And it was evident from those emails that there was conversation. There were conversations about the Infrastructure Bank that, in fact, Dominic Barton was involved in, and so conservatives sought to hold these Dominic Barton accountable for this at committee and ask, how is it that you were no longer with McKinsey ostensibly, but you had these close relationships with all these folks who worked for McKinsey, many people who had worked for McKinsey ending up in influential roles within the Infrastructure Bank, and that you, as ambassador to China, working for the government, were still involved in these kinds of calls. In fact, at one point, it was referenced in one of those emails that, well, this was a very sensitive matter, and Madam Speaker, no surprise it was a sensitive matter. It's a very sensitive matter because people didn't want it to come out that there was this very close relationship between the government and McKinsey. And I believe that the closeness of that relationship played a significant role in the creation of this infrastructure bank, an infrastructure bank that subsequently engaged many people who were or had previously worked for McKinsey. So it was very, very beneficial for McKinsey. McKinsey did well out of this, but it was not beneficial for Canadians to have a so-called infrastructure bank in the end that is losing money every year, hasn't completed a single project, and has attracted no private sector investment. The so-called infrastructure bank is delivering for Liberal insiders. It delivered for McKinsey, but it's not delivering for Canadians. And we can talk about the many failures of this government to deliver results for Canadians, but I think what's underlining that failure to deliver results for Canadians is that they are working hard to deliver for someone else. That is, that are working hard to deliver for well-connected insiders. And while I'm on my feet, I should mention that today at the Government Operations Committee, we have hearings on another important ongoing Liberal scandal. This is the Arrive scam issue. $54 million were spent on an app that was really glitchy, that didn't work properly, and you had well-connected middlemen who did no IT work who were collecting a significant amount of money, over $11 million, simply to receive and then subcontract that work out again. I can tell you Conservatives are going to be fighting to get to the bottom of what happened with the Arrive scam. We've seen in the news today new information that there were more contracts, another $9 million contract that was given to GC Strategies. These well-connected Liberal insiders have been cashing in, it seems now, on multiple contracts. Again, the Liberals and the Liberal NDP government in general are trying to assist well-connected insiders, but they're failing to deliver for Canadians. We need a new government, a common-sense alternative that will actually stand up for the best interests of the Canadian people.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the Conservatives, when it comes to dealing with public policy, they've demonstrated one thing, and that is they're a very high-risk party. You want to talk about being reckless, Madam Speaker? All you need to do is take a look in terms of their attitudes towards what are excellent programs. Think about it. The member says the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and he's critical of it. What will the Conservative Party do? They'll get rid of it completely. Think of the billions of dollars of... You know, and like a bunch of, I was about to say seals, Madam Speaker, but they were all clapping as one, worshipping the fact that they want to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Do they not realize what it is that the Canada Infrastructure Bank has delivered for Canadians in terms of jobs thus far, the billions of dollars in investment? My question is, can the member be very specific as to why it is the Conservative Party, in a reckless way, wants to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank? Explain that.
There are members who seem to want to answer the questions being asked, and it's not the member that should be responding to the question once I give them the floor. So I just want to remind members, if they have thoughts or ideas, they need to keep it to themselves. Questions? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan for response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleagues were inspired by references to Midas. They wanted to bring the Greek chorus phenomenon into Parliament here, and I do welcome the affirmative lyrical support from my dear colleagues. The member across the way is trying to characterize our position on the infrastructure bank as if you know we just woke up this morning and decided to do it. We are proposing to concur in a committee report that was the result of extensive study, and the committee report came out with a majority recommendation for the abolition of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And I can only conclude, if it was a majority of the committee, that the NDP, even their coalition partners in the NDP, after hearing the evidence, agreed that a bank which is losing money every year, hasn't completed a single project, and has attracted no private sector investment, that sounds like an institution that's not working very well.
Questions and comments? Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we talk about infrastructure, there's a general problem in Canada's federation. It's fiscal imbalances. The federal government can act financially in a more significant way than provinces, but infrastructures, for the most part, are a provincial matter. My colleague could perhaps tell me what he thinks about this. The federal government has the money, but most projects are provincial. This infrastructure bank, the amounts that are affected, should be sent to provinces directly because they know what they need infrastructure-wise. They are directly connected with their province. So I'd like to hear my colleague. Does he agree that infrastructure bank sums should be sent directly to provinces?
For Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it relates to our position, of course, we are calling for the abolition of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and we do believe very much in the principle of subsidiarity, that the federal government should work collaboratively with provinces and local governments. We also have taken the position that part of that constructive work needs to include setting goals for the development of, for instance, new housing. And the approach we've taken on addressing infrastructure gaps, housing, is to tie infrastructure funding, especially at the local level, to municipalities being able to deliver on critical goals around the construction and availability of new housing. But we also want to give the flexibility of local governments to figure out the best way to do that. We want to work with them to establish goals and achieve results, and to tie those federal investments to those results. I think our approach to this is collaborative, it's effective, and it recognizes the competency of different jurisdictions.
Question, the Honourable Member Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, my colleague likes to talk about McKinsey, but under the Conservative government, we saw PricewaterhouseCoopers go from $9.8 million to $45 million in terms of outsourcing. We had Michael Wernick testify at Government Operations Committee, and he cited that there was a direct correlation with the gutting of the public service and now later the cost of outsourcing. And he also highlighted that the cuts when it came to training and leadership had a serious impact on why the government went to outsourcing. Again, New Democrats don't want to see outsourcing. We want to see those jobs remain in the public service. My question through you, Madam Speaker, is, he talked about Dominic Barton. Does he believe Dominic Barton was a closer friend with the current Prime Minister or Prime Minister Harper? Because I think it was with the latter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say something very directly to this NDP member. At the Government Operations Committee, we have requested documents related to the government's relationship with McKinsey. We want to insist on having all of those documents. Now, this NDP member wants to look at outsourcing to other companies. I think it's legitimate to look at outsourcing to other companies. But if we don't have the support of the NDP to demand all of the documents on McKinsey, then what's the point in going on to look at other things? We need to be able to access all the documents. So let's get all of the documents from McKinsey, and let's have the support of the NDP to get all of the documents related to McKinsey and insist on those documents, and if they're not provided, to challenge the issue appropriately, and then we can go on to look at other issues. But what's the point in asking for more documents from other companies if we've already set the precedent that we're not actually going to insist that those documents be delivered?
Debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you. Nice to speak on behalf of the residents of Calgary Centre for the first time in this Parliament. I really appreciate the fact that we have a speech here today on the Canada Infrastructure Bank. When it first ran in Calgary Centre in 2019, this was one of the key items on the agenda about one of the boondoggles that this government is actually foisting upon Canadians here. And when I say boondoggle, I mean literally boondoggle. Billions of dollars going into a slush fund that doesn't actually meet a requirement that was necessary in the Canadian economy at that point in time. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because I can assure you I worked in the finance industry, and there were all kinds of infrastructure funds across Canada. The thing about those infrastructure funds is they invest in actual projects that make sense to invest in. That is, there is a return of capital. Now, the thing about infrastructure funds is the return of capital associated with infrastructure is much lower than it is with any other investment. And that's because most infrastructure is long-lived assets. There's a lot of security involved with it, so it's not going away anytime soon, and it usually has a strong revenue profile associated with that infrastructure, whatever it is, whether it be new rail opportunities or new service opportunities that serve Canadians. But every one of those has to meet a mark, and that mark, of course, is mathematical. It's finance. Now, meeting a cost of capital that's very low is not hard to do, and that's why so many infrastructure funds had funds available for investing in infrastructure in Canada. What we didn't have available was boondoggle funds. And this government saw the opportunity to say, we need some boondoggle funds in infrastructure in Canada. Every infrastructure fund in Canada said, no, we don't. We don't need any more infrastructure. We're finding difficulty finding enough good investment opportunities in infrastructure in Canada that we don't need another $5 billion competing with us that's going to be slipping money under the table, frankly, to people on projects that don't make economic sense. And there are a lot of projects in Canada that make economic sense for these infrastructure funds. Now, the issue about competition here is very prevalent because you realize that with all these infrastructure funds that had previously been set up, because so many funds in Canada, so many investors in Canada recognized that Canada had fallen behind on its infrastructure investments and needed more infrastructure. And they're stalled under this government for one reason: this government is not understanding about what actual projects need to get developed in Canada. It's a problem. So their response to that economic malaise that they've created in the economy is just to put an extra billions of dollars into this instrument, into the Canadian economy, that doesn't have to meet a test of actual economic performance. It's a way around it. It's what they call sustainable finance. And you'll know, Madam Speaker, and my colleagues here all know that I spent a number of years, a couple decades in the finance industry. These things are mathematical at the end of the day. I notice my colleague from Kingston the Islands is over there winking at me because he always talks about finance and I get to instruct him a lot. But the other point here, Madam Speaker, is of course that all these things make sense. At the end of the day, you can't have sustainable finance is a way of playing games around where the return actually comes, because the return actually doesn't come at the end of the day with these funds. What it is a transfer of wealth from all these funds, from all these Canadians, into the pockets of insiders. And I can actually quote how many of these insiders are being paid in this boondoggle the Liberals have created. They've got insiders here, and despite the fact that they've hardly invested any money from this Canada Infrastructure Bank, they've collected in the last couple of years, 2020, 2021, almost $7 million in bonuses. Every employee of this boondoggle investment infrastructure bank actually gets bonuses despite the fact that at one point in time here they had one investment with the provincial infrastructure system in Quebec that was layered behind in structure behind the actual pension fund in Quebec. And if you want to talk about how that's performing for the Canadian people, I can go into that as well. But then in 2021-22, again, $7.7 million in bonuses to these Liberal insiders that they've appointed over there, transferring money again from Canadians to their friends. It's a boondoggle of the highest order. Investing in economic opportunities that don't exist, that aren't there, that are actually just ways of the government saying, we're trying to paper over the fact that we've ruined the economy. So we'll get some money being invested here into a sector where it no longer makes economic sense. I spoke earlier, Madam Speaker, about this whole concept of sustainable finance. There's no such thing as sustainable finance. There's finance. Finance has always been sustainable. The whole thing about math is the numbers have to go around at the end of the day. And I see my colleague from Kingston the Islands shrugging about that, like, oh, who cares about if the numbers go around? Well, they do. It matters, Madam Speaker. It matters a lot because at the end of the day, somebody's paying the price. And in this case, the people paying the price are the taxpayers of Canada. And they're paying it to the Liberal insiders. And congratulations, if you're on the inside of that, you're making a good living. If you're regular Canadians, you've seen what's happened to the economy as a result of this government's actions. You've ruined the economy. You've actually have investment leaving this country in the hundreds of billions of dollars over the last 8 years, a significant egress of capital. Canada Pension Plan Investment Board doesn't even invest in Canada. It invests in foreign entities because it does not see the opportunity to invest in Canada. The Organization of Exporting and Developing Countries doesn't see the opportunity in Canada. It has us as the lowest ranked growth company out of their 40 members over the next few decades, not the next year, not the next 2 years. For the foreseeable future, Canada is practically uninvestable because of this government's policies. Now, I know it's laughing matter for my colleagues across the way. It's not a laughing matter. Our entire economy depends on this. $1.3 trillion in debt, doubling the national debt. This is not conducive to an actual economy that works, and we've got to get back to making that economy work. What did the government do this year? They doubled down on that, like just not the Canada Infrastructure Bank, but that's not working, so they put $15 billion into a new one, the Canada Growth Fund. Again, without much of a mandate, not passed, it's just, okay, here's some money. We need to have another slush fund that we need to invest in projects that make no economic sense, but make political sense for how shovel the money out the door a little more, collect some friends, put some money in everybody's pockets. It's all a circular economy, as they say, and it's a sustainable finance model. Well, I suggest it's a sustainable finance model for those stuffing money in their jeans. For the rest of Canadians, it's not sustainable at all. It's a boondoggle. It's a way to make your friends rich at the expense of taxpayers. And we're here for Canadians at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, Canadians that pay their taxes, that expect government to operate efficiently and effectively. Nothing of that order is happening here right now. The opaque nature of every one of these funds and the investments they make is just obscene. There is no way we can continue on this course with continuing billions and billions and billions of dollars going into projects that the Liberals favor, that have no foreseeable outcome at the end of the day. It is really just a way of spinning out and making Canadians more and more poor. Now, I look at this because I know in the report, and we're talking about the report here, the concurrence report, Madam Speaker, and I will refer to it because you actually had Yves Giroux, the parliamentary budget officer, a man I greatly respect and actually have spent a lot of time discussing finance with, but he actually says that despite the CIB's goal of leveraging private investment, projects to date have been exclusively funded by federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government. So there is no leveraging going on, as was the concept and the whole goal of this. And that's because nobody believes this infrastructure bank is actually going to do anything good at the end of the day. It's actually just going to put money, again, into the pockets of insiders. And that's a shame. It's a shame, Madam Speaker, because there's so much more we could be doing with taxpayers' funds. We could be putting money into the needs of Canadians here, and we're not doing that right now. We're running massive deficits. This is part of that massive deficit. When people ask me back home, what would you cut if you're Canadian, if you were government? One of the first things I talk about is the Canada Infrastructure Bank, because it is a boondoggle. Get rid of the boondoggles first and foremost before you actually have to start making real cuts. And this government eventually will have to make real cuts. We'll be ahead of them. We'll be cutting the boondoggles out first and foremost and getting us back to balance in this Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, thank you for the time today. Much appreciated.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hear the members opposite say, oh, here we go. I think that's because they realize some facts are about to be dropped on their imaginary next 3 hours. Madam Speaker, the member opposite spoke about boondoggle, yet the Conservatives' infrastructure plan consisted of fake lakes, fake photo ops, and he is referring to the Canada Infrastructure Bank as not getting anything done. So I'd like to ask him about a project specifically in his home province of Alberta, which is going to create 143,000 new irrigated acres.
Un appel au règlement, l'honorable député de...
Point of order. I don't know if there are people talking around the member, but it's difficult for the interpreters to hear what is being said.
I just remind members that, if you're having side conversations or trying to participate and it's not your turn to participate, it does create problems for the interpreters to be able to interpret what the actual speaker being recognized is saying. Yeah. So I would just... Est-ce que vous avez compris une partie ou c'est toute la...
Should we start from the top, or it's just a part of what was said?
So the honourable member can wrap it up. She has 18 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a project in Alberta that will create over 143,000 new acres of irrigated infrastructure to reduce floods. Does the member opposite believe that residents in Alberta and farmers should have their fields flooded, that they don't deserve infrastructure because the Conservatives would prefer to cancel it?
Yeah. That's what it sounds. Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, I think my colleague for the question, it does show she does have some...
Again, I just want to remind members, if they're not being recognized, they shouldn't be speaking. The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for the important question. And it's good to hear that she actually does pay attention to some of the development that's happening outside of her home province, including in my province of Alberta. Yes, irrigation that first came up in the 1930s was a way to open up the Dust Bowl, Palliser's Triangle, if you will, make sure we had some irrigable land. And the water that flows through the Rocky Mountain systems and all the way down actually gets stored. And it was an inventive way of actually storing some of that water at that point in time. And there's always been that opportunity to make sure that there's economic progress. What has made that more viable, and if it was totally viable, there would be infrastructure funds competing for it. But what makes that more viable, frankly, is the fact that agriculture is worth more now, because this government has actually punished farmers to the level where crops prices have gone up. Take a look at how that has affected Canadians at the food store. Canadians are paying far more for food because of this government's policies. Of course, we're going to need more food. We're going to need more of everything going forward here, and it's going to cost about 10% more per year thanks to this government's inflationary policies. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my riding in Longueuil, We need to fix the sewers. $600 million just for Longueuil. We also have huge projects for the electrification of our transit system, millions upon millions of dollars. There's also a housing crisis. We have projects for housing, as is the case elsewhere. In the infrastructure bank, there's a lot of money. If we were to abolish the infrastructure bank, does my colleague agree that sums have to be transferred to Quebec because cities are municipal, then it's provincial, and provincial matters are often infrastructure matters. And they know their people best. So should we transfer the money straight to Quebec?
Calgary Centre.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le Président.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. I also read the Bloc Québécois report, a dissident report, and he indicated that they called the infrastructure bank a boondoggle. Money was invested by the government in projects that were in their interest. It's an economic instrument for the federal government, but it's not useful for economic balance in Canada.
We have time for a brief question. The element for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question will be very brief. You know, polls show, the member today in his intervention spoke about the CPP, and polls show that Albertans are overwhelmingly opposed to the plan by Danielle Smith to introduce the APP, the Alberta Pension Plan. Now, we know that the leader of the official opposition has said that he does not support the Alberta Pension Plan. I think that Albertans deserve to know how their members of parliament stand on this. I do not support the Alberta Pension Plan. Could the member tell us, does he support or not support the Alberta Pension Plan?
The honourable member Calgary Centre, a brief answer.
I appreciate the question from my colleague from Edmonton. Let me say very clearly that what I support is an independent pension plan, an independent pension plan for all of Canadians, not the one the NDP keeps bringing to the floor of the House of Commons here, where they want to manipulate at the political level what those pension plans invest in, which are going to harm, frankly, all Canadians in their retirement years. And that's what's going to destroy the pensionability of Canadians, as opposed to, what Albertans decide by themselves in a referendum about where they want their pension funds managed. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a bit of an issue in the sense that there's so much I'd like to be able to provide comment on, and it's in a very limited amount of time. Even the member who just spoke, and to pick up on 2 points, the most recent was the pension question that was asked of the member. It took a while. Unlike the Prime Minister, who came out very clear in regards to the CPP and how important it is to Canada, it took a while for the Conservatives to realize that as a national party and looking at the benefits of all Canadians through the CPP, the leader of the Conservative Party just recently comes out and says, yes, we support it. We're going to get behind it. This member now stands up and he puts a black cloud over that.
That's right.
I don't know where the member stands on the issue. And this is an Alberta MP who just finished talking about, well, we don't want the infrastructure bank. Yet, my colleague just brought up an issue which shows that there are jobs that are created in an area of irrigation. And I just had a late night show debate last night where one of his colleagues from the prairies was saying how important irrigation was. They are so reckless, Madam Speaker.
Yep.
You want to talk about taking a risk? Look at the Conservative Party today. They're all over the place on major policy issue. Now, today, I would like to give, if I could give the Omer Simpson Award. I used to have an Omer Simpson Award when I was inside the Manitoba Legislature because you often hear about some pretty stupid things. I called it the Omer Simpson Award, Madam Speaker. I'm kind of inclined to give that award to someone very special.
The honourable member, Sarnia Lambton.
Speaker, the Speaker issued guidelines in the House, and we're not to use mock names or be insulting in any way to other members of the House, and I hope you would remind the member opposite of that.
So I didn't see that was. I would just say that if it's causing disorder in the House, then I would ask members to please be very careful on the language that they're using. The honourable member was also talking in general, so I would just, not specifically at a individual, but I also want to say, you can't say indirectly what you can't say directly. So just please be careful. We do want to keep the debate going, and we want to make sure that it is respectful. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And the point of order does not take time away from you, I assume, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, take a look in terms of what it is the Conservative Party is saying about the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Read what it is that we've now had 2 members. They want to abolish it, Madam Speaker. They're making it clear. They're reinforcing that fact. They believe that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is a bad idea. Yes, it is. As a number of them say, yes, it is. Well, Madam Speaker, that's what I mean about the issue of just being so reckless when it comes to what the interests of Canadians really are. Do they have any idea that we're talking about 46 projects all over Canada? The government is committed just under $10 billion. That's with a capital B, Madam Speaker. Imagine, just under $10 billion. They're going to throw it away. They say it's garbage, that it's not necessary. Right. Do you know that $9.7 billion has now accessed close to 20 additional private sector type of billions of dollars, Madam Speaker? That is an incredible amount of money. They say that there's no projects, or they'll qualify, no projects that have been completed. When you spend billions of dollars on projects, yes, it doesn't necessarily happen overnight. But there are 46 projects that are well underway, including projects that are in the ridings or the provinces, the home provinces of the 2 people that rose to speak on this on the concurrence report, Madam Speaker. Projects that are going to make a huge difference. And they want to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. You see, it goes back to Stephen Harper. Stephen Harper never really believed in investing in Canada's infrastructure, nowhere near to the same degree that this government has, Madam Speaker. From day one, this government has been focused on Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and supporting those individuals that are in need, Madam Speaker. From day one. And a part of recognizing how we're going to do that is by investing in our economy through the creation of jobs, through the development of trade agreements, through bringing forward a higher standard of infrastructure spending. No government in the history of Canada has spent more money on infrastructure because we recognize to have a strong Canada, you need to invest in infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And with the billions of dollars that we spent and invested in infrastructure, we also had an add-on with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. That infrastructure bank that the Conservatives across the way like to mock, Madam Speaker. And now they want to say we want to abolish it completely. Even in my home province of Manitoba, there's infrastructure dollars from the bank that's going towards the internet, modernizing, making sure that rural Manitoba is connected. On the one hand, the Conservatives are critical, saying that we're not doing enough on rural connectivity, even though we're doing more than Harper did. And then when it comes time for the infrastructure to invest in it, they're saying, no, we don't want that infrastructure. We're going to cancel that infrastructure bank, Madam Speaker. That's what I mean in terms of they have no idea what it is they're talking about. It's almost as if they walk into their back room, they talk to the leader who gets a bright idea, and they make the decision, well, infrastructure bad. Common sense, it's bad. Why is it bad, Madam Speaker? Explain that one to me. When you invest and you see $27 billion going towards Canada's infrastructure on projects that are going to have a profoundly positive impact Yet common sense, according to the conservative ideology, says it's bad. That's why I'm talking about the Homer Simpson Award, Madam Speaker. It's incredible. I do not understand it. And Madam Speaker, when I first found out that we were going to be talking about another concurrence report, the first thing that came across my mind wasn't necessarily to talk about the subject matter, rather to talk about, here we go again, Madam Speaker, with the Conservative Party trying to filibuster legislation. Legislation, Madam Speaker, that is so critically important. Yet they use concurrence motions in order to prevent that legislative debate. Always they do that, Madam Speaker. Let me give you an example. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, we were talking about trade agreements. And there's a lot of infrastructure necessary in Ukraine, Madam Speaker. It's a very important deal. Infrastructure that Canada has a great deal of experience on is all part of that trade agreement. So let's talk about 2 days of solid hours and hours and hours of debate that takes place. Something in which we all support. Well, maybe not. I shouldn't say that. Yep. The member from Cumberland Colchester? Yep. Remember what he said? Yep. Canada is taking advantage of Ukraine at a time of war, and why do we even have that particular piece of legislation? He even described it as being woke legislation. When the president of Ukraine comes to Canada to sign an agreement that has so much power in terms of economic ties and messaging in regards to the war, and a huge part of it is dealing with infrastructure, Madam Speaker, you get the Conservative Party, I don't know why, but once again, trying to be mischievous. On the one hand, they say they support Ukraine, barely, and then they do something like this. I said, can we pass it by Christmas? And they waffle. Now we're on another piece of legislation, and they're doing their tactic again, Madam Speaker. Yep. When I came here, I was not expecting to be talking about the infrastructure bank, even though I have a lot more to say on it, Madam Speaker. I was actually expecting to be able to talk on legislation dealing with Investment Canada Act. I think it's Bill C-34, Madam Speaker. That's an act that's very important. When you think of infrastructure, you have to recognize that infrastructure in many of our communities is so badly needed. And having an infrastructure bank is, at least in good part, meeting many of those demands, getting things to market. Well, what were we supposed to be talking about today? Foreign investment coming into Canada. A modernization of the Act from 2009, because a lot has changed, Madam Speaker, since then. That's what it is we were supposed to be talking about. You know, ensuring that the minister has, a national security review of transactions that are taking place. AI today is something that's very serious. And when you take that into consideration with international investment, I always thought the Conservatives would be concerned about that, Madam Speaker. I really did. But once again today, we see through the moving of this particular concurrence motion, the Conservative Party is saying, no, they're not being sensitive to issues such as technological advancements and AI and the impact it's having on international investments into Canada. Canada welcomes international investment, Madam Speaker, but we have to make sure that we have things in place and modernize the Act so that whether it's the minister or other processes to protect the technology, to protect our industries, Madam Speaker. That's what it is we were supposed to be talking about today. But instead, they bring in the motion on the infrastructure bank. And not only do they bring in a motion on infrastructure bank, and given the position of the Conservative Party on the infrastructure bank, I hope, whether it's the Bloc or the New Democrats, will bring in an opposition day motion to seek clarification. I'd like to see the leader of the Conservative Party backtrack on the issue of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. If he really believes in building a stronger or a healthier Canada, this reckless policy of getting rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank is the wrong way to go, Madam Speaker. The member or the leader of the Conservative Party needs to understand that investments in infrastructure matters. I could go all through, the 46 projects that are there, even though the Conservatives want to spread information that is not accurate. Read what they said in their speeches, just in the introduction here. They tried to give the false impression that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is doing nothing, that there really are no jobs because none of the jobs are actually completed. What about the hundreds, or if not even potentially thousands of jobs, both directly and indirectly, that have already in place, people working today, because there's 46 projects that are underway? Some will get completed sooner than others, Madam Speaker. Some of them will have a huge difference in the environment. I'm thinking about the community of Brampton. I remember, a number of months ago, when I was looking at the Canada Infrastructure Bank, they were talking about with investments to electrify their public transit buses, Madam Speaker. I don't know exactly where they are today, but I can assure you that they are making progress. And it's not the only public transit in Canada that has accessed the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I would think that that is a good thing, Madam Speaker. Now, I understand, some members in the Conservative Party don't necessarily care about electrification of vehicles, and I suspect that also includes buses. Rather, they try to play up myths as if it's something that at the end of the day is going to see cars blowing up or catching on fire because we have too many electric vehicles and it's such a small percentage overall in the population. It's that whole tin hat syndrome that they tend to have, Madam Speaker. It is something.
Order, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I would say that, again, according to the new rules, we're not supposed to be calling names. And in terms of it being a specific individual, there were two members opposite that raised the specific issue of cars on fire made by myself. And I did correct the record and let them know that the Bureau of Transportation Statistics says there's 3.5% of those vehicles.
On the point of debate as well. And so, again, I want to remind members to please be careful on the wording that they are using in the House. Again, if it's best to try to make sure that the debate is respectful. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Point of order. Sorry, I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if you listen back, I don't believe that the Liberal member referred to the member wearing a tin hat. He talked about a tin hat, that these were tin hat scenarios. So if the member identified herself as wearing a tin hat, that's her issue, but he did not refer to her wearing a tin hat, but it made it proper.
Again, I just want to remind members, so there is I think all sides of the House uses certain words to describe situations or to describe parties. We have to be very careful not to describe individuals. And so I will go back and listen to exactly what was mentioned, and we'll come back if need be. Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And so, again, according to the new guidelines, the member from Timmins James Bay cannot do indirectly what he cannot do directly. So, I think that's what he attempted to do.
And again, when I was making that comment, I was making it for everyone. So I just, again, want to remind members to please be respectful with their comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I was here when the members opposite spoke. And, the member from Calgary, he makes reference and he says, well, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is nothing more, is what he is saying. And it's not a direct quote, but he used the word boondoggle. He used the word slush fund. And he amplified those words, Madam Speaker. And he was very, very clear in terms of what it is that he believes. And the reason why I raise that, Madam Speaker, is because I really don't believe. I do not believe that the Conservative caucus as a whole is aware of the many investments that the Canada Infrastructure Bank has made. I think what they're aware of is the political spin that is coming from their leader's office and the back room, Madam Speaker. And the political spin is, well, there's a couple of words that you need to use in this particular debate. One is the Canada Infrastructure Bank is a bad thing and the Conservative Party will get rid of it. And the Canada Infrastructure Bank hasn't completed anything. So you get Conservative members standing up, believing what it is that they have been told. And there's a problem with that. And you don't have to believe me directly. Do a simple Google search of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and you will get a very good sense in terms of the valuable role. So anyone that's going to be following the debate today on the Canada Infrastructure Bank, make sure you even consider doing a little bit of research on your own. And you will find that the Conservative Party is completely and absolutely out of touch on this issue. It makes no sense whatsoever, Madam Speaker. One of my colleagues provided me a sheet here just to give you a bit of a sense, Madam Speaker. There's actually 11 projects dealing with public transit today. I made reference to one of them being in Brampton, and it is a significant project. Here's an interesting, there's 8 projects dealing with clean power. Now think about this one here. The Darlington Small Modular Reactor. Now, Darlington is a wonderful community in the province of Ontario. $970 million. Once built, the small modular reactor will reduce carbon emissions by an average of 740 kilotons annually between 2029 and 2050. The 300 megawatt SMR will provide enough electricity to power 300,000 homes, Madam Speaker. 300,000 homes. I don't know exactly how many homes Winnipeg has, but I would suggest to you that would be close to half, Madam Speaker. 300,000 homes being powered. And the Conservative Party says the Canada Infrastructure Bank is doing nothing. This is just one project, Madam Speaker, in a community. I look to my colleagues and even members of the New Democratic Party and the Bloc Party. Before you position yourself in any way that would show any sort of support to the Conservative Party on this issue, please look at the projects that are there. This is an environmentally, I would believe, sound project that's going to be the benefit of 300,000 homes. And in the long term, Madam Speaker, this is the types of projects Look at I made reference to the buses on Brampton because I remember seeing the video on it, and I was really impressed, Madam Speaker. There's no way my time's run out already, Madam Speaker. We're getting close. The point is, Madam Speaker, is it doesn't take very much to get a very good sense of exactly what it is that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is investing in. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is we're talking about close to $27 billion, most of which is not the Government of Canada's money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, it is my duty to inform the House that for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament Act, the following members have been appointed members of the Board of Internal Economy, namely the Honourable Karina Gould in place of the Honourable Mark Holland as member of the King's Privy Council, et l'Honourable
and the Honourable Member Stephen McKinnon in place of Mr. Dominique Leblanc as a member of the King's Privy Council, and Mr. Mark Garrett
Monsieur Mark Gerritsen en remplacement
in place of the Honourable Stephen McKinnon as a representative of the Government Caucus.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Central Okanagan Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm just finally glad that speech is over. This particular member, Madam Speaker, made reference to a Homer Simpson award. Well, Homer Simpson, Madam Speaker, will at least admit that he has made a mistake by saying dough. This particular prime minister and that member that supports him go rake walking almost every day, whether it be on foreign policy or on the economy. They smack into a rake, and they, instead of saying dough and trying to say, what should we be doing differently, they just continue on. Look, Madam Speaker, the Infrastructure Bank was created in 2017. They got rid of a very useful P3 Crown Corporation. It took $35 billion away from municipalities. Dough. Will he finally admit that the only thing that this infrastructure bank has given is bonuses to their executives consecutively? There's been zero transparency. And finally, the Transportation Committee has said in a majority opinion that it should be abolished. Will this member admit that, to a dough moment and give himself a Homer Simpson award?
Again, you know, we're going back and forth, and I've had individuals come up to the chair as well, so I just want to say if we could be respectful during the debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member, you know, did he actually listen to anything that I said in regards to what it is the Canada Infrastructure Bank has done? And yeah, I did make a mistake. I could have actually modernized. I was saying 46 projects. I understand it's actually 48 projects. I said a total of, I think it was 27 billion. It's actually 28 billion, Madam Speaker. You know, it's beyond me. I do not understand why it is that members of the Conservative Party that have already spoken on this issue are being so reckless. It makes no sense at all. Look for yourselves. Look on Google. Look at what it is the Infrastructure Bank is reporting as projects that are well underway, that are going to be completed. I do not understand why the Conservative Party is so much against infrastructure investment, Madam Speaker. It makes no sense.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really enjoy the member for Winnipeg North's humor, and I really enjoyed his presentation on Homer Simpson Awards because I know an absolute winner, the winner of all winners of the Homer Simpson Award, and this is an award that should be shared. When one infrastructure project, $30 billion were put into a pipeline. Earlier, the member said, well, the Conservatives are irresponsible. They're going to take away $10 billion of investment in infrastructure. We collectively put $30 billion into a pipeline. If that's not a Homer Simpson prize, I don't know what is, but I'd like to ask my colleague if he agrees that Quebec would be better served if the infrastructure funds were transferred directly to Quebec so that they could manage them themselves. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the biggest challenge that I have with my friends in the Bloc is it doesn't necessarily mean what program is out there. They prefer to see the Canadian government as an ATM machine and just hand over money to the provinces. And there is no sense of accountability. I think that's the kind of sense that I get. So it doesn't matter. Like even when we were talking about housing, it's hand over the money. When we talk about health care, it's hand over the money. When we talk about infrastructure now, it's hand over the money. I believe that Ottawa does have a strong national leadership role to play on a wide spectrum of issues. That is the expectations that Canadians have, and I believe that as a government, we are delivering on those expectations in the best way we can.
The honourable member had the opportunity to ask a question. If he has other questions or comments, he should wait for the right moment.
Questions and comments? Young member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's $133 billion of investments that went to the United States last year from Biden's Inflation Reduction Act and commitment on the environment. Our workers and our environment is getting a 1-2 punch, one from the Liberals who've made lots of promises on these investment tax credits. They promised them over a year ago. They are nowhere to be seen. Investment dollars are moving south. The other punch is coming from conservative ideology. Danielle Smith, who chased out $33 billion in clean tech, turned Alberta into a clean tech wasteland. We have the Conservatives blocking every effort to get the sustainable jobs legislation. And we have their MPs from the 401 corridor ridiculing the $7 billion investment by Volkswagen, the $7 billion by Stellantis. We need to send certainty to international markets that we're ready to be there and play a role. And yet, without the tax credits and without an environment to make it happen, that investment money is going elsewhere.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the member raises a concern that I think at least a good number of members, I can assure you in terms of the Liberal caucus as a whole, that we want to be able to ensure that we are getting those good quality middle class jobs in renewable energies. And there's been a very strong statement over the last number of months that Canada is prepared to lead the world when it comes to electric batteries. And that's one of the reasons why we saw the huge investment in regards to electric battery productions, and it's more than just the Volkswagen facility. That Volkswagen facility, Madam Speaker, I believe it's going to be something like the footprint will be like 200 football fields. It will be the largest manufacturing plant, from what I understand, in the country, Madam Speaker. We take it very serious in terms of how it is that we can capture those renewable jobs well into the future, or those green jobs, Madam Speaker, as we often like to talk. And the United States is aggressively also looking for those jobs. So we have to be in a position to push hard.
The honourable member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by saying I agree with the member for Winnipeg North insofar as his comments with respect to needing to go faster and further on the climate crisis. And it's not just he and I. I'll quote the UN Secretary General. His words: "Our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. The global climate fight will be won or lost in this crucial decade on our watch." Now, to the substance of the report, he'll note that in the report, this is a $35 billion infrastructure bank, and several witnesses called out their concerns with the lack of efficiency in getting funds out. I'll cite Heather Whiteside, Associate Professor from the University of Waterloo. Her words, CIB hasn't done much. At the time, over half of the projects announced were in the MOU stage still. Dylan Penner from the Council of Canadians told the committee that he was concerned with the CIB's delays as well with respect to action on the climate crisis. What would the member for Winnipeg North have to say in response to these nonpartisan witnesses' concerns?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question, and again, I would really encourage members to take a look in terms of the programs and the progress that the Canada Infrastructure Bank has actually made, and the types of programs that are there. So, for example, when it comes to green infrastructure, They have 17 projects that have been approved and are well underway in terms of development. When you talk about clean power, there are 8 projects that are there, and that's just through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. There are numerous programs over and above that the government has initiated, both through budgetary and legislative means, to encourage the development of green industries, including the Atlantic Accord, working with provinces to make a difference, something in which, again, the Conservatives are wanting to filibuster, but that's here and there for right now. At the end of the day, we continue to move forward, both from a legislative point of view and organizations that are arm's length, like the Canada Infrastructure Bank, in expectation that we are moving towards what we had committed to, that net zero.
Question, the honourable from Edmonton Manning.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The honourable member from Winnipeg North was telling us, if he was listening to his speech, he was basically talking about how nice that structure, that structure of the bank, the bureaucratic structure of the investment bank, and giving us a bunch of poetries about how beautiful the bank is, without any evidence, and how productive those results of these investments that he spoke about, and how much Canada has benefited from such thing. Was supposed to be a bank to deliver investment and results rather than to be a structure that's really doing nothing.
Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer.
The simplest way of putting it, Madam Speaker, is to look at it from the point of view of the 28 type billion, or just under $28 billion of total that's going to be going through the Canada Infrastructure Bank when you factor in both private and the Canada Infrastructure or public dollars coming from Ottawa, Madam Speaker. That means it's almost 2 to 1. You almost have $1 coming from Ottawa versus $2 coming from other sources. Those other sources are not going to be investing if they did not believe that the Canada Infrastructure Bank and the 48 projects that are out there were not worth their while in investing. I think that speaks more than any member of the Conservative Party can in terms of its criticism.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, today we're debating the Transport Committee's report on the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And I'm surprised that we're debating this today, because I have to say that the report from the Committee on the Infrastructure Bank dates to May 2022, and now we're in fall 2023, so it's been quite a while since the report was tabled. We certainly could have debated it long before this. That having been said, I think there's a good point that needs to be mentioned here, which is, and to explain maybe why the Conservatives want to debate this, is that there are recommendations in the report, and often there are many recommendations in the report. When it comes to the CIB, there was one single recommendation, only, and I'll mention that the member from the Liberal Party who preceded me, the member for Winnipeg North, who regularly rises to speak in this House, doesn't seem to have read the committee's report before he made his speech, because he said the Conservatives are against, and he's right about that, and he said the other parties should really listen to me and think before they take a stand on this. But maybe he didn't know that the other parties had, in fact, already taken a position on this, because, there is a committee report where the parties took a position, and if there are recommendations in the report, it's because all the parties had a position, and there is a report, a largely majority report, in which the majority of members of the committee agreed on one recommendation, which is that the Canada Infrastructure Bank should be abolished, Madam Speaker. And, how did we come to a majority on this? This is done in camera. The voting is secret. But how did we come to a majority if the government's against? Well, it's probably because all the other parties voted in favor of that recommendation. So when the report came out, it was agreed that it was necessary to abolish the Canada Infrastructure Bank. So to explain a little bit what the Canada Infrastructure Bank is and why it exists from a Quebec point of view. Well, in terms of infrastructure in Canada, how much infrastructure is owned by the cities, how much is owned by the provinces, and how much is owned by the federal government? So what's the role of the federal government when it comes to infrastructure? Well, 98% of infrastructure doesn't belong to the federal government. There's just 2% of infrastructure in Canada that's under the responsibility of the federal government. So what's the role of the federal government to say, we're going to get involved in infrastructure? There's a problem here. There's a clear issue here. So putting $35 billion into this, well, it's not up to the federal government to decide how we're going to manage our infrastructure. If there's just 2% of infrastructure in the country that they're responsible for, well, it seems like that responsibility is misplaced. It's cities or the government of Quebec that, is in charge of infrastructure in Quebec, and so they should be getting the money. It doesn't make any sense to support a Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is just being used by the federal government to interfere in areas of provincial jurisdiction. But when it comes to the CIB, it's worth noting that pretty much every witness who appeared was very critical of the CIB. Maybe the Liberal member wasn't aware of that, but I really didn't hear from many witnesses who were in favor of the Infrastructure Bank. And maybe the honourable member knows this because he's been in politics for a few years now, but in the Liberal platform from 2015, the Canada Infrastructure Bank was there. So he could say, listen, we put in place something that was in our platform. He could say that. But I'd like to go a little bit further on that, because in their election platform in 2015, the Infrastructure Bank that was mentioned and the Infrastructure Bank that were put in place were a little bit different. In the 2015 Liberal platform, you can see on page 16 that the Infrastructure Bank should be used to allow municipalities to have a lower interest rate for loans used to put in place infrastructure and housing. So, look, they were talking about the housing crisis in 2015. Is there housing in the Infrastructure Bank's mandate as it is today? No. And they don't offer low-interest loans to municipalities. The vocation of the Canada Infrastructure Bank has changed over time. After the election of this Liberal government in 2015, the government decided to put in place something which they called an advisory board on economic growth in Canada. And that board was presided by none other than Dominic Barton, a great friend of the Prime Minister. He was close to Trudeau, and he also appointed a number of other friends, and I'll come back to that later. And so with this advisory board on economic growth, Mr. Barton had other jobs as well. He was president of McKinsey, and that's maybe not, well, let's say that it's an important point to mention. And so this advisory board on economic growth looked at the question of the Infrastructure Bank, and one of their main recommendations in their first report outlined how they saw the Infrastructure Bank going forward. And again, I'll note that this board was chaired by the CEO of McKinsey, Mr. Barton. But there's another point here, which is that there were a number of people around the table, such as, for example, Michael Sabia, who would have a role to play later on with the Infrastructure Bank, and the Secretariat, because, again, when you have a board, there's also a Secretariat that has to do the real work, take notes, make sure things move forward. Well, it wasn't federal bureaucrats who were working on this, Madam Speaker. No, it was McKinsey. McKinsey, who was hired or who was apparently on a volunteer basis, providing people who were working on the Infrastructure Bank. They were taking notes. They were providing briefing notes. So they were the Secretariat for this project.
A quote on what we were told about the McKinsey Secretariat. They said, McKinsey acted like a volunteer secretariat. Their suggestions and ideas and concepts came from the board, but as you know, an organization like an advisory committee needs a secretariat. McKinsey filled this role, and they significantly contributed to our deliberations and our reports. So volunteers, that's what we have. But when Mr. Barton appeared before committee, I asked him, were they truly volunteers? Were they volunteers for the government, or were they also volunteers for McKinsey? Well, they were paid McKinsey paid them, but not by the federal government. But the report was a report for the federal government. So it was pro bono work, but they were still funded by McKinsey. Is that really pro bono? Is that really volunteering? Was there no interests of McKinsey in this matter? Could that perhaps have had an impact on the committee's decisions that would advise the government? Could McKinsey perhaps have an influence on this? That's what I conclude from this. When we have a look at the first report for the creation of an infrastructure bank, it no longer proposes what the Liberals offered in 2015. The recommendation was public money being used for private projects. They said, bring us infrastructure projects and then we will fund them. They want these funds to be used for our infrastructure and private projects, which seems to have changed from the initial Liberal idea from 2015. It's interesting to see that there was a change of opinion. There was a growth council that studied the matter, staffed heavily by McKinsey, that seemed to be piloting discussions. Perhaps someone may have gotten some contracts because of this. Is it their domain of expertise, Madam Speaker? I asked the question, but I think that many people know what the answer is. The only difference I saw between the Economic Growth Council's opinion and the Government of Canada's plan was $5 billion. An infrastructure bank at $40 billion was the recommendation, and the government went forward with $35 billion. The rest is a copy-paste. The implementation of proposals was rather rapid. Not even a month after it was tabled, federal government documents were already ready to implement an infrastructure bank. That would be almost a copy-paste of what was recommended by this council. Global Affairs Canada confirmed this during the Long-Term Investment Summit. All that to say, was it in the public interest? I don't know. What I do know, however, Madam Speaker, is that the infrastructure bank is going poorly. It was funded in 2017, but in 2021 they didn't know where they were going. They couldn't find staff. The board was a mess. No one spoke French. It was like a madhouse, Madam Speaker. No one knew what to do. They were just given $35 billion and they didn't know what to do with it. So they called someone as an emergency. Dominic Barton. And he worked with Michael Sabia. And Michael Sabia was recruited to become the head of the infrastructure bank. What was rather interesting, Madam Speaker, is that when I asked the question to Mr. Sabia, how did things happen? Did you send your CV? Were you headhunted? How were you recruited? What he said is that he got a call from Bill Morneau. And that shocked me. We're being told that infrastructure bank isn't political in nature, but the Minister for Finance called this person individually saying, hey, I've got a job for you. Do you want to join us? Worse than that, it's not even his department of the time. The infrastructure bank isn't under the Department of Finance. It's under the Department of Infrastructure. So it's the minister of an unrelated department that calls someone. That's great for open democracy and transparent democracy. You'll understand why my position is one tainted with sarcasm. Once again, Mr. Sabia, head of the Infrastructure Bank in 2020, said, well, things are not going too well. He came as a firefighter to put out the fire of the Infrastructure Bank. One of the first things he did, Madam Speaker, was to give a consulting contract without tendering to who? McKinsey, Madam Speaker. What a coincidence, Madam Speaker. McKinsey once again. McKinsey's volunteer work seems to have paid its dividends. A $1.4 billion contract to McKinsey, well, 1.4 million rather, not billion, is not something to sniff at. Why was McKinsey chosen?
The decision taken at the time was to use some of the people from McKinsey who had been involved in the initial thinking around the infrastructure bank to draw on their accumulated knowledge.
OK. Donc, c'est dire...
So, they knew the infrastructure bank well. And so the government said, well, we're going to grant them the contract, it'll go more quickly. So seeing as though they came up with the infrastructure bank structure, yes, of course, they were experts in the field because they're the ones who told the government what to do in the first place. And now they're being given a contract, but instead of being volunteers this time, well, quasi-volunteers, now they're being paid. So they can say the same thing again, but for money this time. The bank didn't exist originally. So this is all rather fascinating, Madam Speaker. The point to which volunteering has paid dividends. It isn't pure altruistic volunteer work. Quite the contrary. It can pay private dividends. It doesn't seem to be what the government seems to think, however. So, Madam Speaker, I also asked a question to Michael Sabia when he appeared before the committee. I asked him, the bank is in dire straits, but before you became head of the infrastructure bank, you were at the Caisse des Dépôts du Québec. And so the infrastructure bank invested in the REM, which was part of the Quebec, the Quebec position he had in the past. So the infrastructure bank invested in the REM. But before the infrastructure bank existed, the federal government already invested in the REM. $1.28 billion. All of a sudden, this transferred into a loan. There's a difference between a subsidy and a loan. This was a government loan for the Montreal Light Rail Transit Line, or REM. Quebec lost out because now they have to pay interest on the loan rather than receiving a subsidy that would help them and help the project. So I asked Mr. Sabia how that decision was made, how the process happened. Mr. Sabia said it was a decision made by the government, and the government informed us of the decision of the change. So it's apparently not political. The infrastructure bank made the decision, but it was the federal government that made the announcement. There were no projects in the infrastructure bank's roster that they said, well, you know what, we'll take a project that already exists and then we'll take money from the infrastructure bank so that we can say that the infrastructure bank is doing its job. That shows us how things are managed. The infrastructure bank isn't really useful, isn't really germane. Projects that already exist, with funding that already exists, is now being apparently piloted by the infrastructure bank, Madam Speaker. These billions and billions that should have been raining all over Canada, we were being sold dreams of showers of money. But at the end of the day, these investments never actually came to be. These new investments never came to be. Most projects invested into by the infrastructure bank are public projects, where our municipalities, our provinces, and our federal government have already invested in. We want these projects to come to be because they're important to us, but the federal government was just scratching its head saying, well, you know, we're going to try and find a way to make it go through the infrastructure bank, but it's not political. It's not political, it's arm's length. But at the end of the day, we know full well that this infrastructure bank is very political. And it's not political for nothing. After having been head of the Infrastructure Bank of Canada, after his quick séjour in the Infrastructure Bank, from April 2020 to December 2020, well, after that, magically, he became Deputy Minister for Finance 2020 to 2023. Well, that's odd. Deputy Minister is... Well, of course, I'm sure that he applied. There were many candidates. There was an open and transparent process for this position. So, understand, Madam Speaker, at one point it becomes flagrant. No one believes in the transparency of it all. Unfortunately, the Infrastructure Bank of Canada is like a hot potato that the Liberals are trying to justify, saying, yes, well, it's very useful. It's useful for us. But what cities have told us at committee, and what they keep telling us, is that the money that they need for infrastructure, housing infrastructure, water infrastructure, all the infrastructures they need in municipalities, it's not necessarily, it shouldn't go through federal infrastructure plans that have very difficult, almost Kafkaesque conditions behind them. Then they need to see if the program is compatible with Quebec or other provinces, and they hire people to study whether they should hire people to study. No, municipalities want direct money that can build direct infrastructure, and there's a program that works. There's apparently the perfect technique would be to give money to Quebec, and then Quebec would decide where to invest it in its infrastructure. But there's another method that we could live with, saying there is a gas tax fund. It exists very well. Well, there are a couple of fine-tunings to be done, but it works generally fairly well. A part of that money could be used in infrastructure, and then cities can build the infrastructure that they need, not infrastructure that the federal government decides that they need. That works well. Why shouldn't we strengthen this kind of project, which gives more flexibility to provinces? No, the federal government wants Ottawa-made and Ottawa-beneficial projects that will, at the end of the day, make us fall off a cliff. They don't work, Madam Speaker. That's what I wanted to deplore today, and I hope that the member across the way has understood why all parties apart from his will vote against.
Questions and comments? Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Bloc is voting against for a totally different reason. They're a party, ultimately, that wants to see Canada broken up. They're a party that doesn't want to see the federal government playing a role more than just handing over money. That's the Bloc's position and why it is ultimately they're opposing it. But needless to say, under the Canada Infrastructure Bank, there's a number of projects in the province of Quebec. I just did a quick look on the Canada Infrastructure Bank just to find out one of the projects, and one of the projects that I like is 4,000 zero-emission school buses. I suspect that there's a very good chance that that project in good part is made possible because of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. All communities in Canada will directly or indirectly benefit by the investments of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. The Bloc don't like the Canada Infrastructure Bank because it goes against who they are as a political entity. Would the member not agree?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member across the way for his question because it allows me to answer an argument that he raised earlier in answer to a question from one of my colleagues. He said that for the Bloc, the federal government is an ATM. We want money without accountability, apparently. What I would like to say is that it's an interesting image. It's a cute allegory. And I do recognize that he drew up a nice portrait. But the reality is that who fills the ATM? It's we, taxpayers, that fill the ATM. It's our tax that fill the ATM in the first place. So we would like to control what we do with the money that we put in the ATM in the first place, than allowing the federal government to dictate their priorities that are not ours.
Questions and comments? Honourable for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For me, it's clear. The Infrastructure Bank is a Liberal team that grants projects to Liberals, that invites their friends to apply and get contracts. I think that it's not in Canadians' interest. What does the member have to say about that? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I would say in answer to that statement and question is that the Liberals are in a bad position because this infrastructure bank started so poorly and there's no escape from that. When we see Liberals granting contracts to Liberal friends and then who try to create programs for Liberal friends, as we saw with We Charity, as we saw with this Mackenzie contract issue, no one has any trust in this at the end of the day. The best thing to do would be to start from scratch once again.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. And I agree with him on many of these things. You know, my background is in international development, and I will say that going to communities, going to provinces and telling them what they need is not good practice. The municipalities should have the ability to have more control over the infrastructure projects. We also, as the NDP, brought forward a supplementary supplementary report or a supplementary response to the committee response that we're debating today. And one of the things that was brought up, one of our colleagues, I can't remember her writing name, but one of our colleagues has brought forward a bill. It's Bill C-245, an act to amend Canada's Infrastructure Bank, and it looks at fixing some of the problems that this member has actually talked about, like prioritizing projects in Indigenous and Northern communities, altering the structure of the board of the bank, and removing the privatization aspects. Would he be supportive of that sort of legislation?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand the NDP. They always try to find ways to save the government and help out the government and bail out the government. Oh, we have to pity the Liberals. They have to remain in power. But the reality of the matter is that the Infrastructure Bank is an institution that failed from the very beginning. They're now trying to piece it back together. It's not up to the federal government to butt its nose into infrastructure projects. The federal government should transfer the money to those who need it, instead of trying to hinder and decide what should be done. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I think that he clearly showed, with proof, with evidence, with facts, that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is a logical organisation at best. Political interference promotes Liberal friends and Liberal values. But I would like to ask another question. My colleague for Winnipeg North mentioned that the federal government is an expert in infrastructure. Just one example for that, because it's quite the opposite. A bridge that was privatized in the 90s, there have been negotiations between Ottawa and Quebec over the past 15 years to try and update it and renovate it. The Liberal government, Madam Speaker, said in 2015 that it was a priority, a promise. 8 years later, still no solution. Another example, Madam Speaker, 25 ports in eastern Quebec. In 2017, the same government wanted to sell them for $1. They say they are experts in infrastructure, but they are ready to abandon these ports for $1 because they are so incapable in administering them and maintaining them. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say on that matter. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like what my colleague had to say, my colleague for Rimouski-Témiscouata-les-Basques, with regards to the federal government that can't handle its own existing assets. When you go around Quebec, go to airports, go to other infrastructure projects, they keep saying the federal government has abandoned us. They don't invest in us. In my riding, in our village, we have an infrastructure issue. The issue is that the federal government is abandoning infrastructure projects in my riding, and the federal government doesn't answer our calls. Apparently they're experts, but they abandon their infrastructures. And our towns and our villages are saying, well, that's the federal government, and that's the issue. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker. Montmagny, Lillers, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I hadn't realized myself. But, Madam Speaker, I find it unbelievable when I hear Bloc East and Liberal colleagues talking about a government's ATM. The Government of Canada is not an ATM, Madam Speaker. Not only for infrastructure, but for all services. It's not a free-for-all bank. We're talking about taxpayer dollars. Up to now, the Liberal government has not been able to balance a single budget. And now they're trying to teach us lessons through the Infrastructure Bank, which is a huge boondoggle that funds Liberal projects. The worst thing is, my colleague supported it at committee. So the Bloc Québécois not only supports the Infrastructure Bank, they also support the carbon tax, which means that Quebecers will pay even more on gas, for example. Madam Speaker, my question is as follows. Why does the Bloc Québécois support the Liberals so often?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what to answer. I'm not sure my colleague was during my speech, because I talked about the image put forward by my colleague. I didn't claim to be in agreement with those things, and I did not claim to agree with the Infrastructure Bank. Perhaps he's inventing his own reality. But if he were really listening, I think he would better understand why his question missed the mark. We have time for a brief question.
Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I am listening very closely, and there is a difference in opinions from the Conservative, but they're united. You have a Conservative bloc, a coalition to get rid of the Canada Investment or Infrastructure Bank. I believe, and this is more of a comment, Madam Speaker, I think that is a sad thing for all Canadians in all regions, because the Canada Infrastructure Bank has many fine things that it is doing. It's having a very positive impact in all regions of the country, and it's sad to see the coalition of the Bloc and the Conservatives to try to get rid of it.
We have time for a brief answer. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the Conservatives and the Liberals need to talk, because the Conservatives accuse us of supporting Liberals. The Liberals accuse us of supporting the Conservatives. The reality is that the Bloc supports Quebec, and maybe that's what bothers them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski. More and more often, Canadians are experiencing the extreme and harmful effects of wildfires, droughts, and flooding due to climate change. This year was the longest and worst wildfire and drought season on record, claiming lives, causing loss of homes and crops, and challenging Canada's fresh water security. It has never been more critical for Canada to proactively invest in climate-ready infrastructure to protect Canadians and to make communities more resilient, physically and socially. Our communities need to be connected, supported, and have the ability to support growing populations that can withstand climate change. Projects need to be completed, and the federal government needs to act with more urgency. Members of the New Democrats understand the urgency and have been proposing changes to the Infrastructure Bank for many years, so that it will actually work for Canadians. My colleague from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski, brought forward a private member's bill that spoke to the importance of this, proposing public ownership of the CIB in the fight against climate change. Her bill spoke to the importance of a focus on rural and northern communities that are underfunded and left without critical infrastructure. Basic infrastructure like water and roads. The Conservatives and the Liberals refused that common sense solution. In the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley also addressed the concerns of the CIB, not efficiently delivering projects that will serve the public good. He spoke of the issues arising from private sector involvement in delivering public infrastructure, the inadequate sensitivity to the needs of communities in funding decisions, and issues with costs and transparency. With an ample $35 billion in federal government funding, the CIB should have, by now, been able to narrow Canada's infrastructure gap, delivering projects that would have created jobs and supported communities for the long term. But after years of the bank, the gap in the most basic of infrastructure needs, water and housing, is growing. This is a failure, Madam Speaker. When this study was done, PBO's analysis of the bank's project selection process showed that of the 420 project proposals received, there were only 13 publicly committed to. Alarmingly, it was found that the bank had rejected or was no longer considering 82% of the submitted projects. Most were screened out because somehow it was decided they were in the wrong sector or deemed not of sufficient size. As the large number of proposals showed, communities clearly have infrastructure needs that require federal support. However, the bank's rigid fixation with massive projects and private sector investment means it rejects most proposals. Communities that need the funding the most are being denied. The result is that critical projects have not been completed and Canadians are left without vital infrastructure to support their needs as the devastating impacts of extreme climate events increase. The costs associated with the climate crisis will continue to rise unless we take a different approach. I suggest the adage of an ounce of prevention equals a pound of cure. This should be a consideration in how projects are selected. As a country, we need to be prepared for the next devastating flood, drought, or wildfire. In BC, the province I call home, the rivers and lakes are the cornerstone of the local economy, forests, fish, food crops, quality of life, and cultural memories. Yet watersheds in BC and across Canada face increasing pressures as extreme climate events threaten their stability. When a watershed is healthy and maintained, it can minimize climate change risk, support local wildlife populations, clean drinking water, and increase disaster resiliency. First Nations, local governments, and communities are working every day on the front lines of the climate crisis with limited resources to keep watersheds healthy and secure. Indigenous and Western science confirms that healthy watersheds protect against climate disasters like drought, wildfire, and floods. Yet the CIB is not supporting them on this natural infrastructure. Healthy watersheds serve as natural defenses against the climate risk. Wetlands act as natural sponges, purifying water. Stream banks filters polluted runoff, and they provide shelter for salmon. Mature forests retain water and they release it when needed most. This is low-cost, climate-resilient, natural infrastructure that the government is ignoring. We need to bold federal leadership and investment in natural infrastructure to address the climate crisis in BC and across Canada. The watershed sector in BC is a major employer and economic driver, generating over 47,000 indirect and direct jobs and contributing $5 billion to the GDP. The recent investment of $100 million by the BC NDP government in the co-developed BC Watershed Security Fund with the First Nations Water Caucus is an important start, but the federal government needs to be at the table with a federal investment. We are seeing the successes that can happen when government properly invests in their communities. When projects are completed, funding is transparent, and communities can plan for changes, addressing immediate needs for their communities to grow and flourish. I close by saying the NDP supports the findings and recommendations of the majority of this report concurred in today, which details in length the failure of the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. As I have said, if the government stays on the same path and continues with this bank, it is time to change its mandate to make the CIB a public bank to serve the public good. Right now, they could invest in the BC Watershed Security Fund, give Indigenous, provincial, and municipal governments the resources they need for better planning and decision-making, and invest in natural infrastructure to fix the water and housing deficit in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important to recognize that the federal government has all sorts of other infrastructure joint projects, both with provinces and municipalities. That the Canada Infrastructure Bank is just another tool that is out there, a very important tool. BC is also benefited by it. I made reference when I talked about Quebec in terms of electrified buses. The same thing is happening in BC, where I think it's not one, but maybe two approvals where we are seeing more electric buses. The NDP talk about the energy and a cleaner environment and so forth. Many of the infrastructure jobs that are being created are greener jobs. They're leading to more environmentally sound projects. This is Canada Infrastructure Bank has demonstrated very clearly that it can make a difference, a positive difference for Canada's environment. Can the member explain why it is the NDP would want to see it abolished? Because that's what the Conservatives are proposing, along with the support of the Separatists.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think this just demonstrates how the Liberal government does not understand the urgency of the infrastructure deficit across this country. Talking about one or two approvals, those programs that the federal government is talking about are always oversubscribed. It's impossible for small communities, northern and rural communities, to get the infrastructure they need in those lottery-based infrastructure programs. I had meetings just this week with municipalities out of Saskatchewan and out of British Columbia that don't know if they're going to get funded for those projects. They have to wait years to get funding from this government. What the NDP is talking about is regular, steady investment in the infrastructure gap. There's no reason why the infrastructure bank can't do it, except for the fact that the government does not want to spend one penny of their own money. They're open to giving a loan, but they will not invest one penny of money to get this infrastructure gap addressed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciated my colleagues' comments on this matter. And I will note that the amount of money she speaks about that the government's spending with their checkbook diplomacy here, putting money in the pockets of their friends all the time, far exceeds any of the amount that any of the government's programs on the NDP's supply and commitment to keep this government in power, like the dental plan. There's way more money going into this slush funds and the other slush funds this government's put together than in their supply agreement. So I would ask her, would she consider withdrawing her support from her party's commitment to continue supporting this government because of the boondoggles that she sees in this bill?
Our member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, there's no bigger slush fund than what the oil and gas industry has taken from Canadians over the decades. I can talk specifically to Coquitlam, which hosted the Kinder Morgan pipeline since the 1950s, who was paying basically the most marginal amount of taxes to the city of Coquitlam. They did not invest in one hospital, one school, one community center, one road, one bridge. And I can tell this member that in the last 8 years, since the Kinder Morgan sale and their expansion of the TMX, they started offering sponsorships around the city in relationship to small businesses and business events. It's a joke, Madam Speaker. There are billions of dollars of federal subsidies going to oil and gas that could come right in to these projects around infrastructure.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I agree with what my colleague just said. There's a lot of money, too much money, going to the oil industry. My colleague earlier was saying that the Conservatives are completely disconnected from the fight against climate change, which is true. But last year, the IMF concluded that Canada in 2022 had invested directly or indirectly $50 billion into the oil and gas industry. That's not including the pipeline that cost us $33 billion, Trans Mountain. We could use that money to fight climate change, to build housing. There's so much infrastructure that we could do, electrifying cities. We could better use that money than how it's being used right now. A brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I agree with my colleague. It's a disgrace that the Liberal governments and the Conservative governments before that subsidized oil and gas. We lost lives this year in wildfires. Young people under 20 years old lost fighting fires because of the burning of fossil fuels in this country. It's time for change, and the Liberal government needs to get with the program and modernize their thinking.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Churchill, Kiwanamuk-Askey. Député doit mettre son micro dessus.
The member has to turn her microphone on. I don't know if it's not connected or if she just needs to click the button.
Non, ça fonctionne pas.
No, it's not working.
Débrancher et rebrancher.
Can you disconnect and reconnect, please?
Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui, merci.
Oui, OK. Super. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. It is an honor to be rising in this House to speak to an important report put forward by the Transport Committee, taking on the Canada Infrastructure Bank, an institution, a crown corporation that the Liberals have touted as a real model for years, and unfortunately have very little to show for it. I want to acknowledge the work of my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley, as well as other MPs from other parties who've been very clear that the Canada Infrastructure Bank, that over a year ago was sitting on $25 billion, had very little to show for the work that it was supposed to be doing. I also want to share in the record, as colleagues of mine have said, that I am proud of the work that we've done to put forward a private members bill, C245, to transform the Canada Infrastructure Bank for the better for Canadians. In essence, our private members bill, Bill C245, aimed to make three major changes. One, to remove the private for-profit model. Second, to prioritize Indigenous and Northern communities that we know have the greatest infrastructure gap in the country, particularly around climate-related projects. And third, to shift the governance model requiring Indigenous representation on the governance board. I'm very disappointed that both Liberal and Conservative MPs voted against my private members bill. To the Liberals, I want to acknowledge the support of Northern MPs from the Liberal side, the MP from the Northwest Territories and the Yukon, and others who abstained, recognizing the desperate need for infrastructure investments in our communities, in Northern Indigenous communities facing the climate crisis. But to all the Liberals that voted against 2C45, Bill C245, I would say that it's not wrong to be able to admit to your mistakes. This is the legacy of Bill Morneau, who's long gone from this House. The model of the infrastructure bank as it exists right now is not making a difference for Canadians, is not bettering the lives of Canadians across our country. And to Conservatives, who we know with great fury oppose the Canada Infrastructure Bank, it was telling that they refused to support C245 that sought to transform...
Yeah, the honourable member on a point of order.
Oui, il y a un problème avec l'interprétation, on n'entend pas l'interprète.
Nous attendrons quelques secondes pour améliorer la situation.
We're looking into the situation.
Order. I'd ask the honourable member for Churchill-Kiwatinuk ask you to say a few words, and hopefully that will ameliorate the situation. And if not, we may have to proceed to a different member. But I'd ask the member to say a few words and a few phrases, and hopefully interpretation will restart.
Okay, ben j'espère que, or I guess in English, I hope that you can hear me okay, and that the sound is coming through okay. I am looking forward to continuing my speech, if that's possible. It's okay.
Order, and interpretation does seem to be functioning now, so I would ask the member to restart where she left off. The honourable member.
Great, thank you very much. I will also say that I'm very disappointed that Conservatives did not support my bill C245 that sought to transform the infrastructure bank in such a way that it could make a difference for the lives of Canadians, that it could make a difference when it comes to the major infrastructure needs in our communities. It's not a bad thing to have a Crown corporation whose commitment is to build desperately needed infrastructure in our country, particularly as we face the climate crisis. We know that our infrastructure needs are significant on various fronts, but we know that we are particularly deficient when it comes to climate resilient infrastructure and ensuring that our communities have the kind of infrastructure they need to be able to face the climate crisis. And I will say that and I do want to acknowledge that the Bloc did support our bill on second reading, and I'm thankful for that support as well as that of Green MPs. But the reality is that in ditching Bill C245, Canada missed an opportunity to transform a Crown corporation, an infrastructure bank, in such a way that could meet the needs of our communities. I will say that my bill was rooted in the experience of communities like the ones I represent, communities that are on the front lines of the climate crisis, communities that are facing record wildfires, record flooding, communities such as the First Nations on the east side of Lake Winnipeg, who do not have all-weather road access and have to rely on ice roads for shorter and shorter periods of time to be able to access medical services, get out to be able to shop more affordably, and to be able to bring the materials in that they need to build the homes that they desperately require and other necessary infrastructure. I heard time and time again from First Nations and Northern leaders, and as a Northerner myself, it is clear to me that the infrastructure gap in regions like ours is only getting worse. In talking about C245, I heard stories from First Nations that were refused funding to upgrade a community hall that was in desperate need of fixing because they couldn't show Canada's Infrastructure Bank how it was profitable. Or Northern community that was trying to switch off from diesel fuel and were told to apply for solar panel funding in the middle of winter. Serious concerns from Indigenous leaders that Indigenous services may help out once things are really and truly broken, but not a moment before. Prior to my constituency, prior to Bill C-245 coming to the House at second reading, I acknowledged at the time that communities in my riding were facing immense challenges as communities were becoming isolated with the melting of the ice roads. Some of the projects that we talked about needing investing were the need for an all-weather road on the east side of Lake Winnipeg, connecting a dozen First Nations that right now are becoming increasingly isolated as a result of the impacts of the climate crisis. We also talked about the transfer from diesel reliance to more sustainable forms of energy. 4 of the communities I represent in the far north of northern Manitoba still depend on diesel fuel. We know that many communities in Nunavut and the Northwest Territories are in the same boat. This is unnecessary given our abilities to invest in sustainable energy, and that requires government involvement. The Canada Infrastructure Bank would be well placed to be involved in this kind of work. I would say that as the climate crisis becomes more and more serious, it is clear that our infrastructure is not up to snuff. It is clear that our communities desperately need a partner in the federal government to invest in the infrastructure that we need. Currently, we know that Indigenous Services Canada is not meeting the needs by a long shot of Indigenous communities when it comes to infrastructure. The housing crisis, for example, in communities is acute. The need for critical infrastructure, whether it's health centers, whether it's infrastructure related to water and sewer, whether it's roads in the community or roads, like I said, connecting community to community that currently don't exist. Indigenous Services Canada is not meeting the needs of Indigenous communities. The Canada Infrastructure Bank could play that kind of role. It's not a role that it's playing right now. Now, I want to say since C245, we have noticed that the Canada Infrastructure Bank has paid greater attention to the needs of Northern and even Indigenous communities. I want to acknowledge the work of being done on the airport here in Thompson and the Canada Infrastructure Bank's involvement there. I also want to acknowledge the work of the Keewatin Tribal Council in pushing the visionary Pusiko development and hope that the Infrastructure Bank will be a willing partner in terms of investing in this kind of legacy project. But I'm deeply disappointed that we're still not seeing the kind of significant investment in Northern and Indigenous communities and communities across the country therefore underscoring the work of the Transport Committee. What is the point of an infrastructure bank that isn't making a difference to communities? And on that end, I want to end off by saying that many of us here in Parliament are here because we want to better the lives of our constituents, people across our country and around the world. To that end, I would like to finish off my speech by stating clearly that Canada must call for a ceasefire now in Israel and Gaza. Canada must be a voice for peace and justice. As the representative of UNRWA has said, history will ask us why the world did not have the courage to act decisively and stop this hell on earth. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows, there are many different ways in which government supports infrastructure. I've made reference before, in the last 50-plus years, no government has invested more public dollars in infrastructure, and that also includes the province of Manitoba, where we have agreements with the municipalities and provinces. Now with the new government in the province of Manitoba, I think there is even greater opportunities, and I'm looking to the member to provide her thoughts in regards to, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is an add-on, a very important add-on to the building of Canada's infrastructure. Even Manitoba has benefited through the expansion of internet, rural internet services. My question to her specifically is, will she not acknowledge that is only one aspect of infrastructure? It needs the provinces and municipalities also to step up and say, here are our priorities. And she might want to share that with some of her provincial colleagues in particular.
Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Well, as I said in my speech, current departmental programs, particularly under Indigenous services, are clearly inadequate when it comes to meeting the needs of Indigenous communities on infrastructure. Time and time again, I've raised with Liberal counterparts the need to invest in the all-weather road on the east side of Lake Winnipeg, and they've patently refused to do that. The Liberals talk a good talk when it comes to reconciliation. Part of reconciliation is addressing the housing crisis and the infrastructure gap in Indigenous communities. It's a gap that's only growing, and I certainly hope that the Liberals don't think that what they're currently doing is sufficient. It's not, and what we need to do is transform the infrastructure bank to make the difference that Canadians deserve, Indigenous and Northern communities deserve. And if that's not going to be the case, then we should get rid of it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. Now, there were a lot of witnesses that came to committee and had comments about the lack of transparency within the Canada Infrastructure Bank. People didn't know where the money was going, how much each project was getting. It was very difficult to get that information. Could the member comment on her experience when she listened to the testimonies at committee?
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Well, the testimonies from committee were damning when it comes to the track record of the infrastructure bank, and again, the strongly worded recommendation to get rid of the bank is deeply rooted in that testimony. But what we've said is let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Do we need a Crown corporation that has as a focus to partner with communities in building the infrastructure they require? Yes. Do we need it the way it is right now that seeks to gain profit for private partners, that is not transparent, that is not committed to infrastructure that's resilient in the face of climate change? No. And so I will say that despite some of the cosmetic changes, there's still very serious concerns about the infrastructure bank's existence. And like I said, we certainly put forward a transformative vision for the bank. We hope that it can still be applied, and if not, we should get rid of it.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, and I would like to thank my colleague for her intervention today. She brought forward Bill C-245, and it was a way of fixing the infrastructure bank. Because I think what we've seen time and time again with this government is that they are very good at coming forward with these big projects, these big words, these big announcements, proposals. but like the red dress alert, like announcements on housing, like the core ombudsperson, which I know she knows quite a lot about, the action isn't actually there. The follow-through is not there. Does she believe that this infrastructure bank can be saved if the Liberal government actually stepped up and put some principles in place, principles that were in her legislation that she wrote to fix the infrastructure bank at this time?
I'm a member for Churchill Keep-Watanuk Aski with a brief response.
Well, thank you to my colleague and for her kind words. I think we're all here because we have hope that that we can change things for the better, and I hope that the Liberals will see that there is a desperate need to transform the bank. They made some cosmetic changes in the recent budget in terms of focus on Indigenous communities. It's nowhere near enough. We know the climate crisis is only deepening. Our communities' needs for infrastructure and investment are only deepening. The time is now to transform the infrastructure bank.
Reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today on this topic. I have to wonder, however, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives made a very critical error today in their strategy, because it's interesting to me that the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, actually used the issue of the Canada Infrastructure Bank to filibuster from the legislation that was scheduled to be discussed today, which actually would allow and authorize the Minister of Industry, where he considers that investment could be injurious to national security, and to allow him the ability to review such things. So it's interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives, who talk tough when it comes to national security, when have an opportunity to actually debate it, have legislation to keep Canadians' national security interests at the forefront of what we do, to modernize legislation, what do the Conservatives do? They filibuster and block legislation. I think their strategy today is going to be very telling to Canadians that they don't actually care about national security interests in this country, because if they did...
Order. The honourable member for Sarnia and Lambton on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know that the new guidelines have been issued and that we're not allowed anymore to make comments that question the courage, honesty, or commitment to their country of other members in this House. And so I think that was where the Liberal member went on that one, if you could correct her.
I thank the honourable member. I would just remind the House that we try to use our words in a judicious manner to try not to cause disorder. So I'll give the floor back to the honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, it seems I've hit a very specific nerve with the Conservative Party. It seems I am alluding to exactly what they are afraid of, which is that they are not serious when it comes to matters of national security. They're reckless when it comes to producing meaningful legislation that would actually keep Canadians safe. But, Mr. Speaker, what I find even more interesting is the fact that they've just allowed Canadians to see very clearly about how not serious they are when it comes to matters of national security. They've chosen a topic which, for me, I have been looking forward to the day for us to discuss our plan for infrastructure versus the Conservatives' reckless history. So the fact that the Conservatives chose to abandon principles of ensuring our national security legislation continues to be modernized. The fact that they chose a topic such as infrastructure tells me that whoever was in charge of this scheme here today did not actually do their homework, and they're about to be quite embarrassed for the next 3 hours or however long this debate continues. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start talking about infrastructure and the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which is what the Conservatives felt was going to be a winning issue for them. Let's talk about Conservative math for a second. The Conservatives have talked here today. I've listened to them refer to things as slush funds. Meanwhile, the Conservative infrastructure plan previously included gazebos, fake lakes, and photo ops with fighter jets. But despite that, let's actually talk about Conservative record on building infrastructure. The Conservatives had what they called P3 Canada, which was their Conservative infrastructure program. In 10 years, they had 25 projects, only a total of $1.3 billion invested. What? Let's compare that, Mr. Speaker.
Oh my goodness. The Honourable Member for Sarnia and Lambton on a point of order.
Sure, Mr. Speaker, we all want to make sure that facts are presented in this House. The fund of which the member is speaking of actually did 43,000 projects, and there was $53 billion.
Order. The Honourable Member, that is debate, but on same.
May, Mr. Speaker?
Okay. On a different point of order, the Honourable Member.
This is now the second time in which, at very, very best, the point of order has been marginal, at very, very best. And the member is, I don't know if it's being intentionally done with this particular member, but I believe the interference when a member is speaking is not appropriate, and that is a point of order, Mr.
Order. I thank the Honourable Member. When there is a point of order, one does tend to listen to it, and there should be a connection to the standing orders to the precedents of this House. I think we've dealt with the points of order at hand, so I will give the floor back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be surprised that the Conservatives are going to try and interrupt my speech continually, because the facts matter, and they don't want to be confused by them. They don't want Canadians to actually realize their record on infrastructure is abysmal. So I'm sure they're going to keep interrupting, which actually further proves my point that this strategic goal to block legislation that deals with national security, that they're reckless. They're reckless when it comes to national security. And then they choose a topic where their record is also reckless and abysmal. So of course they're going to keep interrupting, because their feelings are going to probably be hurt, and they're probably embarrassed. They're probably going back to their House Leaders team going, why did we choose this topic? It was so terrible, because the Liberal members were able to point out our terrible record. Why did we do this today? But Mr. Speaker, I'm going to persist and continue to highlight to Canadians the recklessness of Conservative math. So let's get back to that. 10 years the Conservatives had, and how many projects did P3 Canada work on? 25. 25 projects, $1.3 billion. Let's compare to just under 5 years with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, 48 projects. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, let me go back to that $1.3 billion that the Conservatives invested in 10 years. All taxpayer-funded money, all from Canadians. The Canada Infrastructure Bank, in less than 5 years, 48 projects, $10 billion of investment from the government. But you know what that turned into, Mr. Speaker? A $28 billion investment. We heard at committee that investments like that are transformational. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote something we heard, or a witness we had at committee, and something she spoke about on her own podcast, the podcast called The Rate Stuff, the infrastructure deficit, the role of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. This was in January 30th, 2023. And who said this, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Lisa Raitt, a former Conservative minister. And what she talked about, she was speaking with, talking about the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and she said, unfortunately, quote, unfortunately, the bank has been the topic of political discussions of the past numbers of years and was not supported by the Conservative Party at various times in the last Parliament and in this Parliament as well. However, you're doing a lot of work, you're getting projects done, and you are, I think, filling a need that is being shown to be necessary in order to get projects going here in Canada. Tell me what's going on in 2023 for the Canada Infrastructure Bank and the projects you're going to be looking at. Mr. Speaker, Conservative former ministers don't even support the Conservatives' position on this, because as most Canadians know, Conservative math just doesn't add up. They're reckless. They spend more taxpayer money to get less projects done in double the amount of time. That's conservative math for you. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about some of these projects that members I've heard here today refer to as slush funds. I find that pretty interesting. They've called it only Liberal insiders are getting rich from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I want to speak about a project in Alberta, the Aero Technology Group, $8.1 million investment. This is building broadband in underserviced communities, including 20 Indigenous communities and 4 rural communities. Mr. Speaker, are the Conservatives suggesting that these underserviced Indigenous communities are rich Liberal insiders benefiting from this bank? Or is it that they just can't wrap their head around how to actually build infrastructure that matter for Canadians, matter for Indigenous communities, matter for rural communities, and ensuring that they are connected so that they have the ability to stay connected with loved ones, to create economic prosperity in these communities? Mr. Speaker, the fact that the Conservatives would insult Indigenous and rural communities in Alberta by calling this somehow a slush fund is deplorable. Mr. Speaker, let's also talk about in Saskatoon, $27.3 million to the English River First Nation for wastewater treatment. This will be the first Indigenous-owned wastewater treatment plant. Is that more Liberal insiders getting rich, or is this real investments for Indigenous communities so that they have economic development in their communities, so that they can ensure clean water, the development of wastewater treatment plants allow for economic development, allow for growth in Saskatoon? Are the Conservatives suggesting that that the jobs created from this infrastructure investment, that those families should be sent pink slips because Conservatives want to cancel this project? There are shovels in the ground. There are jobs in communities happening right now. Conservatives would see those employees fired. They would see those shovels being put away. And Mr. Speaker, it's completely reckless to destroy local economies, to destroy local families from being able to provide for themselves because of Conservative ideology, because they don't believe that they should help build up Canada. They only want to tear it down. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Cheveton.
Order. The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk on a point of order.
It is to impugn the character of your colleagues. We've already established that that is something that the new rules set out that we should not be doing. And so to say that Conservatives want to tear Canada down, I would request that the member withdraw that. It is not. Order.
I would just remind all members to be judicious in our use of language to avoid causing disorder in the House. I'll give the floor back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that Conservatives want to fire people in these communities, I think, is tearing down communities and tearing them apart and not building up economies for Indigenous populations, for rural Canada. I want to also talk about the Cheveton Rail project. This would be the first Indigenous-owned railway in Canada. And it's, quote, a lifeline for northern communities. This would connect northeast Quebec with Western Labrador. This railway will deliver food, fuel, building supplies, vehicles, and medication. And it's under construction, Mr. Speaker. You know what the Conservatives would do? Rip that infrastructure out, cut off those communities. They would cut off the ability for food to be transported between northeastern Quebec and Labrador. They would limit communities from being able to access medication. Why? Because they want to block national security legislation here today? Mr. Speaker, the level of recklessness provided by the Conservatives on this topic, like I said, I'm sure they'll be sending messages to their House Leaders team going, guys, why did we do this today? Why did we give the Liberals the opportunity to highlight just how little we want to invest in these communities who need it most? Why did we give the Liberals the opportunity to highlight our reckless record, to show that they want to cancel projects delivering food and medication to communities? I can't believe that the Conservatives would open this door today to give us the opportunity to highlight to communities just how much they don't want to invest in communities, how they're willing to cut off communities from even things like food and medication. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking to me to see this.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, the honourable member for South Okanagan, or Similkameen Nicola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know this parliamentary secretary is so full of criticism of us because she can't point to any real results for her own government. But I haven't heard her even talk about what we're here to do, which is encourage on infrastructure. Order. Thank the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. I think that is going into debate. There is a broad latitude on relevance, and I would just give the floor back to the honourable member, the parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel for you, but I can imagine right now that behind the scenes here there are Conservative staffers texting and furiously saying, interrupt her speech, ruin those clips, don't let her keep going, even though that's precisely why they don't even interrupt with actual procedural issues, and instead it's just debate. It actually, I laugh, Mr. Speaker, because it's laughable at the fact that the Conservatives would actually block the ability for national security legislation to be for legislation to be modernized, taking into account national security issues, and that they would choose a topic that their record is so terrible on. So I feel sorry for the staffers over on the Conservative side today, furiously typing like that cat gif saying, please interrupt her, please interrupt her. Canadians are going to be made aware of their terrible record on infrastructure. And I can't help but take immense joy at being able to talk about this topic today, because we're able to talk about very real projects like the ones I've just mentioned. But I'm going to talk about another project, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives, if they had their way, would see cancelled. And this is another Alberta project, one that was for a rail system to go from the Calgary airport to the Banff National Park. Mr. Speaker, what would this do? This would build enormous tourism opportunities for the community. How would the members opposite, how would Conservative members representing some of these ridings go to their communities and say, that infrastructure that we're going to build that's going to help support tourism in your community, that's going to help create jobs, that's going to help create economic development in such a crucial area in our community? Well, they'd like to cancel it, Mr. Speaker. Why? Who knows? They don't really have a plan. So I think it's just, again, whatever day they come up with, thank you, yes, reckless policies, that they don't think about the very real impacts. Mr. Speaker, I've also heard comments from members opposite saying there's no transparency. They don't know where the money is going for the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I have a quick tip. There is an entire website on the Canada Infrastructure Bank that details these projects. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? They even have photos. So if members opposite don't want to read the text, they have photos of the construction in progress. They have photos of the jobs being created to see the very real impacts that this program is having across the country. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, there was numerous testimony, including by a former Conservative member who's now the Mayor of Brampton, Patrick Brown, who talked about the investment of buses in his community. In fact, it was a $400 million investment for 450 zero-emission buses. And, Mr. Speaker, the Mayor of Brampton said that this would not be possible without the Canada Infrastructure Bank. This was a game changer, and this is going to help the residents of Brampton and the city reach their 80% GHG reduction emission goals by 2050, I believe, is their timeline. Mr. Speaker, I want to know why Conservatives don't support municipalities when they're trying to address the challenges of climate change, when they want to deliver for their communities on things like reliable, clean transit, when municipalities want to create clean air for their residents. Why do Conservatives oppose that? And Mr. Speaker, I know I'm running out of time, which will be to great relief for the Conservatives and their staffers who are frantically trying to find points of order so that Canadians don't have to hear the facts about how reckless they are, how unserious they are when it comes to national security, and how their record on infrastructure is actually kind of embarrassing that they would choose this topic given their history. But Mr. Speaker, the last point that I want to talk about is the overall policies around the Canada Infrastructure Bank, why it exists. These projects are some of the hardest projects to get shovels in the ground for. This is not to replace traditional infrastructure programming. There is a role for both. These projects require enormous investment, sometimes expertise that smaller rural communities may not have access to, and they may be some of the hardest to actually get in the ground. So there is a role for both. But Mr. Speaker, if the Canada Infrastructure Bank was cancelled like the Conservatives are suggesting, that would mean broadband ripped out of the ground, jobs and individuals fired. They laugh at the idea of jobs, people being fired because of their ideology when it comes to infrastructure. And the ideology that they have, Mr. Speaker, is they think property taxpayers should pay for all this infrastructure. They think that families in smaller communities should bear the cost of this major infrastructure that has benefits to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we think that Canada has a role in playing for transformational infrastructure, and we think that building infrastructure across this country creates good-paying jobs, economic opportunities, Indigenous-owned opportunities, an ability to invest in clean projects that are going to transform our GHG emission reduction targets. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful, it's reckless, but it's no surprise that the Conservatives completely are out of touch when it comes to the needs of the Canadians, to how terrible their record is, and how Canadian property taxpayers don't think municipalities should have to bear the brunt of all of this infrastructure, because the Government of Canada, the private sector, and others have a role to play in building infrastructure right across this country. But it's because Conservatives don't really have the innovative thought process to move forward on projects that actually matter, to get difficult projects built, because all they care about is flashy slogans. And again, I think today they're going to be really rethinking some of their strategy and having to pivot. But Mr. Speaker, I look forward to time and time again talking about our infrastructure record, because when you compare it to the reckless Conservatives, we win every single time.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And back in May of 2022, the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities did a full and detailed examination of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. They came back with one single recommendation, and that was to abolish the Canada Infrastructure Bank. That was the only recommendation that could be made from this committee's findings. As I glanced through the committee's findings and that detailed report that they did, there was many, many reasons why they came to that conclusion. But one thing that jumped out to me was that the annual office expenditures of $42 million were for a staff of 74 people. That's just astounding numbers, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know from the member opposite if she thinks that's justifiable numbers for such a small staff of $42 million.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Once again, I actually feel bad for Conservatives today because the report he's referring to actually came out, and the recommendations made by Conservatives actually came out before we did an additional study on the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which spoke about governance issues, which spoke about changes that have been made, which spoke about improvements, getting projects built. So, Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives are going to use lines that are sent to them, they might want to look at the updates in terms of what actually happened at committee, because we heard a lot about the governance changes. In fact, the Canada Infrastructure Bank admitted that they were slow to start, but now, once they're going, they're roaring ahead, delivering real results for Canadian communities.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleague for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts, raised an excellent point. If we look at all of infrastructures in Canada, 98% of infrastructure is under provinces and municipalities. Only 2% of infrastructure belongs to the federal government. Question to my colleague, would it not be more logical for direct transfers to be made to provinces so that they can manage their own infrastructures because they own 98% of these infrastructures? Would it not be more logical to simply just directly transfer funds to provinces than have it managed by the federal government, which sometimes gives contract to their friends at the end of the day through the Infrastructure Bank?
L'Honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My answer to that is we can do both. Canada can be bold when it comes to addressing the infrastructure gaps in this country. We have committed to, for example, long-term, sustainable, permanent transit funding to do just what the member opposite has said, to ensure that provinces, territories, municipalities can do long-term planning. But the role of the Canada Infrastructure Bank is to ensure that those most difficult projects to get through the door, to get shovels in the ground happen. And Mr. Speaker, I take some objection to the member opposite suggesting that the Canada Infrastructure Bank is allowing Liberal friends to get rich. Would he say that the school buses for Quebec are somehow making people rich, or is it that it's enriching communities to ensure that there are zero-emission buses? Quebec has been a leader when it comes to a clean economy. Why would they be opposed to school buses allowing to be green so kids have cleaner air in the province of
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for her interventions today. I have to say it feels a little bit like the Liberals are saying that they're good enough because they're not as bad as the Conservatives, which seems to often be the case in this place. Now, unfortunately, during the study, the Parliamentary Budget Officer actually said that there was a shortfall in spending. They actually even came back a second time and stated that we were $19 million off the timeline that the Liberals set. So they set their own timeline that they are not meeting. Now, I understand she says these are difficult projects to have in place, but I was speaking to my constituent Scott Parker today, and he was telling me he is tired of hearing about how it's difficult to get these projects happening. He wants to see real action. And this is the problem. It is too slow. It is too inefficient. It has been proven to not be working for Indigenous and Northern communities. And folks are tired of the empty promises from the Liberals. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has made that clear that we are not going to meet the targets. I don't understand how she can justify that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, by no means am I suggesting that the Liberal infrastructure plan is only good because it's better than the Conservatives. I'm suggesting that I can't believe the Conservatives would block the ability to modernize legislation to deal with national security matters, and they picked a topic of infrastructure where their record is so abysmal. I take the member opposite's comments to heart in the sense that hard projects are difficult to get through the door. But with that being said, Mr. Speaker, there have been a number of governance changes at the Canada Infrastructure Bank. There have been a number of improvements made, and some very real tangible projects are happening. Like I mentioned, the Alberta Broadband Project, Aero Technology Group, with 20 Indigenous communities and 4 rural communities that are underserviced in broadband that are having their communities connected. Mr. Speaker, there's always room to do more, but there are very real projects improving communities right across this country happening as we speak.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Pickering Uxbridge, I really appreciated her impassioned speech. We hear daily in this House comments about how the Canada Infrastructure Bank is doing nothing. I think my colleague and I, being from Durham Region, know quite well that we've had some major investments from the Canada Infrastructure Bank of repayable financing for Durham Region Transit. I wonder if she could speak to the major difference that's making for our transit system in our region.
Mr. Secretary.
And I appreciate my colleague's intervention. I was a regional councillor under the Harper government, and one of the reasons I ran for federal office was because of the lack of investments in our communities, the lack of partnerships at the federal level to invest in our communities. Because if our communities are not able to produce economically, then the country suffers. The federal government has a role in building out our communities in a sustainable way. And Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives would like to do is just download these costs to property taxpayers. I saw it time and time again, and it is why I'm so passionate about this subject, because we all have a role to play in building up our communities.
Questions and comments. We'll go online first. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, Highway 97 between Peachland and Summerland being 4-laned, the Princeton, Hope-Princeton Highway widened. These are investments that have never been made by a federal government for 30 years, but it was done by the Harper government. Changes in the 2014 gas tax agreement that allowed gas taxes to be used for a whole range of things. Advanced wastewater treatment all through the Okanagan. Mr. Speaker, this particular parliamentary secretary talks a big game, but when Mr. Harper had to do stimulus, we actually built things. Instead, this particular government builds up bureaucracy. Does the member not understand that the parliamentary committee, and that includes NDP and Bloc members, agreed that the $35 billion that were used and taken away from municipalities to build the infrastructure bank were not used? They were warned that this new concept would probably not work, and all we've seen so far is executives receiving big bonuses every year and very little transparency. Will the member admit that the bank is a failure, and her lack of even addressing the issue in her speech and talking about other investments and just pointing the finger to our side just shows the lack of competence on theirs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, clearly the member opposite was probably not listening to the countless examples of projects that the investments in the infrastructure bank are actually delivering on. And Mr. Speaker, what we've heard time and time again from communities is, yes, we need those traditional infrastructure programs to deal with the needs that communities are facing right now. But in addition to that, we need big, bold ideas, which is what the Canada Infrastructure Bank represents, to be able to build those projects that, frankly, sometimes municipalities and communities can't do on their own. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, that it's our communities deserve to have the federal government involved in ensuring that they are built up, that investments are made, and that we are working to provide expertise as well to ensure that some of these more challenging projects do get built. But it's in addition to traditional infrastructure projects that municipalities continue to say they want and support.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government has created a series of complicated and inefficient infrastructure programs that have regularly failed to deliver results and to get money out the door. The Canada Infrastructure Bank, this government's flagship policy is no exception to this fact. It has been an immense failure. It has spent millions. By the way, Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member from Sarnia-Lambton. The Infrastructure Bank has spent millions on overhead, high-priced consultants, CEO payouts, bonuses, and corporate welfare, while failing to get critical infrastructure built as a part of their mandate. It's debatable whether the bank has even built even one infrastructure project. In fact, last year, the bank spent twice as much money on salaries, on bonuses, than they paid in actual infrastructure. And they spent almost $1 million on consulting and legal fees for an electricity project that never, ever got off the ground. The mandate of the bank is essentially to attract private sector investment for low-cost loans and reduce the risk in order to get infrastructure built. But what this government's bank has done is that it has turned into a form of taxpayer-funded corporate welfare. The bank repeatedly puts taxpayers on the hook for millions of dollars in subsidizing multi-billion-dollar corporations, handing them low-cost interest rates loans at a much lower rate than what Canadians can go to the bank and get for themselves. It is frankly perverse, Mr. Speaker, that while Canadians are suffering with almost double-digit interest rates for their mortgages, while Canadians are struggling to put food on their table, while Canadians are rationing even their children's baby formula, while Canadians are worried about whether or not they will be able to heat their homes and fill their gas tank to go to work, that we are being so careless with taxpayer-funded loans to this bank that this bank gives out. While they fear that they will not be able to make their mortgage payments, the average Canadian has these real fears, Mr. Speaker. They are being asked simultaneously to subsidize billion-dollar companies to build projects that aren't even successful and often not needed and could be built better by the private sector. The bank was given a budget of $35 billion, courtesy of the taxpayers 6 years ago. The Liberals promised that the taxpayers would see a return on investment of 4 times the amount of the investments from the private sector investors. They even anticipated that the investments from the municipalities and provinces would yield an 11 times multiplier. But that was 6 years ago, and that has not happened. Private investment has not even been returned on a 1-to-1 ratio from this bank, Mr. Speaker. The Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities determined that the Infrastructure Bank was not fixable. It needed to be abolished. And its sole recommendation was that this bank be abolished in its report. The committee's recommendation was based on the testimony given by stakeholders involved in the infrastructure projects across this entire country. Witnesses highlighted that the bank was inefficient, that the bank lacked transparency, and that the bank was unable to secure the private investments that it promised it would secure. At a time of a 40-year high interest rate, 40-year high inflation, when Canadians are struggling, Mr. Speaker, with the cost of home heating and groceries, with food, with daily living expenses, when they can't even afford their mortgage payments, Mr. Speaker, anymore, because of this government's hefty deficit spending that has driven up interest rates. Canadians cannot afford to continue to subsidize this government's bad investment. And Canadians can no longer afford to foot the bill for this bank that can't even deliver one single infrastructure project to Canadians. Conservatives will create a winnable process that gets infrastructure built and develops communities without wasting taxpayer dollars. The bank's executives each gave themselves bonuses last year, Mr. Speaker. Big bonuses, in fact. Canada Infrastructure Bank paid $7.7 million in bonuses to every single one of its executives from getting 0 projects done. They got bonuses for not producing, $1 million bonuses for not producing. Speaking of efficiency, that is some level of incompetence, Mr. Speaker. Last year, fiscal year 2021-2022, the bank also spent twice as much money on bonuses and salaries as it did on projects. So this bank is here to finance executives and elites while Canadians are suffering. Makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, infrastructural project spending went down by more than half of the previous year, and spending in salaries went up by 35%. Mr. Speaker, speaking of interest rates, it's really ironic that it is because of this government's failed economic policies and irresponsible spending that the bank's projects have failed. And I will give you an example of this. The Lake Erie Connector Project, the bank actually invested $655 million in a $1.7 billion project to build a water electricity cable that is now dead in the water due to financial volatility and inflation. $655 million was promised to a multi-billion-dollar company, Fortis Inc., for an electricity project that ironically failed due to inflation. And the inflation was caused by this Liberals government's overspending and reckless spending. In a local press release at the time, they said, this is what the company said, ITC made the decision to suspend the project after determining there is not a viable path to achieve successful negotiations and other requirements within the required project schedule. External conditions, including rising inflation, interest rates, and fluctuations in the U.S. to Canada foreign exchange rate, would prevent the company from coming to a customer agreement that would sufficiently capture both the benefits and the cost of the project. An ITC spokesperson said it is in a prepared media statement. As a result, the company believes suspending the project is in the best interest of stakeholders. The project failed due to interest rates. One and a half years ago, the Liberals were gushing about their new partnership with Fortis, a private company that rakes in billions of dollars in revenue every year, promising tons of low-carbon energy, billions in GDP, and hundreds of Canadian jobs. Where are those billions? Where are those projects? They never materialize. Conservatives warned from the beginning that this was a risky and inappropriate use of taxpayer dollars, and we were ignored. We found out later that the bank wasted almost $1 million in taxpayer dollars on consulting and legal fees for an electricity project that never got off the ground. The Lake Erie Connector project demonstrates why this bank is an expensive failure. They are spending millions and they can't get a single project built. At a time when Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, where almost 2 million Canadians every month are going to the food bank, visiting the food bank, this government keeps wasting taxpayer dollars. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to highlight that even this Fortis project, it was not transparent. We also witnessed very recently the situation with the Fairmount, where where this bank was...
Order. I do have to interrupt the honourable member for the time has expired, but I go to questions and comments. The honourable government House Leader, or Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You really and truly, you just can't make this stuff up. It's incredible. The member that just spoke, she says not even one project. You want to talk about conservative spin and misinformation? You can't. It blows my mind. Think about it. This particular member has a project in her own backyard, in her constituency. Has she ever heard of Oneida Energy Storage? $170 million coming from the Canada Investment Bank to complement a $500 million project, which is going to help her constituents. That's one of 48 projects. Yet the Conservatives try to tell Canadians there is no projects. My God, are they serious? You want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Speaker? And they want to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank? Absolutely shame. They are reckless. They are risky. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they better do their homework because they are on a totally different planet.
Member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, well, that was quite the dramatic intervention there. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the Canada Infrastructure Bank does fund projects, but they do so in a reckless way that the projects, they never get to completion. And that is what we are talking about, that this bank cannot complete a project. They funded Fortis, and then they hid the fact that the project actually failed. And this project was in my community, would have affected my community of Haldimand, Norfolk, where I reside, the community that I represent. And they hid the fact that this project failed. They provided no updates on their website. They did not even answer to it until we brought a question in this House asking them for transparency, and that's the only way we got an answer.
Wow. Question et commentaire à l'honorable député de Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouatois-Les Basques.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always interesting to hear the Conservative Party talk about infrastructure projects that the government failed, but there's one infrastructure project we never hear about from the Conservatives, and yet it's one of the biggest infrastructure projects of Canada's history. And you know which one it is? The Trans Mountain Pipeline Project. A pipeline. The government bought that in 2017, $4.5 billion. There was a project to twin it, which represented $7.4 billion, and then it went up to $12.6 billion in 2020, and then hit $21.4 billion. And now we're getting close to $31 billion, $30.9 billion. That's 4 times more. Is my colleague ready to say that an infrastructure project that costs 4 times as much as expected should be withdrawn, that we should stop investing immediately and sell it off? The honourable member.
Well, a part of the reason why we're seeing companies actually not want to invest in Canada is because of the unpredictability of our legislative and regulatory framework. And when companies invest in this country and then the rules are changed midstream, it breeds corporate insecurity. And so the question that my friend posed, the increases in the cost is due to this government, this Liberal government's failed regulations, their failed intervention, their failed interactions with corporations that would cause security and investment.
Questions and comments. A very brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from Dream, a company, another REIT, that is using public financing through CMHC to build housing because it's cheaper, Mr. Speaker. We now know that the Infrastructure Bank, that private investors are looking at this financing because it's cheaper, making profits off of public money. But when we look to Toronto, for example, and the Mayor of Toronto is looking to build 60,000 units that would cost about $13 billion in financing to ensure there's no homelessness. Does my colleague not agree that if we're going to use public financing to do investments, that it should be going to public housing to serve public interest?
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk, very brief.
My colleague has a very, very good point. We just recently found out that the Infrastructure Bank actually funded $46.5 billion loan to Fairmount Hotel, which the lowest room there is $500 a night, up to $1,400 a night that most Canadians cannot afford to even stay there for one night, and they claim it's for a retrofit project. My colleague's question is very viable because there are many Canadians who would like help with retrofitting their homes, and they cannot apply for low interest rates like
We do have to move on. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak about the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Now, I think at the outset it's important to reflect upon how this bank got started and what promises were made when it was put together. And so $35 billion that had been earmarked for infrastructure in municipalities was taken by the federal government back to create this bank. Okay? So the money that municipalities needed to build their roads and their sewers and keep their bridges upgraded and everything else, they took that money and they put it in this infrastructure bank. And the story at the time was that they were going to attract private investors and they were going to leverage taxpayers' money probably 11 times. Okay? So here we are now, 7 years later. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you thought I was going to say after 8 long years, but no, from 2016 to 2023, 7 years. No projects have been built. And there have been lots of comments about the projects that are on the way to being built, but I would tell you as an engineer who worked in building and construction that if you had given me $35 billion 7 years ago, I certainly would have built something by now, instead of just paying large salaries, as we heard my former colleague talk about, to executives. Now, in comparison, the Conservatives under Stephen Harper had multiple different kinds of infrastructure funds, and they spent $53 billion, and they did 43,000 infrastructure projects in 10 years. Compare that to 7 years and 0 projects completed. Or compare it to some of the other infrastructure projects overtaken by the Liberal government. They took a pipeline that Kinder Morgan was going to build for $4.5 billion. They paid $7 billion for it. And now it's cost $30 billion and it's not finished yet, Mr. Speaker. And so that's the reason that the committee, when they talked about the infrastructure bank, they listened to witnesses who were involved in it. They invited the parliamentary budget officer. And at the end of the day, they had one recommendation. And that recommendation was to abolish the bank because it clearly was not coming anywhere near achieving the goals. And if we talk about the money leveraging that was supposed to happen, you can even go to the government webpage. They started with $35 billion. And if you go out there now, you'll see that they've got $38 billion. So the $3 billion extra that came in as this great leveraged money is really, over that period of time, a 1.7% increase. They would have been better to put the money in the bank and invest it, and they would have made more money than they've leveraged in this existing infrastructure bank. Now, what I would say is that if you listen to the people that are talking about the good things that this infrastructure bank could do, it's not that Canada doesn't have a need for infrastructure. Okay? We don't build anything. Under this Liberal government, 18 LNG facilities were cancelled. Talk about broadband. Broadband is something everyone needs. The government's been repeatedly called on to increase the amount of broadband, but again, 0 projects have come out of this particular fund. We need nuclear facilities. We know that to meet the existing electrical demands and to grow, we don't have enough electricity in the grid, and we don't have enough infrastructure in the grid. In my riding of Sarnia-Lambton, we are having a number of new plants built, but we don't have enough electricity or infrastructure there. These are projects that Canada needs to build as a nation. We hear demands from other places across the country where they need rail infrastructure, places that need airport infrastructure. And of course, the need for pipelines to get our products to one coast or the other. So I'm not here to say that we don't need infrastructure. I'm just saying this government doesn't seem to be able to build anything. Now, we've had much discussion in the House of Commons about the housing crisis in this country, that we have the most land, but we've built the fewest houses. In fact, the Liberal government built the same number of houses that were built in 1972. And this after recognizing that we're 5.5 million spaces short. Well, one would think that if you don't know what to do with the $35 billion in the infrastructure bank and you have a huge housing crisis in the country, maybe that's the place to start, to funnel that money to municipalities who have plans. My riding of Sarnia-Lambton has got a great plan. They've put $38 million over 10 years into affordable housing, $40 million to maintain and upgrade the existing housing, and they have 5 projects in 5 years that will create 2,000 spaces. We're trying to close an affordable housing gap of about 6,500. So municipalities, many of them have plans, and the plans are different, and they could use this money back that's in the infrastructure bank, busy paying off bonuses to executives and not finishing projects. So that is something that should be considered. We also have a lot of infrastructure needs related to climate change. Shoreline erosion is the first one I would raise. In my riding, we need $150 million to address the shoreline erosion. I know that the member from Cumberland-Colchester was talking to me about the one way of transiting to access their land, and it is being eroded by shoreline erosion, same as the other climate change things, but that if that will cut off the Atlantic provinces if that thing collapses, and it's really needing work. So, I think there are needs for infrastructure. What I would say is that we shouldn't be giving all of our money away to build infrastructure in other places, like the Asian Infrastructure Bank that the Liberals gave $250 million to build pipelines that they won't build here in other places. So, Mr. Speaker, I always try to bring some positive ideas when I speak in the House. And so one of the ideas that they might want to try is something that is being done in my riding, where these post-war houses are built structurally to take another level on top. And private mortgagers are giving mortgages to first-time home buyers to redo the house with an apartment above and an apartment below that can support the mortgage and triple the amount of housing. Something like that would be a great thing to do with the amount of money that was put in the infrastructure bank. But instead, it's a failed initiative. And the one recommendation from committee, Mr. Speaker, was to abolish the bank. And I do support that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We do have time for about one question and questions and comments. The honourable member for, or honourable parliamentary secretary, the government House leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the member not at least acknowledge the reality of the fact that there are numerous projects that are into work, and you can't have a multi-billion-dollar investment and expect it to be done in 6 months. It takes time. There are 48 projects, so the Conservatives are being misleading when they try to give Canadians the impression that there is not one project has actually been done.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton with a brief answer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did go on the government website to take a look at the projects that were listed there, and many of them are in the state of memorandum of understanding. That is a letter of intent. That is what it is. In 7 years, you should be able to have shovels in the ground, and you should be near completion. I finished a $1 billion project in 3.5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Jennis, seconded by Mr. McLean, moved that the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities presented on Monday, May 2nd, 2022 be now concurred in. Si un député
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for
Prince.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, we would like a recorded vote. Thank you.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Routine proceedings. The House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to, a little bit later than in the morning than I had anticipated, into the afternoon, presenting a petition on behalf of nearly 1,000 residents of Saanich Gulf Islands who are very concerned for the fate of the endangered little bird, the marbled murrelet. It's actually protected under the International Convention for Protection of Migratory Birds. The Government of Canada is ignoring its obligations to protect this endangered species, which is, I've had the great pleasure of getting to visit and watch the marbled murrelet up close and in person in the old growth forests of Haida Gwaii. This little bird actually, it's a seabird, but it nests in the roots of old growth trees. That's the only place it nests. And as the little birds emerge, little fluff balls with very comical feet, it tears off to the shore and follows the unique call of its mother. It dives into the ocean waters and stays there.
Sorry, point of order.
Order, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
I very much appreciate this, but I believe that petitions are supposed to stick to petitions so we don't end up with overly political speeches. And if we set a precedent, then other people will abuse it. But I did like the story.
I thank the Honourable Member, and I would just encourage the member to briefly respond, and we'll carry on.
Well, I would say the pith and substance of this petition is the specific dependence of the marbled murrelet on the specific and unique nesting in the old growth forest. So I'm sorry for adding a personal anecdote of having seen this in person, but I don't think it was overly political. But I take the Honourable Member's point. Succinct petitions require that this government pay attention, and these petitioners require that the government pay attention to the obligations which are international through the Migratory Birds Convention Act and also domestic through the Species at Risk Act, and take immediate steps to halt the logging of old growth forests, particularly in British Columbia. They also highlight the specific areas of tree farm licenses where the old growth forest that sustains the existence and uniquely sustains the existence of the marbled murrelet. I'll close there, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay for giving me a chance to complete that thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And I remind Honourable Members to try to be brief in their comments so we can get as many petitions in as possible. The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise again to present a petition on behalf of my constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 19th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River are fed up with this NDP Liberal government's soft on-crime policies that put violent repeat offenders on the streets instead of behind bars. Small rural communities do not have the resources to deal with this out-of-control crime caused by out-of-touch Liberal government. The petitioners are calling for action with jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their communities. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member of Peace River, Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to see you in the chair there. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present petitions from Canadians from across the country, including many of my own constituents, who are concerned about the consent and age verification of those depicted in pornographic material. The petitioners are calling on the government to follow recommendation number 2 from the 2021 Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics report on MindGeek, which requires that all content hosting platforms in Canada verify age and consent prior to uploading content. Bill C-270, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, adds 2 offenses to the criminal code. The first requires age verification and consent prior to distribution, and the second requires the removal of material if consent is withdrawn. As such, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to pass Bill C-270 quickly, the Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. The next petition that I have to present, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the the tax regime that favors selling a small business or farm to a family member than to a stranger. They are concerned that family ownership and long-term business stability are weakened by the current tax rules, and the folks that have signed this petition note that small businesses are the backbone of our economy and communities. The average age of the Canadian farmer in 2016 was 55 years old, and the Canadian Federation of Agriculture estimates that $500 billion in farm assets are set to change hands in the next 10 years. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition call on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to support and quickly pass Bill C-208, the transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation, which ensures that farms and businesses can be transferred to the next generation without having to worry about unfair tax treatment, and to ensure that family-owned small businesses and farms are encouraged, supported, and that red tape would be eliminated. The next petition I am presenting today, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who want an end to all the COVID mandates and ArriveCAN app. Currently, the government has only suspended some of these mandates, but would rather that these would be eliminated entirely and that the ArriveCAN app would be entirely dissolved. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to finally and permanently end all federally regulated COVID mandates and restrictions. The next petition I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about how easy it is for young people to access sexually explicit material online, including violent and degrading explicit material. They comment that this access is an important health and public safety concern. Petitioners note that a significant portion of commercially accessed sexually explicit material has no age verification software, and that age verification software could ascertain the age of the user without the breach of their privacy rights. Petitioners also note the many serious harms associated with this kind of material, including the development of addiction, the development of attitudes favorable to sexual violence, and the harassment of women. As such, the folks that signed this petition, Mr. Speaker, are calling on the House of Commons to pass Bill S-210, the Protection of Young Persons Act, from the Exposure to Pornography Act. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who have noted that there is an increased risk of violence against women that increases when they are pregnant, and currently the injury or death of a preborn child is not considered an aggravating circumstance for sentencing in the Criminal Code of Canada. There is no legal protection for the preborn in Canada, and this legal void is extreme in that we don't even recognize them as victims of crime. Justice requires that the attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child be sentenced accordingly, and that the sentence match the crime. The folks that have signed this particular petition call on the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of pregnant women and or affliction of harm on the preborn child as an aggravating circumstance for sentencing in the Criminal Code. Mr. Speaker, another petition I have to present this afternoon is from folks from across the country who are concerned about the health and safety of firearm owners. Petitioners recognize the importance of owning firearms and that this is a part of our Canadian heritage. They are concerned about the impacts of hearing loss caused by the noise level of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These petitioners are also noted that sound moderators are the only universally accepted health and safety device that's criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries and most European countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators and in fact mandate them for many hunting, sport shooting events to reduce noise pollution. Petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to allow for legal firearm owners to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The final petition I have today, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the human rights situations in Turkey, Pakistan, and Bahrain. The petitioners note that Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahraini officials are committing gross human rights violations against thousands of Turks, including 8 Turkish Canadians. The petitioners say that the Turkish officials have killed hundreds, including Gökhan Akalo, The petitioners say that the Turkish officials have wrongfully detained over 300,000 people without reason, and the petitioners say that multiple international human rights groups have confirmed this gross human rights violation in Turkey. The petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada closely monitor the human rights situation in Turkey and sanction Turkish officials who have committed these gross human rights violations against the 8 Canadians and killed 1 Canadian, and call on the Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain governments to end all human rights violations in their respective countries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Orders du jour.
Government Orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
I wish to inform the House that due to an administrative error, there is a portion of the text missing in the printed version of the notice paper for report stage motion number 1 in relation to Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Le texte manquant devrait...
The missing text should appear at the beginning of Part B of the motion. The text will appear correctly, is correctly present on our website. Our printed version is available at the office.
This may have caused honourable members. There are 3 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for report stage of Bill C-34. Motions numbered 1 to 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les...
I shall now propose motions number 1 to 3 to the House.
So you have to read the motion number, and that's Mr. Rodriguez. 4.
Mr. Rodriguez for Mr. Champagne. Motion number 1. Monsieur Rodriguez for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that Bill C-34 in Clause 4 be amended. A, by replacing lines 2 and 3 on page 3 with the following. Notice for review under Section 15 within 45 days after the certified date referred to in paragraph A or within the prescribed period. B, by adding after line 16 on page 3 of the following. 4, paragraph 13(3)(b) of the Act is replaced with the following. B, in a case where the receipt contains the advice referred to in subparagraph 1(b)(2), no notice for review is sent to the non-Canadian pursuant to Section 15 within 45 days after the certified date referred to in paragraph 1A or within the prescribed period. Motion number 2, Mr. Rodriguez for Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Hussein, moves that Bill C-34 in Clause 8 be amended. A, by replacing line 11 on page 5 with the following. 8 paragraphs 17(2)(b) and (c) of the Act are replaced by the B, by adding after line 17 on page 5 of the following. C, in the case of an investment reviewable pursuant to Section 15, forthwith on receipt of a notice for review referred to in subparagraph 15(1)(b)(2) or paragraph 15(2)(d). Motion number 3, Mr. Perkins, seconded by Mr. McLean, moves that Bill C-34 be amended by deleting Clause 15. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be here. Here we are debating Bill C-34. We were actually supposed to be debating it a few hours ago, but instead of debating C-34, the Conservatives, in their reckless wisdom, thought it would be better to amplify what their party's position is on Canada's infrastructure bank, which, as I've pointed out in my debate, is totally and absolutely bizarre in terms of how they're positioning. And I do have before I get on to the actual debate of the amendments, I do have an observation and a plea to my Conservative friends. You know, Canadians were disappointed when they made that flip-flop on the price on pollution, a fairly significant flip-flop. I would encourage them to do another flip-flop on the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Mr. Speaker. Canadians would benefit immensely if they were to do that. So I highly recommend that particular flip-flop. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I am glad that we finally are on the debate that we were supposed to be discussing. I think it is important to recognize at the end of the day when we talk about the Investment Canada Act that the last time I believe was actually amended was about maybe 12 years ago, 14 years ago. And there's been a great deal that has actually taken place. And when we talk about the issue of things such as foreign interference takes place in many different ways. And one of those ways can be through investments, significant investments. And when you think of investments, you often got to think of it maybe in two ways. There's those that will invest in Canada, and it's just to get a rate of return. They're not necessarily a majority. They're not taking ownership, if I can put it that way. Then there's investments where ownership is taken over. And I think that most Canadians, including myself, Mr. Speaker, have a great deal of concern in regards to when that takes place. So when I think in terms of whether it's the amendments or the legislation itself, we have to be very careful in recognizing that what we are debating today through amendments and the bill itself is ways in which we can update or modernize the Investment Canada Act. I want you to focus in terms of technological changes and the whole development of AI and the impact that that is having on society. We have incredible companies throughout the country. We have endless minerals, potential for development and extraction. Many of the minerals that are in exceptionally high demand can be found here in Canada. We have companies that are leading the world in terms of certain sectors. AI, I would suggest to you, is one of them. Anything related to many companies that are technologically advanced. We have been putting a great deal of focus as a government on green jobs, recognizing not the millions, not even billions, it gets close to that trillion of dollars of investments that are out there around the world. We have to be very much aware of that and realizing that Canada does have a place to play. And we have to be able to protect our industries. The technological advancement and the AI that's taking place today, that's why we have things such as copyrights and patents. We don't want a company that's coming from abroad, per se, coming into Canada, buying something and then taking it out of Canada, where it then Canada loses out because of that leading technology that was a part of that particular company. That's why it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we see this legislation ultimately get passed, because it does modernize the Investment Canada Act. Think of it in the terms of national security, reviewing, and how it is that we can take a look at certain aspects of industries. Maybe it could be anything from military development, military weapons, to something such as internet artificial intelligence that's being developed here in Canada, and what's in Canada's best interest. Because it's not in Canada's best interest just to accept all international investments coming into our country. I would suggest to you at times, as a government, you want to be in a position in which you can put in some constraints. Take actions, specific actions, that will protect Canadian industries, and I would suggest to you Canadians as a whole. It also ensures the type of growth in certain sectors that we want to promote and encourage, and in fact we often provide incentives for those industries, Mr. Speaker. Canada, through many trade agreements that we have signed off on over the last number of years, has created opportunities, not only for opportunities for people to go outside, but also, or investment to go outside, but also for investments to come into the country. And I would suggest to you that Canada, as a result of the many different trade agreements and the reputation Canada as a whole around the world, is a great place to invest. And we see billions and billions of dollars every year that enter our country for a multitude of different reasons. But let there be no doubt, a lot of it is because of Canada's reputation in the world as being a safe place to invest. And at the end of the day, it's those investments and others that we have to at least be aware of in terms of how it's impacting Canadian jobs, not only for today, those good, hard-working, middle-class type of jobs, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we're protecting them well into the future. And what this legislation does is it empowers the minister in different areas of the department to do just that, provide a higher sense of security and ensure that Canadian best interests are better served, Mr. Speaker. That's what I like about the legislation. And I do believe it's very timely. It's timely because as we continue to grow in commerce throughout the world, that we have to make sure that we have the regulations and the laws that are in place to protect the population from a wide spectrum of things that could be coming about, Mr. Speaker. So I look to my colleagues, in particular across the way, and recognize that instead of trying to filibuster this legislation by doing what they did earlier, Mr. Speaker, we could have been debating this. I could have been given this speech over 3 hours ago. It would have been nice to ultimately even seen this legislation possibly pass, because it's just report stage. It's got to go through third reading. It would have been nice to be able to see if we could even have passed it before the 2 o'clock or question period. Well, we know that's not going to happen now because they were successful with their 3-hour filibuster. But they're the ones that came up with that decision, Mr. Speaker. For us, I would hope that members across the way will see the value in the legislation for what it is. And it is about ensuring that Canada is positioned well from a worldwide perspective on investments and being able to better create and promote industries here in Canada from a wide spectrum, thereby providing the type of jobs or keeping the jobs, many of the jobs we still have, and growing our economy well into the future, providing good quality jobs for our middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Questions and comment. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to see you in the chair today. I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, and I listened intently to his remarks on the Investment Canada Act changes. What we're debating here today is the report stage and some amendments in it. We have put forward a particular amendment that restores cabinet decision-making in reviewing foreign investment. This bill actually takes that out in Clause 15. And I wonder if the parliamentary secretary thinks that cabinet decision-making is of value, or should we just have a lot of little independent ministers who can run roost over making individual decisions on whether an investment is good for Canada or not, without the input of their colleagues, including their colleagues from Quebec or other parts of the country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand. I wasn't in the committee, and I suspect the member was in committee, that there was a number of amendments that were being proposed, and there was one of them in which it required some unanimous consent, and as a result of not getting unanimous consent, that I think is encouraging, and hopefully we will see some amendments. I don't know offhand in terms of the member is going to get the opportunity to explain his perspective on his amendment, and I'm not going to predetermine in terms of what it is the position of the government's going to be on it. But I can assure the member that as a government, we're definitely very much concerned about making sure that we get this right.
Questions and comment, L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to see you as Speaker. With the Investment Canada Act, I think that a revision was necessary, especially when we think of companies in COVID, like aviation companies and aircraft production companies. In this context, there's an issue. Do we protect them enough? We talked about the subject at committee. At what point do we trigger an investigation? I'd like to hear more details on that. Should we have gone deeper into when we trigger an investigation so we can protect our SMEs and other businesses?
Parlementaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the province of Quebec, the province of Manitoba has a very healthy aerospace industry, and the technology that's there is absolutely incredible. And when you start to take a look at things such as computer components and the whole area of AI, I suspect that there are companies outside of Canada that would dearly love to be able to get their hands on some of this information, and maybe not necessarily want to keep the jobs, those good quality jobs in communities. And that's one of the reasons why it was important that we bring forward legislation of this nature. Again, the real details of it, I'm a bit reluctant to provide comment on. I suspect that the member, if he has some very specific question, might be best advised to check with the minister in question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Good to see you in the chair. A specific question then to the parliamentary secretary. The former Minister of Industry, who was a Liberal, allowed the takeover of Zellers from the American conglomerate Target. Subsequently, we saw the loss of all the Zellers stores across Canada, which included unions and also benefits, and they actually had a small profit. Target actually then closed all shops up in Canada. Does he regret the minister's decision at that time to allow this takeover to take place?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that the minister does have an obligation to review things. And at the end of the day, when I think 10 years ago, and things do change, ask yourself how many dollar stores or Dollar Tree stores did you see, around, at the turn of the century, and where they are today. Even stores like Giant Tiger store that have popped up more in the community. I would suggest to you that there's probably more of them than there were Zeller stores. There's a wide spectrum of things that have to be taken into account that the government is ultimately responsible for. I'm concerned about, yes, the biggest one that I had was actually when Loblaws assumed Shoppers back, 10 years ago or so. That, to me, was something that I don't know if I would have approved of. The Target and the Zeller store, I just don't know enough about the details of it. All I do know is there seems to be a lot of retail competition, especially if you factor in the advancement of the Internet.
Resuming debate, I do apologize to the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, wasn't able to get her in for question, but resuming debate, the Honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-34, which is the Act to amend the Investment Canada Act, we're debating that today at report stage. We're dealing with a new amendment from this bill from our side of the House, from the Conservatives, as well as some housekeeping amendments from the government side. And just to make sure that everybody understands who's watching what the Investment Canada Act is about. It's about the acquisition of Canadian companies by foreign entities, foreign companies, foreign governments that come to Canada and try and acquire our businesses. There is a government process to go through that through Investment Canada, the Minister of Industry, and currently Cabinet. Cabinet's being removed from the process in this bill, but I'll speak to that in a moment. Our friend, our old friends here, Wayne Gretzky said, and I know everybody here admires Wayne Gretzky, that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And this bill fits that description. While it makes administrative amendments and speeds up the process a little, it missed the opportunity to actually take a look at what's happening in the Canadian economy and deal with the issue of increasing acquisitions of assets and businesses of various sizes, from small to a few $1 million to mineral rights, right up to large corporations by hostile states hostile to us. And it, as has been said before, it's been 14 years since this act has been amended, and a lot has changed in the world in 14 years, in particular around the way that state-owned enterprises around the world are now becoming extraterritorial and taking over companies around the world for their own economic interests. So I believe that this bill, and our challenge with this bill, is that it thinks small. It didn't use this opportunity to take a shot on the net and score a goal by recognizing the change in the global economy and what's happening to the outright sale of Canadian businesses and assets to hostile states. So this minister is a minister of broken bills. That's why we're having to do more amendments to it. His other bill, C-27, after a year and a half, he's had to do other amendments to it. Perhaps if he had spent more time here in Canada understanding what was going on, he might have produced better legislation. So they missed the chance to think big and understand what's going on in our economy. And I'll tell you what's going on in our economy. I call it the Chinese government Cold War. We're in a new Cold War. It's not one of bombs and military in that sense. It's the quiet and silent takeover of the economic assets of other countries. This is how China is gaining influence all around the world. We all know about the election interference issues, but those things are perhaps a little more obvious than this is to Canadians. This creeping strategic control by the Communist Party of China of Canada's assets and those of other countries. Other countries have put in place mechanisms within their investment acts to recognize this and present this. This bill, as it was introduced in the House and as it was debated at second reading, did not contain any of that. Businesses as small as, in my riding, lobster buyers. Lobster buyers in my riding, $2 million businesses being bought for $10 million business by China. They own a number of lobster businesses, the government in my riding. It's how they're getting control of our seafood assets behind the door. And they're doing the same in agriculture, buying land and farms in Western Canada, buying mineral rights in our land, buying our more obvious things, buying, and I'll speak to some of this, buying companies like our only producing lithium mine in Canada. So Bill C-34 missed a lot and did all these little small administrative changes. Now, you know, this Communist Party of China Cold War being ignored in Canada might be just out of incompetence. But it also could be, as we know, that the Prime Minister believes that China is his most admired country. So maybe it is more strategic. So let's just take a look at the Liberal government's record on this issue. They allowed a telecom company from BC called Norsat to be acquired by a company called Hytera, which is Chinese-based, in 2017. Hytera doesn't make any money. Conservatives demanded at the time a full national security review. The Liberal minister of the day refused to do so. and approved it. Well, lo and behold, in 2022, Hytera was charged with 21 counts of espionage in the United States and was banned from doing business in the United States. But only 8 months later, the RCMP in Canada, shockingly, bought telecommunications equipment from Hytera to put in their communication systems. And when I asked the RCMP in Industry Committee if they were aware that 8 months before, because it was in all the newspapers, Hytera had done this and been banned in the U.S., the RCMP shockingly said no. I referred earlier to the Tanko mine, our only producing lithium mine, which was bought by Sinomine Resources, a Chinese-owned mining company, and every ounce of that lithium in our critical minerals industry goes to China. So the record on this is very awkward, I'm sure, for the government to hear, but it's a growing concern, and they did not use that, or they did not take those things into consideration in drafting this bill. So, as a responsible opposition to His Majesty, the Conservatives proposed a number of amendments in committee, and thanks to the support of the other two opposition parties and the objections of the Liberals, we made some significant amendments. And those amendments include that any state-owned enterprise from a country that does not have a bilateral trade relationship with Canada, the threshold for review for that by the Government of Canada is now $0. Any transaction over $0 will now be reviewed, compared to what it is now, which is $512 million. China is buying a lot of assets under $512 million. It will now be zero. Same applies for a new concept. We added a new concept being that all asset sales need to be included in that test with a state-owned enterprise. So today we're also taking this one step further and saying that the minister has made yet another error, and that error is trying to consolidate all his power and ignore his cabinet colleagues. This bill changes the Investment Canada Act process. The Investment Canada Act process requires at the beginning when there's an acquisition made that the minister take his recommendation on how far to go with a national security and net benefit review into a study. This bill says he doesn't have to do that anymore. He can decide on his own. And at the end of the process, whatever those results are, he comes back and says, well, I'll decide whether I go to cabinet or not with the results of that. So removing cabinet from the decision-making process means that you don't get the breadth of experience of people around the cabinet table. You also don't get the breadth of experience from regional perspectives. For example, there have been companies brought in Quebec. If your industry minister is from Ontario and your public safety minister is from out west, they make the decision on their own without any input from Quebec. So I would expect that the Bloc Québécois would be opposed to that issue and would want to see Quebec representation in those decision-making processes, but this bill has a potential to eliminate that part of it. So we're proposing common sense Conservative amendments, as we did in committee, and thankfully we upped the ante of this bill and made it more than an administrative bill, that it's dealing with the serious international challenges we had by those 4 amendments that were accepted. By the way, there are 2 national tests in there. One is national security, the other is net benefit to Canada. We added a 3rd, Conservatives in committee, and that 3rd was if you've been convicted, if that company's been convicted of bribery and corruption, the minister now has to take that into consideration in deciding whether or not to approve the acquisition. A much added benefit that for some reason Liberals didn't think was worthy of it when they voted against it. So we believe that Conservatives have improved this bill dramatically. We're trying to improve it again in the spirits of good public policy for Canada and protecting our economy against hostile interests, which the Liberals seem not to care about. So I would urge this House and all members, from the Bloc Québécois to the NDP and the government, of course, to recognize that cabinet decision-making process is essential to get the full breadth of things and vote for our amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I had indicated earlier, is that we recognize very much so when you talk about foreign interference that it takes many different forms. One of those is through investments, and I'm glad to hear it would appear that the principle of the legislation, from what I can tell, the members of the Conservative Party are in fact supporting. So that being said, I would anticipate that the Conservative Party would like to see this legislation, no doubt, pass through all readings before Christmas, let's say. Is that a fair assessment?
The member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
One of my colleagues in response to that asked what year, which is funny. Yes, absolutely. The principle of the bill originally was an improvement of the current Investment Canada Act. We've improved it dramatically over what the government presented, so obviously we'll be voting for the amendments that we did to improve the bill, and we will have a robust debate in both report stage and third reading to give members a chance to speak on this important strategic issue for Canada. And I would hope that the government members will support my amendment today to ensure that we return to cabinet decision-making processes.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for South Shore St. Margaret's, who is my co-chair at the Industry Committee. And I must say that he is a colleague that I appreciate more and more. We've been working together for about a year, and I appreciate his rigor and his creativity sometimes. He is a person who defends small and medium businesses and proposed an amendment which I am in favor of in the principle. For instance, if the minister does not have time to do an in-depth review, we should grant more time. We should not incur the risk of public consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue provides a lot of great input into the Industry Committee, and appreciate we have a lot of thoughtful discussions. I agree that we shouldn't create artificial time when we're dealing with very critical acquisitions, whether it's a private sector company from around the world taking over Rona, for example, or whether it's a state-owned enterprise. The minister needs to not be restricted by arbitrary timelines so that they can get the adequate national security net benefit and now analyze whether they've been convicted of corruption or bribery, thanks to the Conservatives putting that in. That's right. That those are considerations that the government reviews in a thorough manner, not necessarily feeling that they have to rush it through.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's intervention, who works really hard at committee and comes well prepared. I understand the amendment he's putting forth right now with regards to consolidation of the minister's powers and not having, I guess, secondary support from cabinet. Maybe he wants to elaborate more of that. Is this because of the previous Conservative Industry Minister, Maxime Bernier? Is that what this amendment's about, the Maxime Bernier amendment? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I'd like to thank my friend from Windsor West. The question, no, actually I named this the Navdeep Bains Amendment, where he didn't review anything that went before him, particularly large companies from China. He approved them all without national security reviews. Right. Now we know why Navdeep Bains did that. It was so he could secure himself a big fat job on Bay Street, first with CIBC, and now with the most expensive telephone provider in the world, Rogers, where he sits atop the tower, now talking about the things he used to regulate and let go through. It's shocking, really, that Liberals would sell themselves for a job.
Not shocking. Questions and comments. I'll give the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands a 10-second question.
The 10 seconds, tough, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's. One of the acquisitions I wish had been reviewed, and I don't think Bill C-34, even with amendments, would catch it, was Paper Excellence buying up the pulp and paper mills of this country, all of Catalyst, all of Resolute, and in the member's home province, starting with Northern Pulp. It looks like it was all financed by the China Investment Bank. What does the member think about that?
The member for South Shore St. Margaret's, 10 seconds.
Well, if an acquisition is financed or controlled by a Chinese entity, thanks to the Conservatives, there is now a change to the Act that says anything over $0 is now reviewable by Investment Canada. And I appreciate the honourable member for bringing that up, which gives me the opportunity to once again explain how important our amendment improvement to the Act was to look out for those things.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for about 6 minutes before question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to reassure the interpreters that I won't try to squeeze my entire speech in that 6 minutes, even though I think I could. I hope I will avoid a question like the one raised by my colleague for Windsor West, but I'll get mentally ready for it just in case. C-34 just passed a significant stage. My colleagues identified other amendments at this stage, and I will talk about the Bloc Québécois position. This bill represents the first substantial review of the Investment Canada Act since 2009, when the government introduced a mechanism for assessing national security implications of foreign investments. Essentially, the bill aims to strengthen the government's power to monitor foreign investment that could compromise Canada's national security. C-34 introduced 7 major changes. A new pre-filing requirement for investments in designated sectors, ministerial authority to extend the national security review of investments, stronger penalties for non-compliance, ministerial authority to impose conditions during the national security review period, ministerial authority to accept undertakings to mitigate national security risks, improved information sharing with international counterparts, and new rules to protect information during judicial review. These changes, which were undoubtedly necessary, reflect the logical evolution of an increasingly interconnected world. Foreign investment plays a vital role in economic development, not just in Canada, but especially in Quebec. In recent months, members of the Industry and Technology Committee examined a number of important issues relating to foreign investment. We held 12 meetings, during which we heard from about 20 witnesses. Their testimony shed light on the debate and contributed to improving our collective understanding. We heard legitimate concerns about the potential vulnerability of our businesses and our sovereignty to ill-intentioned foreign investment. This strengthened our conviction that Bill C-34 represents an important step forward. As we considered each other's amendments, we each took a moment to focus on aspects we felt were important. I was especially vigilant to avoid harming Quebec's economy. I thought about the many investment situations that affected Quebec, and I would have liked the federal government to consider them as well, specifically in line with the recommendations of the Bélanger-Campeau Commission report, and open up certain sectors of the Act to make amendments to better protect Quebec's flagship sectors. The Conservatives tried to make changes that probably would have had disastrous consequences for Quebec's aerospace industry. They proposed to considerably restrict the possibility of foreign state-owned companies investing in sensitive sectors and to authorize such operations only with English-speaking countries such as the United States, Canada, Great Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, which are Five Eyes countries. In practical terms, let's look at the impact. For example, the takeover of Bombardier's C-Series Airbus, or rather by Airbus. The transaction was crucial for our aerospace sector. Airbus is a company owned by French and German governments, which are neither American nor English-speaking. Had amendments CPC 5 and 6 been in place, such a deal would have been prohibited with disastrous consequences for Quebec's aerospace sector. Sometimes that's what Conservatives' policies in the aerospace sector do. I appreciate the openness of the government, which agreed to consider clarifying that the purchase of the assets of a company is equivalent to the purchase of the company itself, which brought attention to the transactions under the law. This clarification was necessary, especially in the case of intangible assets, such as intellectual property, where there was a gap in previous legislation. It's crucial for our laws to protect national interests, including intellectual property. On some amendments, our position was more nuanced. I supported the idea of taking intellectual property into account when reviewing transactions because it strengthens our national security and protects our national assets. However, we must bear in mind that the main purpose of Bill C-34 is to align our security policies with those of the United States, an essential prerequisite for including Canada in their industrial modernization strategy, especially in the electrical sector. As proof, immediately after C-34 was tabled, Americans lifted the most protectionist measures of the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, which Biden announced just before his visit to Ottawa. On this subject, restrictions do remain in place on future incentives for purchasing electric vehicles, but these provisions will come into force later after current investments sufficiently increase the supply of cars to meet demand. There's every reason to believe they will be harmonized with the industrial component. In its agreements with the United States, Canada signed specific provisions on personal information in the defense sector, which allows Canadian companies to bid for Pentagon contracts, and that's been the case since 1956. Since these contracts give access to U.S. defense secrets, the U.S. government is asking for information on our company's personnel to conduct security investigations. We have to be careful to avoid losing this privilege. I would like to take this opportunity to tell you about other ideas that emerge during our work at the committee. And I will continue if you will permit, Mr. Speaker. Order. The honourable member will have 4 minutes after question period to finish his speech.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
The honourable member for Orleans.
See, Mr. Speaker, October 24th was World Polio Day. As a Rotarian and a proud member of the Orleans Rotary Club, I want to acknowledge the vital work Rotary clubs across Canada and internationally are doing to raise awareness of the importance of polio vaccination to protect every child from this devastating disease. It's a day to celebrate the many parents, professionals, and volunteers whose contribution make polio eradication achievable. And yesterday I also had the privilege of welcoming on the Hill 9 members of the Orleans Youth Council. Their passion and insights were truly inspiring, shaping engaging conversations that offer valuable perspectives. They share with me their heartfelt preoccupation regarding the conflict in the Middle East. It surely reinforced my belief in the power of youth engagement and reaffirmed our dedication to empowering them as not only the leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pride that I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Optimist Club of Cornwall. 75 years is not just a number. It is a testament to their longevity, their hard work, and dedication to our community. And I've had the pleasure to see it all firsthand. From Cornwall's Rib Fest to the Canada Day Breakfast to the Youth Achievement Awards to the toy drives and to organizing various youth sports leagues, this is just a small example of the great work the Optimists have been doing day in and day out. Recently, when we were cutting the ribbon on the new playground equipment at Optimist Park, the members were already sharing with me the next 2 or 3 projects they wanted to get underway. That just shows the energy and the dedication the Optimists have maintained in Cornwall for 75 years and counting. So to the members, to all the volunteers, the families, supporters, and donors, we say thank you, and we hope that same energy is able to continue for the next 75 years. Wonderful. Congratulations.
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across Canada, there are phenomenal organizations advocating for and supporting people with disabilities. A great example in the developmental sector is Christian Horizons. Since 1965, they've helped people with disabilities accomplish their goals. I became familiar with their work as Ontario's Minister of Community and Social Services and met their CEO, Janet Noel-Adabale. They recently changed their name to Caris Disability Services. This new name will help people know that everyone belongs. Caris is one of many many exceptional organizations in Canada's developmental sector, making a difference in people's lives. For decades, the sector has been advocating for a disability benefit to provide people with disabilities with greater financial security. Our government took action. In June, the Canada Disability Benefit Act received royal assent. We're working with the sector to co-design the benefit, and I'm hopeful it will make an important difference in the communities these extraordinary organizations serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vimy.
Mr. Speaker, the agriculture and agri-food sector is a major economic force for Canada, employing 2.3 million people. This growing sector alone contributes around 7% of our GDP. One Montreal-based company, Aliments Ouimet Cordon Bleu, known for its brands Cordon Bleu, Clark, Péripaté, and Este, is a major force in this industry. Cordon Bleu is celebrating its 90th anniversary this year, at a time when they're achieving a major breakthrough in the U.S. market and strong growth nationwide. In addition to this success, Cordon Bleu has received a number of honors recently, having been recognized last spring as SME of the Year in Quebec at the Les Mercuriades Gala held by the Federation of Chambers of Commerce of Quebec. I congratulate and salute the leaders of Cordon Bleu who are here today and encourage all Canadians to continue supporting our dynamic agri-food businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
The Prime Minister must be really proud of himself. His NDP Liberal government's food security policy, food banks, is working so well. Visits to food banks are up 32% from March 22, a 78% increase from the same month in 2019, and winter is coming. Canadians are bearing the brunt of years of his blowing the bank and fueling inflation. How does this out-of-touch Prime Minister respond with the news that food bank usage is up? He blames everyone else. It's not the fault of the farmers and grocers that carbon taxes drive up costs. It's not the fault of the truckers who deliver our food to the grocery stores. And it's certainly not the fault of Canadians who find after paying all the carbon taxes, there's nothing left to put food on the table. In a country endowed with as many natural resources as Canada, it's a disgrace that Canada needs food banks. The need for food banks is soaring. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2023 marks the 75th anniversary of Patro Roch Amador. In Limoilou, it's more than an institution, it's a true pillar of our community. Patro meets a multitude of needs thanks to its leisure and sports sector, its mutual aid service, its aquatic services, and its adapted services. All of these services contribute to Patro's mission, which reaches out to people of all ages. It's reassuring to know that Patro Roch Amador is there to meet the growing needs of our community. Last year alone, over 35,000 volunteer hours were contributed by more than 450 volunteers. And these are all people who are pillars of our community. I salute the exceptional work of our tireless General Manager, Clément Lemieux. Congratulations on 75 years, and we wish you at least 75 more.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You will recall in the last federal election, Conservatives from coast to coast to coast campaigned saying, we support a price on pollution. New, shiny elected leader of the Conservative Party, and the big flip-flop occurred. Fast forward today, Mr. Speaker. Today we hear the Conservative Party doubling down. The Canada Infrastructure Bank, they say, is a bad idea. Talk about being reckless, Mr. Speaker. Talk about taking a risk with Canadians. Do you know there's over 46 projects today? We're talking about an investment of close to $28 billion. Two-thirds of that almost is through private or non-government of Canada funding, Mr. Speaker. They're putting out at risk jobs. They're putting at risk good green jobs, Mr. Speaker, the future of many of our municipalities. My question to the leader of the Conservative Party, will he do the honourable thing and take another flip-flop and support the Canada Infrastructure Bank?
The honourable member from Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October is Women's History Month, and I want to highlight the brave feminists who fought for abortion access in our country and the women who were forced to give their children up for adoption in post-war Canada. Earlier this year, I read the book Looking for Jane by Heather Marshall. While the book is historical fiction, it includes real events, like the abortion caravan that descended on Parliament Hill in the 1970s and laid the groundwork for the removal of abortion in the criminal code. The book also shares the heartbreaking stories of unmarried women who were housed in so-called maternity homes and were forced to put their children up for adoption, the subject of a Senate study entitled The Shame is Ours. We still have much to do in this country to ensure abortion is accessible to all who choose it, and that forced adoptions are recognized in Canada for the trauma they cause young mothers and their children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government and their incompetent financial management, forced to introduce 2 carbon taxes backed by the Bloc Québécois, which wants to radically increase the carbon tax, more and more Quebecers are struggling to make ends meet. There's a price to voting Bloc. More and more Quebecers are forced to sleep in their cars. There's a price to voting for the Bloc. More and more Quebecers are forced to use food banks. There's a price to voting for the Bloc. More and more Quebecers are forced to make difficult choices so that they can pay their mortgage at the end of the month. There's a price to voting for the Bloc. More and more Quebecers have been affected by inflation over the last 4 months, and the Bloc has supported the Liberal government twice on increasing the carbon tax. Don't let the Bloc pull the wool over your eyes. Be concerned about the Bloc Québécois. They refuse to hear the RCMP commissioner at the Ethics Committee. They're voting again with the Liberal NDP coalition on that. Quebecers want a chance to choose a new prime minister, but the Bloc is blocking the return of common sense. The honourable member for Saint Laurent.
On October 8th, Greeks from across Canada and around the world will be celebrating the famous Ochi, which is the Greek word for no, that the Greek Prime Minister Ioannis Metaxas gave to an ultimatum from Benito Mussolini on October 28, 1940, asking Greece to allow the Axis forces to enter and to occupy certain strategic locations or to go to war. The rejection of this ultimatum led to the Axis forces descending on Greece, who they expected to fall quickly. But the Greek resistance pushed Italy back within a month and forced Hitler to change his plans, delaying his invasion of Russia by at least 2 months. As Franklin Roosevelt said, when the entire world lost all hope, the Greek people dared to question the invincibility of the Nazis, raising against it the proud spirit of freedom. Without Greece or the big 3 countries, the US, Great Britain, and Russia, Hitler's powerful war machine probably would have won the war. And the world we know today would have been a very different place. Zito η Ελλάδα, zito Καναδάς, zito η 28 Οκτωβρίου 1940.
The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Carbon tax is causing the affordability issue in Yukon. First, the NDP Liberal government wanted to triple the carbon tax. Then they said that's not enough and brought in a second carbon tax. Both of these carbon taxes will increase 14 cents to 61 cents a litre, all supported by the Liberal MP for Yukon. Now, his NDP Liberal government will quadruple the carbon tax. Shameful. From Yukon Party leader Curry Dixon this week, Yukoners continue to grapple with the rising costs of living in Yukon, with often the highest rate of inflation in any jurisdiction in Canada. This year, the Liberals increased the carbon tax by 30%. This drives up the price of everything in Yukon, from construction to food and basic necessities. Yukoners cannot afford any more Liberal tax increases, and winter has arrived. After 8 years, Yukon knows this Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
The honourable member from York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, it's gotten so bad. When this Prime Minister stands up in question period to answer a question, he doesn't know whether to answer the question or say not guilty. Just this week, the Prime Minister directed his Liberal MPs and his NDP lackeys to shut down the Ethics Committee, right when the RCMP Commissioner was set to testify in the SNC-Lavalin affair. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government is now covering up their cover-ups to protect a Prime Minister who's been charged with ethic violations on 5 different occasions. He's just not worth the cost. Canadians want common sense from their government, but all they're getting from the Liberals is concealment, mismanagement, and non-accountability. Canadians deserve the truth. Why did this Prime Minister order a shutdown of a parliamentary committee to cover up the potential criminality in the SNC-Lavalin affair?
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring attention to a clause close to my heart: the challenges faced by Canadians affected by Parkinson's disease. A few weeks ago, we lost my Uncle Robert, my dad's brother, after a 20-year-long courageous battle with this awful disease. I saw firsthand the toll it took on both him and our family. Canada has one of the highest rates of Parkinson's in the world. Every day, 30 more individuals receive the devastating diagnosis, and within a decade, that number is expected to become 50. Parkinson's is relentless, and with no known cure or disease-modifying therapies, proper support and services are critical. By ensuring tax credits and benefits are available, by making Canada a leader in access to the best medicines, and by ensuring that there are appropriate specialists to provide well-rounded Parkinson's-informed care, we can improve the lives of those impacted. This is not just a matter of health care, Mr. Speaker. It's a matter of compassion. Thank you to all of those who continue to advocate for this important cause.
If I could ask members to please keep their conversations down so that the Speaker can hear clearly the member is making declaration. The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October 29th is the International Day of Care and Support. The collective prejudice against care workers because of gender and race has resulted in a shared belief that care work is unskilled work and therefore does not deserve adequate compensation. This is wrong. The federal government must step up and end this discrimination. It's time for the government to improve the working conditions of nurses, child care workers, care aides, teachers' aides, teachers, long-term care workers, and all care workers across this country. The NDP calls on this government to create a robust, gender-responsive, disability-inclusive, and age-sensitive care strategy for Canada. International Day of Care and Support is a time to recognize a caregiver in your life and the amazing work done by unions across the country who are fighting to protect the rights of care workers.
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Monsieur le Président, octubre es el mes de la herencia latinoamericana. Le mois de...
October is Latin American Heritage Month. We're already at the end of the month, and as the first woman elected to the House of Commons of Peruvian origin, I'd like to highlight the enormous contribution of this community to Quebec's society. Latin Americans are the second largest ethno-linguistic group of immigrant origin in Quebec, and my proud Peruvian mother is one of them. I grew up alongside a resilient, determined, and perseverant mother, and these are qualities that I attribute to the community as a whole and which contribute to their evolution and integration over the years in Quebec. The undeniable contribution of Latin Americans to our social fabric and culture, as well as their entrepreneurial spirit, enriches Quebec and contributes to its growth. I can't help but be proud to be both a Quebecer and of Peruvian origin, and underline the important contribution that the community makes to society.
Latinoamericana.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
The Canadian press was forced to retract 3 erroneous statements. Now, surprise, surprise, it had to do with Conservatives, of course, that were wrongly attacked. It should also be noted that persistent legal action was required in order to finally get them to retract their misleading information. in their notice of correction, which was released late at night where nobody's looking, they admit this. They admit that the Canadian press falsely reported one thing, but in fact, an opposite thing was stated by the Leader of the Opposition. Then they go on to say that actually they falsely reported a second thing, but in fact, the exact opposite is true. And then they go on to admit that they actually falsely reported a third thing in the same story, but in fact, the exact opposite is true. 3 massive errors, not mini mistakes, absolute disregard for the truth. The Canadian press admits this, that it was deliberate 3 times. Why did it take legal action to finally get them to correct the record?
The honourable member from Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government tabled Bill C-49 to unlock massive green energy investments in places like my riding of Cape Breton-Canso. The private sector is positioned to invest...
I recognize the Honourable Whip, but normally there's not a point of order unless there's a technical problem.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you made a point last week of giving us direction on how to conduct ourselves in this place. During the last SO31, we have members over on this side, including
Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Including the member from
Thunder
Bay, Superior North, heckling an SO31. If we're not supposed to speak up at all during question period, we certainly shouldn't be speaking up when members are trying to make a statement.
I thank the member for raising this issue. As colleagues, I thank the member for raising the issue, and it's an important issue to raise. It is one which would be best, as a member is an experienced member of this House. It's one that normally doesn't happen during SO31s, but it's usually would be raised at the end of question period. But it is a good time, and I thank the honourable member for raising this issue. It is really important for all members, please, all members, to allow us, each member who has the floor, to make their statements uninterrupted. It's important for them to provide a message, sometimes to their constituency, sometimes to a national audience. So I ask for all members to please take this opportunity, perhaps to take this opportunity to make sure that we do listen to each other respectfully in this House during statements from members, as well as during question period, and in fact during all debates in this House. So we are going to go back then to the member from Cape Breton-Canso. From the top, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government tabled Bill C-49 to unlock massive green energy investments in places like my riding of Cape Breton-Canso. The private sector is positioned to invest $1 trillion in offshore wind and green hydrogen. And yes, that's trillion with a T. And our government believes that Atlantic Canadians deserve their fair share. So why are the Conservatives voting against the Atlantic Accord amendments when $1 trillion is on the line? We should all be working together here with industry leaders, with fishers, with Indigenous communities like Member 2 to start our green energy future now. Instead, this opposition is voting against a generation's worth of economic opportunities for Nova Scotia, all because a win for the Atlantic doesn't go well in their campaign strategy. These Conservatives are trying to score a political hit, but with our future at stake, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are the ones that are taking the punch. Mr. Speaker, this is another example of why they're risky and absolutely reckless.
Order. Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member from Thornhill.
After 8 years, the
the spending spree of taxpayer money continues. Liberal insiders are getting rich quick while inflation and interest rates spiral out of control. Housing prices double and more than 2 million Canadians used a food bank in a single month. We now know that the public safety minister's own department paid $17 million last year to the same companies that did no actual work and made millions off the Arrive Scam app, even after concerns of corruption were flagged. I have a simple question for the minister. Why do shady, well-connected firms deserve $17 million of taxpayer money?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, misconduct of any kind in the procurement process is never acceptable. We're aware of the RCMP's ongoing investigation into these very serious allegations. To protect the integrity of that investigation and the work the RCMP does, we will not be able to provide any further comment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
I'll answer the minister's question for him if he won't bother to do so. Under no circumstances do these companies deserve any taxpayer money, let alone $17 million. They're being investigated by the RCMP. They did no work for the government, and nobody seems to be able to understand how they got the contract. $17 million for these guys, food banks for 2 million Canadians. That's what you get with 8 years of these guys. How does anyone over there defend this scandal?
The Honourable Minister.
Being raised by the member opposite is being addressed by the RCMP. As I said before in this House, we trust our law enforcement professionals to do their work and to do it independently. We will not be participating or commenting on their investigation. We know that it has been referred to them, and our professionals in our law enforcement system will do the work necessary to come to a conclusion. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, they are certainly keeping law enforcement busy in this country. $17 million to insiders, and Canadians are still going hungry. Almost 2 million people went to a food bank in a single month. That is the highest number ever recorded. But instead, Liberals are worried about helping their well-connected friends. They are not worth the cost, and they are certainly not worth the corruption. So when will these Liberals and their NDP enablers stop helping insiders get rich and start helping Canadians put food on their table and keep a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while I'm impressed the Conservatives are finally talking about supporting some of Canada's most vulnerable, it's unfortunate that their record doesn't stand up to the scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, I was in Kelowna yesterday to announce $31.5 million to build more homes in that community. The Conservatives plan to cut the fund that is actually putting that money into Kelowna. During the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we continued to invest so families could keep food on the table, where their leader called it big fat government programs. Canadians would be forgiven if they ask, what are the Conservatives going to cut in order to achieve their goals? Is it going to be money for housing? Is it going to be money for low-income families? We'll make the investments necessary to support Canadians in need.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the media reports that 1 in 10 Quebecers has used a food bank every month. That's more than 870,000 people in 2023, Mr. Speaker. That's Canada after 8 years of Liberal governance and inflationary spending, such as the $54 million Arrive Can application, which is now under investigation by the RCMP. Who's going to defend Quebecers who are having trouble feeding themselves? Selling out the bloc, they want to radically increase the tax on petrol and food. Will the Prime Minister give up his inflationary spending so that Quebecers can finally eat? The Honourable Minister for Justice. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Speaker. As I highlighted at the beginning of this afternoon, unacceptable behaviour in a procurement process is unacceptable by nature. We are aware that the RCMP is investigating the matter. They are investigating allegations. To protect the integrity of this investigation, we won't make any other comment. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Another big problem, Mr. Speaker, a NANOS survey reveals that 28% of mortgage holders in Quebec will have to renew their contract within the next year and a half. Of these, 79% say they are concerned about this imminent renewal. Over a third of Quebecers cite rising interest rates as the main reason for their financial worries. After 8 years under this Prime Minister, Quebecers fear they could find themselves on the street. Will the Prime Minister finally stop wasting taxpayers' money in order to curb inflation and rising interest rates? The Honourable Minister. You know what Quebecers fear, Mr. Speaker? They fear Conservatives, because Conservatives think of cuts. They go to bed thinking about cuts and they wake up thinking of austerity. Quebecers are afraid of cuts for seniors, for housing, for healthcare, for childcare. There's nothing more spooky than the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada has learned that the federal government is considering reviewing its immigration thresholds in 2026 because of the housing crisis. Finally, Mr. Speaker, finally the Liberals have come to understand that there is a limit to accepting families, knowing that we won't be even able to house them. Except, Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis isn't in 2026, it's right now. And the Liberals are going to increase thresholds in 2024 and 2025. Will the government finally be responsible and re-examine its thresholds starting in 2024? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's possible to welcome new arrivals and build housing at the same time. I have good news for my colleagues. We have signed an agreement with the province of Quebec to build housing units in Quebec.
That we continue to embrace newcomers. They are key to our economic growth. They are key to our healthcare system, and we can build homes for Canadians at the same time. That is precisely what we will do. I hope my colleague will join me in this effort.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the government must review its thresholds as of 2024. Above all, it must review them in cooperation with Quebec and other provinces. The Liberals are still plotting behind closed doors at the moment. They are right to be concerned about housing capacity, of course. But they have, for healthcare, education, franchisation, transport, infrastructure, that's a provincial matter, a Quebec matter. Will the government ask provinces and consult them and adjust its thresholds in consequence? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. First of all, Mr. Speaker, as a Quebecer, I have my opinions on immigration. I'm pro-immigration. We'll have a lot of time to speak about it on the 1st of November. We need immigrants in Canada. We need to build housing. We need 100,000 people in construction jobs. For that, we need immigration.
L'honorable député d'Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, people need affordable homes now. Canadians are exhausted with Conservative and Liberal governments making big announcements while families cannot afford a home. Tens of thousands are on waiting lists. They're sleeping in their cars, in tents, in sleeping bags on the street in Edmonton, and it is snowing and freezing today. The Conservative plan is to help their rich developers, and the Liberals are missing in action. How many more years will Edmontonians have to wait to get a home they can afford?
Good question.
L'honorable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her concern for some of Canada's most vulnerables, but I'm happy to inform her that we have been working for a number of years to build more homes to support them. In fact, we have doubled funding through the Reaching Home program to support some of Canada's most vulnerables. We've recently removed the GST on new apartments, and we've seen thousands of new homes that are coming online as a result. I was recently in Western Canada to make an announcement to change the way that cities are going to build homes. We are going to pull every lever at our disposal to build more homes faster for Canadians, including to provide supports to some of the country's most vulnerable people.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the minister keeps talking about solutions that aren't going to happen for this winter. As my colleague from Edmonton said, the people are already sleeping out on the street. Students are sleeping in tents, couch surfing, or living in overcrowded conditions because they can't find affordable housing. It's beyond unacceptable. The lack of affordable rental options for students in BC is leaving them vulnerable to exploitation and homelessness today. But the Liberals and the Conservatives are too busy blaming each other and other levels of government instead of getting to work. When will this government invest in affordable and safe student housing for today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to share with the Honourable Member that as a result of the measures we put in place directly to support some of Canada's most vulnerables, we have prevented more than 120,000 Canadians from becoming homeless, and we have found permanent housing for almost 70,000 more who were experiencing homelessness. Mr. Speaker, we know there is more to do. That is why we continue to make investments through the National Housing Strategy, which has now created or retrofitted 500,000 homes for Canadians. We will do everything we can to build more homes. I'm glad the NDP is alongside us. I invite the Conservatives to get on board.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
The Governor of the Bank of Canada just slammed this incompetent Liberal NDP government for failed economic policies. After 8 years, even he knows this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He said their deficits fueled inflation that caused 10 interest rate hikes in 19 months, the most rapid in Canadian history. Mortgage costs have already doubled, and anyone renewing their mortgage now will see a minimum of double the interest rate. That's failure, Mr. Speaker. Will he rein in his spending and balance the budget so interest rate and inflation can come down and Canadians don't lose their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is laser focused on ensuring inflation can stabilize and interest rates can come down. We're doing it with a fiscally responsible plan, one that's seen inflation come down from its peak at 8.1% in June of 2022. It's also a pillar that our AAA credit rating has been reaffirmed. The Conservative leader's plan is to fire the Bank of Canada governor and attack the independence of our institutions. How is that on earth? How is that going to impact and help Canadians?
Once again, I'd like to ask honourable members to please keep their voices down while the other members are responding, people who have the floor. And who has the floor right now is a member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
If responsible is adding more debt than every government before them combined, I'd hate to see what the Prime Minister on a bender looks like. Robert Asselin, former Liberal advisor to the Prime Minister, admitted today at Finance Committee Liberal NDP spending is working against the Bank of Canada. Even the Governor of the Bank of Canada said government spending is making his job harder and is not helpful. While this Prime Minister has a tiff with the Bank Governor, Canadians and their homes are caught in the crossfire. After 8 years, he's not worth the cost. Will he finally rein in the spending so interest rates and inflation can come down and Canadians don't have to lose their homes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we believe in the independence of our institution. The Bank of Canada pursues an independent monetary policy that is best suited to Canada's economic circumstances. Keeping these institutions free from political interference isn't a matter of principle. It's a matter of protecting Canadians' livelihoods, their businesses, and our economy. Canada's AAA credit rating was reaffirmed last month, and Canada still has the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. The Conservatives can keep fear-mongering all they want. Canadians expect better, and they deserve better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Colleagues, I'm sure we'll all want to hear the question from the member from Calgary Heritage. The Honourable Member from Calgary Heritage.
8 long years of this costly coalition's carbon tax and inflationary deficits. Record food bank usage right across this country. In the past year, the Calgary Food Bank saw demand surge by 32%. Wow. Its highest increase on record. Canadians go hungry. NDP Liberals get rich. When will this Prime Minister axe his failed carbon tax and admit he's not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadian families are struggling to afford groceries, and we will continue to support families with programs like the Canada Child Benefit. We've also made funding available to food banks and charities across this country, including through the $400 million invested in the Community Services Recovery Program. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to address food insecurity across the country and support Canadians in their time of need.
The honourable member from Calgary Heritage.
Are these NDP Liberals even hearing themselves, Mr. Speaker? Arrive Scam, SNC Lavalin, We Charity. They get rich by printing, spending, and stealing your money. And how? They quadruple the carbon tax, a tax on food. With 2 million Canadians using food banks, where do they think the food banks get the food from?
I do ask members to please be mindful of the language which they employ to making sure that there are not disruptive statements in the House. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we value the role that farmers play in this country providing food for our tables. But what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, and if we want to talk about making sure that life is affordable for Albertans and Canadians for the long term, where is that member of Parliament from the Conservative Party? Where are his 29 colleagues when it comes to protecting and preserving the Canada Pension Plan? I can tell you where they are, Mr. Speaker, simply not on the job. Now we have the Ontario Finance Minister concerned about this. We're going to have a special meeting over this. Albertans want to stay in the CPP. Where are the Conservative MPs? Silent and absent on the job.
Colleagues. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this costly coalition, we hear things like this from the Vancouver Food Bank. Quote, "We see parents who are skipping meals so their children can eat. We see people who haven't eaten in days. We see seniors who haven't had produce in months," end quote. In my hometown of Kamloops, Mr. Speaker, 225 children per week are getting community food support 3 times a day. When will this NDP Liberal government wake up and recognize that they are sending Canadians to the food bank in unprecedented numbers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time and again, while the Conservatives have stood against helping our most vulnerable, we have fought time and time again for tangible measures that help Canadians, like the CCB, the workers' benefit, child care, dental care, the grocery rebate, increasing OAS, the GIS, quarterly carbon price rebates. We are proud to have lifted over 2.7 million Canadians out of poverty. That's 2.7 million more Canadians that would be joining food bank lines if the Conservatives had their way.
That's right.
The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, isn't this the member that told Canadians that carbon taxes would be painful? Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that this Liberal NDP government wants to quadruple the carbon tax from 14 to 61 cents a litre. They have had 8 years to get it right, and they got it wrong, and wrong, Mr. Speaker. I worry that this Christmas we won't be giving toys. People will be getting canned food. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will this NDP Liberal government end their costly inflation and carbon tax increases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians are wising up to the fact that the Conservatives would cut programs for some of the most vulnerable Canadians in our communities. Our government has put in place that have lifted almost 500,000 kids out of poverty, that have reduced childcare fees by 50%, saving families hundreds of dollars per month, to name just two. Canadians also know that the Conservatives won't step up to fight climate change, would reverse course, make pollution free again, drive up emissions with reckless abandon. So let me ask the Conservatives a question. When will these slash and burn Conservatives realize that their reckless behavior puts the future of Canadian families and our planet at risk?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, 250,000 businesses are threatened with bankruptcy as early as 2024 if the federal government does not act. That is the warning signal sent out on Friday by all the premiers of Quebec, the provinces and the territories. They are all calling for the repayment of emergency account loans to be deferred for a year with no loss of subsidy. In doing so, they are adding their voices to those of the National Assembly, which is also unanimous. All the premiers are asking for it. All the MNAs of Quebec are asking for it. Will the government finally listen to them all instead of pushing 250,000 SMEs into bankruptcy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague for her question. Our government understands that small businesses are still trying to recover from the pandemic, and that is the reason for which we recently announced an extension by 1 year of the reimbursement. We've also announced more flexibility and more time to access to loans. This is added to increases we have brought to the Canada Childcare Benefit, so that childcare can be at $10 a day, which has allowed more women to enter into business. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the government is simply out of touch with the plight of entrepreneurs. And that is probably because no matter how much it talks to them, it does not listen. It is handing over all the problems with emergency account loans to the financial institutions of our country. It does not examine SME files on a case-by-case basis as it does during tax season. It is not making payment arrangements. It is leaving businesses alone to deal with their concerns. The first step of the government wants to help them is dialogue. Will it open a direct communication channel with SMEs that want to talk about the emergency account? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be here for SMEs. To them, we have granted a 1-year extension from last year to this year. For those who have asked for more assistance, we offer them more flexibility. We give them more time to have access to loans. We've also extended the reimbursement deadline by 1 year. I would like to thank my honourable Bloc colleagues who continue to share great ideas and comments to support SMEs. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, 18 days during the festive period, but 250,000 businesses are going bankrupt, and not only is this government offering them deferred payment, it is even unable to commit to talking to them directly. That's not being financially responsible. That's not what being flexible is about. That's not what it means to deliver for Quebecers either, because it is our economy that has the most SMEs. It is here in Quebec that entrepreneurs are worried. It is our world that Liberals are abandoning. Mr. Speaker, no government in the world would let 250,000 businesses close without doing anything. When will the government finally act? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague on the fact that, yes, there are many thousands of businesses and SMEs in Quebec, and we have always been here for them. We are still here for them today, and we will continue to be here for them tomorrow. The measures that we have implemented are flexible, they are responsible, and they will accompany businesses so that they may reimburse their loans. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to help businesses in Quebec as we do every single day.
L'honorable député d'Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, life cost more. Stephanie, a single mother in Woodstock, worked a full-time job, but after paying her monthly bills, was left with only $9 for food. $9. Both carbon taxes have added 14 cents on a litre. But now this government wants to quadruple the carbon tax, adding an additional 61 cents to a litre. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will this Prime Minister accept that by adding a carbon tax, he's forcing Canadians to choose between heating and eating?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that the Conservatives aren't strong with numbers, but let's put some facts on the table, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to supporting Canadian families, this government has been there at every step along the way. When it was the Canada Child Benefit that puts thousands of dollars each year in the pockets of families like the ones he's talking about in Woodstock, or perhaps the 50% reduction in childcare fees that are going to ensure that that family saves another thousands of dollars each year. Mr. Speaker, we have been there for Canadians. We're there for them to make sure they have money in their pockets, but also that they can fight climate change and protect their children for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Lambton, from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, first the NDP Liberals wanted to triple the carbon tax. Then they said, no, that's not enough, and they added a second carbon tax. These two carbon taxes will increase from 14 to 61 cents per litre of fuel. The NDP Liberal government is going to quadruple the carbon tax. But it's basic math. If it costs more to grow food, it will cost more to buy food. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So will the NDP Liberals accept that their carbon tax is causing Canadians to choose between heating and eating?
Again, I'm going to ask all members, please, to listen quietly to the question which is being put by the member who has the floor, as well as to the answers by the member who has the floor to respond. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Setting aside for a second the la-la land math that the Conservative Party is using on this issue, let's hear what the expert have to say about our plan to fight climate change. The International Institute for Sustainable Development said Canada commits to historic investment in clean electricity and fresh water in Budget 2023. The Insurance Bureau of Canada said Canada's first national adaptation strategy is brave and ambitious. No other country has proposed such a comprehensive suite of adaptation targets. Environmental Defense said new data released by the government demonstrate the climate policy has delivered real greenhouse gas emissions reduction, bringing Canada one step closer to our target.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, 1 Quebecer in 10 has to resort to food banks every single month. In my riding, Moisson-Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, a food bank saw a 58% increase over the previous year. At a time when our citizens can no longer feed themselves because of inflation and high taxes, the Bloc is now siding with the Liberals on Carbon Tax 2.0, which applies to Quebec. A vote for Bloc is very expensive. Will the Liberals and the Bloc show some common sense and abolish the carbon tax? The Honourable Minister for the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Bellechasse-les-Chemin-Lévis was in a provincial government that fought for carbon pricing. On top of that, the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier was part of this government, Mr. Speaker. The member for Mégantic-l'Érable, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, who I respect a lot, publicly vouched for a carbon tax. And now they have a leader who is ideologically against fighting climate change and carbon pricing. Now they change their opinion. It's unacceptable. It's immoral, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Courtenay-Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' for-profit pet project Phoenix Pay System was supposed to save over $80 million. Instead, it's cost over $2 billion and doesn't even work. This has hurt workers like Tina in my riding, a dedicated public servant for 30 years who's been missing pay for years. And the Liberals are prioritizing going after workers who were overpaid instead of workers they owe money to. When will the Liberal government start putting workers like Tina, who are owed what they've earned, first?
Hear, hear.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
All public servants are entitled to their pay and their benefits, and our government will always stand up for their rights to receive their benefits and their pay. We are working diligently on ensuring that the Phoenix Pay System delivers for Canadians, and that work is continuing and is in progress, but Canadians can rest assured that our work will continue and our government will always support public servants. Amen.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Monsieur le Président, être capable de...
Mr. Speaker, being able to feed oneself and one's children is a basic need. But thousands of people are no longer able to do so. Every month, 872,000 Quebecers need food banks. That's 1 out of 10 people. The weakness of the Minister of Industry is pathetic. Begging for prices to stabilize doesn't work. That's why the NDP is bringing grocery chain CEOs before MPs to hold them to account. Will the Liberals force grocery stores to act, or will they just continue to hope and pray?
L'honorable présidente du Conseil du Trésor.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Our government works every day for Canadians to deal with the issue of affordability and costs at grocery stores. We have been looking at decisions made by grocery chains, including the commitment to freeze prices and to grant rebates on basic food items. We also offer support to consumers' defense organizations to help them fight practices. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Kings Hants expect government to walk a line between helping to support Canadians with important programming that matters to them, but also being fiscally responsible. The President of the Treasury Board announced that this government would be examining ways to reduce departmental spending without compromising important programs that matter for Canadians. Can the Minister provide an update to this House on Canada's fiscal position and the work that the government is doing to find efficiencies in delivering important programs to Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague who represents the town in which I was born. This week I tabled the year's public accounts for the Government of Canada to help Canadians better understand how taxpayer dollars are spent. These documents show, Mr. Speaker, that we decreased the deficit by 33% when compared to the projection in Budget 2022, and we did so without cutting supports for Canadians like the opposition plans to do. We have to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent effectively and prudently because unlike the Conservatives, we will always fight for Canadians.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost or the corruption. The RCMP criminal investigation into the Prime Minister's wrongdoing during the SNC Lavalin scandal was thwarted after the Prime Minister hid behind Cabinet confidence and refused to turn over documents. On Monday, he doubled down on his cover-up, ordering NDP and Liberal MPs to block the Commissioner of the RCMP from testifying about his obstruction. A simple question: what does the Prime Minister have to hide?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I find it ironic that the Conservatives would actually use an issue that was settled years ago and reconfirmed that the RCMP the Commissioner has stated, quote, that he was very comfortable with the decision being made. But, Mr. Speaker, while speaking about committee, I find it ironic that the Conservatives are trying to use a closed case to block the investigation of 5 Conservative members on a lavish trip to London paid for by individuals who want to ensure that pollution is free again.
Colleagues, I please encourage you to listen to your wits. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, with this Prime Minister, it's corruption and cover-up all the time. This is a Prime Minister who obstructed justice to protect SNC, who fired his Attorney General after she spoke truth to power, who obstructed a criminal investigation into his potential criminal wrongdoing, and who has now silenced the RCMP Commissioner from testifying at committee about his obstruction. Again, if the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, then why won't he let the Commissioner speak at committee and testify?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the fact remains Conservatives had 26 opportunities to bring in the RCMP and bring forward a motion. But what I find interesting is why are the Conservatives hiding the investigation or the study that members would like to have in regards to their lavish travel to London by lobbyists who would like to make pollution free again? $1,800 worth of champagne, a Savoy restaurant, $1,000 for a 3-course lunch, Mr. Speaker, $1,200 at an oyster bar, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the Conservatives should realize the hypocrisy in terms of their cover-up.
Colleagues, you can see how this works. When one side starts getting excited, then the other side starts getting excited, and it just gets a little worse. We need to exercise a lot of self-restraint in listening to the questions as well as listening to the answers.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP Commissioner appeared on Monday, ready at the request of the Ethics Committee to talk about the investigation into the SNC-Lavalin affair. The Commissioner was muzzled. Why? Because the Liberal NDP coalition and even the Bloc Québécois all voted to end the meeting. And you know what? Before testimony and before questions, it's costly to vote for the Bloc. It's preventing us from shedding light on another Liberal scandal. After 8 years, why is the Prime Minister still so afraid of the truth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The Champagne Conservatives should take a long, hard look in the mirror when they are using a situation that the Commissioner himself has said is closed in a way to obstruct committee from looking into the spending of a lavish trip for 5 Conservative members paid for by lobbyists who want to make pollution free again. Mr. Speaker, we want to look into the porterhouse steaks that were consumed, the Chateaubriand, the Scottish smoked salmon, $1,800 worth of champagne. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have a lot to hide, it seems.
Order. Order. L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Monsieur le Président, il y a tellement de scandales.
Mr. Speaker, there's so many scandals going on with this government that the Prime Minister can't even keep up. Yesterday, in response to an important question on the SNC-Lavalin scandal, he responded with info on the ArriveCan scandal worth $54 million. After 8 years of scandal, ethical breaches, and division by this Liberal government, why should Canadians continue to trust a government which paid a two-person firm, GC Strategies, $11 million to develop the ArriveCan application when this company didn't even have the computer skills to do it? Will the Prime Minister admit he's not worth the cost?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, it seems the Conservatives are trying to pivot once again from the fact that these champagne Conservatives are trying to obstruct committee from looking into lobbyists paying for a lavish trip to London, England for 5 Conservative members while they dined on an $1,200 oyster bar, $1,000 for a 3-course lunch, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives seem to want to distract and hide from the scandals coming from their champagne taste.
You'll get invited next time.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
Monsieur le Président, quand quelque
Mr. Speaker, when something is not broken, it's better not to try and fix it. But that's exactly what the federal government did when it entrusted public servants' health insurance to Canada Life. 4 months later, people are getting their medication reimbursed. They're being denied claims for care that's covered. They're being treated like numbers at customer service. That's why the union is talking about people being hospitalized because they can't pay for their care. It's another Phoenix-style fiasco. What's the minister doing to force Canada Life to act? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Of course, every public servant should be treated like a person and offered support to access their benefits. There's no question. Wait times for Canada Life's call center are unacceptable. I've spoken with Canada Life's leadership. I highlighted these concerns, and I said once again that it's unacceptable. We are continuing to make sure that people can access their benefits. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, déjà le mois dernier,
Mr. Speaker, last month, the minister said, just as she did today, that she expressed her concerns several times to Canada Life, but we're well beyond expressing concerns when there are public servants who are looking for a second job to pay for their own care. The contract with Canada Life calls for the federal government to begin monitoring service level performance only in January 2024. There are people who can't afford to get the care they need. They can't wait till 24. This has to be resolved now. What is the minister waiting for to act? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. More than 99% of members have registered with Canada Life. Canada Life set up escalation processes for urgent situations. The public service healthcare system is one of the most important healthcare programs in Canada, and we continue to work with Canada Life to make sure that everyone can access their benefits. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Banff Airdrie.
Remembrance Day ceremonies in Halifax have had to move out this year because a tent city has undertaken its usual grounds. After 8 years of this Liberal government, things are so broken in Canada that the housing crisis that is uprooting Canadians has now also uprooted at least one city's Remembrance Day ceremony from its own home. People can't afford homes, and now they can't even properly honor our veterans. will this Prime Minister finally admit that after 8 years, he has no plan to fix what he's broken and that he's just not worth the cost?
L'honorable ministre.
Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons that we're dealing with such extraordinary housing challenges, including those that are impacting the country's most vulnerable, is that successive governments for decades made no effort to invest in affordable housing. For the entire decade the Honourable Member's party was in power, they did nothing to build housing for low-income Canadians. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we've changed that over the last number of years. Specifically to address homelessness, which is a crisis for those experiencing it, we doubled support through the Reaching Home program. That member voted against it, so I cannot accept criticisms from him was he does everything to get in the way of the supports that would help the very people that form the subject of his question.
The honourable member from King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, Fred, a senior, wrote to me and the minister concerned about the cost of everyday items. The margin he previously used cost him 88 cents, and after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, it now costs $4.49, an increase of over 400%. And I can't believe it's not butter. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister just isn't worth the cost. Will he surprise all of us, show compassion, make life more affordable for seniors, and axe the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the things that seniors rely upon is the CPP, and the Leader of the Opposition claimed yesterday that the Conservatives have always defended the CPP. But he opposed our government's improvements to the CPP. He called the CPP an increased burden of government. In fact, one of his very first speeches as an MP was an attack on the CPP. He said, and I quote, "If I could invest the premiums I'm forced to pay into the CPP myself, I'd get a much higher rate of return," end quote. In what? Bitcoin. No wonder it took him a month to answer Conservative attacks on the CPP, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government first tripled the carbon tax. Then they said, that's not enough, and brought in a second carbon tax. The effects of both taxes will increase the cost of gas another 61 cents per litre. The NDP Liberal government will quadruple the carbon tax. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, when will this costly coalition take real action and axe their carbon taxes so Canadians don't have to choose between heating and eating?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question, and I can tell you what is flooding my inbox right now, Mr. Speaker, is anxiety among seniors and young people who are all paying into the CPP with the express anxiety that that CPP will be there for them in their retirement, Mr. Speaker, and that Member of Parliament and his 29 Conservative colleagues have a responsibility to respond to 94% of Albertans who want Canada Pension Plan secured. Their reckless approach is simply not worth the risk.
L'honorable député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
Monsieur le Président, le gouvernement a passé les dernières années.
Mr. Speaker, the government spent years repaying damage caused by Conservative cuts to the Canada Coast Guard. Cuts that our communities have not forgotten. Can the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard provide an update on our recent investments into this life-saving institution?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Président, on se souvient tous des...
We all remember the 9 years under Harper when the Conservatives closed Canada Coast Guard stations. Unforgivable and irresponsible. I recently announced the construction of the first ever hybrid Coast Guard vessel at Chantier-Forillon. The choice could not be clearer between a party that makes cuts and a government that invests. I know who I would trust to pull me out of the water.
The honourable member from Coast of Bays, Central and Notre Dame.
After 8 years, this Liberal NDP government is going to quadruple the carbon tax. Higher fuel tax cause higher food prices. As a result, there's a 78% increase in food bank usage since before the pandemic in Newfoundland and Labrador. A heartbreaking 1/3 of these are children. For folks back home, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. Will the NDP Liberal coalition accept that their carbon tax is making Canadians choose between food and heat?
L'honorable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk for a second again about the CPP because, you know, as a new MP, the Leader of the Opposition claimed he could get a much higher return than the CPP Investment Board. So I invite him to drop off his resume at 1 Queen Street East in Toronto and pitch them his ideas on crypto. Mr. Speaker, I am glad that the Leader of the Opposition finally listened to Canadians, said something that his Conservative colleagues attacked. The CPP. On this side of the House, we have put more money into the pockets of seniors. We have returned the age of retirement to 65, and we will always defend the CPP. Thank you.
The honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
They may think they do that, but they voted 24 times to increase the price of everything on everyone.
Good point.
This Liberal NDP government's plan to triple the carbon taxes on Nova Scotia apparently isn't hurting enough. After 8 years, they now plan to quadruple carbon taxes on Nova Scotians. It's an NDP Liberal quadruple whammy. The destruction of powerful paychecks and carbon taxes have destroyed the dreams of home ownership. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Liberals admit their carbon taxes are making Canadians choose between heating, eating, and owning a home? Let's get
The honourable minister, rather.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely clear when it comes to supporting the people in our home province of Nova Scotia, the solutions lie on this side of the House.
Hear, hear.
I remember attending a ceremony in that member's riding when we shared details of a $300 million project that's going to be creating jobs at the Michelin Plan in his riding. Mr. Speaker, from the time I arrived in this House, we have been advancing measures that are putting more money in the pockets of our constituents in Nova Scotia. We ended the practice of sending childcare checks to millionaires to put more money in the pockets of ordinary people. We continue to advance measures to protect seniors' pensions, and now we're putting measures on the table that are going to build more homes at prices that ordinary people can afford. That member and his caucus colleagues vote against it every single time.
The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, first the NDP Liberal government wanted to triple the carbon tax. Then they said that's not enough, and they brought in a second carbon tax that will add 61 cents per litre to gasoline back home. The NDP Liberal government will quadruple the carbon tax. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will they accept their carbon tax as making Canadians choose between eating and heating?
L'honorable ministre de l'Environnement.
The Honourable Minister for the Environment.
I think what Canadian wants is to be part of a 21st century planet that is livable for everyone, and when people can have good-paying jobs. Just so happened, Mr. Speaker, that the International Energy Agency published a latest report 2 days ago, which shows that global oil consumption will peak in 2025. Global emissions will peak this year, Mr. Speaker, and that investment in clean technologies have doubled in the last 10 years. This is where the future lies. This is where we're working to bring Canada and Canadians. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are standing in the way.
The honourable member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, farmers and ranchers in Western Canada have been rocked by natural disasters over the past few years, and this year was no different. From floods and hail to drought and fires, Western Canadian producers have faced a number of challenges this growing season and need support. These men and women grow and produce our food. They're forward-thinking and innovative leaders in our communities. While the Conservatives continue to deny and ignore the realities of climate change, can our minister please update this House on how the government is supporting Western Canadian farmers and ranchers through these challenging times? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague from Cloverdale, Langley City, for his question.
There's no doubt over the last few years has been tough on Western Canadian farmers. And being a farmer myself, I know bad years can have a negative effect on the bottom line and your mental health. Last week, we announced $219 million of federal funding to support our Western Canadian farmers with costs related to drought conditions and wildfires. Mr. Speaker, we have and will continue to make sure we stand with our Canadian farmers and ranchers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, last week, a British member of Parliament who traveled to Canada was detained 3 times and interrogated by Air Canada personnel. He said he was told it was because his name was Mohammed. Now, sadly, this is reflective of the travel experiences of far too many racialized people. Air Canada says that they followed every single protocol. Is this true? And if not, what is the minister doing to ensure this never happens to anyone ever again?
L'honorable ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister for Transport.
The second I was made aware, I contacted Air Canada. Air Canada has apologized, and apologizing was the right thing to do.
The Honourable Member from Fort York Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the horrific events in Israel and Gaza shouldn't be used to support a particular cause. Innocent people have been killed. No one should use those deaths to justify more violence. Mr. Speaker, calling for a boycott of a Toronto business just because it's owned by a Jew is repulsive. Defacing offices of MPs or MPPs serve nothing. Hatred and intimidation do not advance the search for a just and durable peace in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Public Safety ensure that Canada's hate laws are being upheld and that violent protests are not being permitted?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing in the wake of the violence in the Middle East manifesting in this country in terms of divisions, in terms of intolerance, in terms of active hatred is repulsive, and it is frankly un-Canadian. I agree completely with the member who just raised the question that these are things that we must all stand against. Incidents of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and intolerance towards one another are not what we stand for as a people, nor as a parliament. We are convicted now more than ever in our belief that combating hatred is a task for all of us, one in which we must stand united and which we must pursue with vigor. Thank you.
And that brings question period to an end.
3:18 p.m. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on a motion to concur in the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Call in the members.
Just yell at me or shake or fall in front of me or make a mistake.
The questions is as follows. Mr. Genuis, seconded by Mr. McLean, moved that on the third report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, presented on Monday, May 2nd, 2022, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Dentel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Mr. Beltud.
Mrs. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Soroka. Mr. Weber, pardon me.
Weber.
Correction, Mr. Weber. Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Saint Marie.
Monsieur Saint Marie.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Monsieur Désilé.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan, pardon me.
Kwan.
Correction, Ms. Kwan. Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Coutuso. All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Jasek.
Ms. Jasek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Elcoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The table... Oh. Madam Hughes. Madam Hughes.
Sorry, the camera on my phone would not activate, so therefore I would like my vote to be recorded as a yay.
Madame Hughes, yay pour.
Madam Ian.
It is contra, against.
Ms. Yen, nay contre.
The table will now compile the lists, the results of this vote.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 150, 150.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated. Carried rather.
Désolé.
My apologies.
Point of order. That's
the motion was.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable House Leader. I made a mistake. I said rejected. What I meant to say is that the motion had been adopted. But if I may, the member from Regina raises a very good point, and it actually has been made by a colleague in the House, and I thank the colleague for making this point. When it comes to votes, dear colleagues, I do ask that you follow the instructions of your whips and your House leaders so that you quickly either move out of the House to conduct your vote electronically, or that you take your seats as the two main whips do take their seats so that it is very clear who is going to be participating in vote in person. There will be a time when the matter will be a matter of confidence, and it is important that the table and the chair is entirely convinced of what the intentions or the eligibility of members to vote. So I ask members, please, after a question period and where there's a deferred vote, please make yourselves scarce and leave this room if you do not intend to participate in the vote in person. And now, a favorite time of, I should let you know that I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 13 minutes. And one of my favorite times of the week is to invite the Honourable House Leader of the official opposition to ask the Thursday question.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping the Government House Leader can update the House as to the business of the House for the rest of this week and into next week, and if she can let the opposition know the degree of certainty for the calendar, because we have had a few changes after the Thursday statement, and we do have a constituency work week coming up, and we do have some supply days that we're expecting, so I just wanted to know if she can confirm that this is now set in stone for the next few weeks after she updates the House.
The Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to commit to set anything in stone, but I will commit that it's very likely that this will indeed be the calendar for next week. This afternoon, we will continue a report stage debate of Bill C-34 concerning the Canada Investment Act. Tomorrow, we will begin second reading of Bill C-52, the Air Transportation Accountability Act. On Monday and Wednesday, we will return to debate on Bill C-34. Next Tuesday and Thursday shall be allotted days. I know that's what the member is particularly interested in, and that the best. I'm sure it's the best part of his week. I'm not sure that's the best part of my week. But I would also like to inform the House that the Minister of Veterans Affairs will be delivering a ministerial statement on Thursday, November 2nd, to acknowledge the beginning of Veterans Week. Thank you. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, resuming debate on report stage of Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Resuming debate, I inform the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue that he has 4 minutes left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your generosity, but I might not need that much time. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to inform you of other ideas that emerged during the committee's work. One of the most significant changes that the Bloc Québécois advocated for has to do with transparency provisions, and I know that you are very sensitive to that issue, Mr. Speaker. Transparency, how important it is. We could have included other causes, but I know that that is of particular interest to you. It's an important issue we heard about from witnesses, and we find it in the technical documents that were presented to us. I insisted on the need for greater transparency in national security decision-making mechanisms. You'll say I went to the right school, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I think colleagues have influenced me, especially the member for Joliette. I'd like to pay tribute to him on that. And so more information from the agencies responsible for national security decisions. This is a legitimate request, as people want to understand how decisions are made and what criteria are taken into account. The minister's obligation to present his decisions is a substantial step forward in promoting public understanding and will enable people, businesses, and all stakeholders to better understand the process and motivations behind decisions relating to national security. We remain firmly committed to acting in the best interest of the Quebec nation, ensuring that the preservation of our national interests is in harmony with our democratic values and our quest for open and transparent governance. It is unfortunate for us that the government has restricted and limited some C-34 amendments to the issue of national security in relation to foreign investment. I think there was a certain consensus around the table that the government missed an opportunity to review the thresholds to which company mergers and acquisitions must be subjected, especially in terms of guarantees that foreign investments will be of net benefit to Canada. We support this bill, and we will continue to demand loud and clear that the government table a new bill to review the other sections of the Investment Canada Act. That being said, it is high time we address the national security issues surrounding foreign investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When I listened to the member, not only now but prior to the question period getting underway, I guess my primary concern is in dealing with foreign interference. And as I said previously, Mr. Speaker, it takes many different forms. And what we're debating today is from an investor's perspective, and that's the reason why we needed to be able to modernize, if I can say modernize, 14 years given AI and technology, protecting our industries here in Canada, making sure that interests here are served first and foremost. And I'm wondering if the member just can provide his thoughts in regards to the passage of the legislation. Does the Bloc have any other things that they would like to see outside of the amendment that we're debating today?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question. As I said at the end of my remarks, the Bloc Québécois intends to vote for the bill. That said, the main amendments we would have liked to see in the bill were not compatible with the bill. When we were talking about reforming the Investment Canada Act, the Liberals should have included this notion of reviewing the thresholds, because when values dropped to be under the threshold for review, the mandatory review threshold to trigger a review, that makes it such that foreign companies, they can be American companies or Chinese companies, they were able to buy national gems companies like Air Transat at a very cheap price, and the consequences are disastrous. So that's what we need to do with Investment Canada Act. We need to really review the thresholds. That said, I'm thrilled that transparency has been strengthened. In Quebec, the sale of Rona was very well known, and there are compromises. We need to ensure that there's transparency. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a great speech. Before question period, the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader said that Canada is a good place for investors. But now, investors are leaving. They keep leaving. There are many rules. For example, Bill C-69. We have too many carbon taxes. We have things that don't exist in other countries. So why is there nothing in this bill to deal with these issues? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. I thank her for speaking French and for her efforts with French. I congratulate her. There is a major issue. I agree. How can we welcome foreign capitals to develop our economy? Now, we need to regulate critical and strategic minerals. And when it comes to electrifying transportation, we need to maintain ownership of our critical resources. Many are named, including lithium. If we are independent from Chinese lithium, for example, there are acquisitions by Canadian businesses which are Canadian in theory, but who were abroad, and these businesses were purchased by Chinese businesses. So we were told that that wouldn't trigger an Investment Canada review. But tangibly speaking, Mr. Speaker, I think that the same situation would make it such that we would want to protect our interests in the electrification of transportation. In our new economy, we need to maintain ownership of our resources if we want people to invest in Canada, and we need to own our own resources. We have time for one last quick question, a 30-second question. That'll remember for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague brought up excellent points, and so I wondered what he thought about the fact that natural resources, we've had Vale, Rio Tinto, Xstrata, and U.S. Steel take over Canadian companies Inco, Alcan, Falconbridge, and Stelco. What happened? We gave up all our natural resources to foreign companies.
I'll reply in 30 seconds, the Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the risks now in investing heavily at the end of the supply chain. Now, we're happy that there are businesses like Stellantis and Northvolt are investing in Canada, but we're at the end of the supply chain. Rather than investing early on in the supply chain, we should invest in our mining companies to invest at the beginning of the supply chain. We need to be able to put lithium from Abitibi-Témiscamingue from Quebec in our EVs rather than lithium from China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-34 and also the amendments that are being proposed today. Amendments actually that are pretty important to consider, and I will be considering these amendments as well the NDP will. The amendments really pertain to the independence of the minister in particular, where the minister can have ultimate authority with less cabinet oversight. And when I think of some of the ministers that, as industry critic for about 17 of my 21 years here, I can think of some of the ones that were not even looked at by certain ministers, and I'm not sure whether this will solve it, because I know that they actually brought some of these things to the cabinet table, and successive Conservative and Liberal governments allowed those to be taken over. And the reason I asked my previous question about natural resources, I want to touch a little bit on that, is that those companies that we have in the mining industry right now that are now owned by foreign conglomerates used to be Canadian champions. And now when we look at the battery supply and the different minerals that are necessary for electrification of vehicles and our corner of the world, it's very much affected by that. Same with the independents. But what is also important, Mr. Speaker, that has not been taken much into account by neither of these two parties in the last number of years is the amount of tax subsidies, reductions, and investments that those companies have gotten from Liberals and Conservatives, and that let them actually go out the door. And I want to talk about one, a more recent one, and then I want to get to natural resources. The most recent one is Nemak in Windsor, which is a Mexican-based company that got a series of investments. It was bought out previous to that, and it got a series of subsidies by the federal and provincial governments of the day, federal Liberal government and a provincial Conservative government, and there was no conditions on the investment of those subsidies that went for a new transmission update and a new motor update and other types of innovation that they then took that, put it in Mexico, and closed the Windsor plant down, and we had to fight to get the workers' wages back because our bankruptcy and insolvency laws are actually very much against workers right now, Mr. Speaker. And so we lost this opportunity, but we funded the loss of our opportunity after we had let the company be taken over. And the reason I talk about a little about the auto sector here and this industry, because we have to have some foresight. And successive Conservative and Liberal governments have never had that. Some Canadians might remember Inco. They might remember Alcan. They might remember Falconbridge. They might remember Stelco. All gone. All Canadian giants and natural resources, and in industries now owned by Vale, Rio Tinto, Xstrata, U.S. Steel. Some have even changed from then. All foreign interventions on the Canadian system of natural resources. Who owns the natural resources? We do, as Canadians. It's a privilege to be able to mine those resources. We are the ones that actually have the asset. No different, actually, than the spectrum that we have for our telecommunications industry, where successive Conservative Liberal governments have taken in $21 billion from taxpayers and allowed those companies like Shaw, Telus, and the others, and Bell, to charge them the highest rates. Yes, we actually took in, from the year 2000 to this past year, from successive Conservative Liberal governments, $21 billion in spectrum auction of the airwaves above us that Canadians own. Then we let them charge us some of the highest prices in the world and some of the worst practices that go on too. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, because natural resources are at a premium right now, especially when we're looking at lithium-ion and different types of minerals related to the new economy and emerging auto industry and electrification. And it actually goes further than that. We actually manufactured, I know right now, there was a big, loss at many times of where we're going to get the next chips for with regards to innovation related to electronics industry, and there was shortages were high. The U.S. is spending billions of dollars in investment. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, we actually, in microchips, were a leader at one time in Mississauga. We let that be bought out, and we let that actually be closed down and shipped over to Taiwan, all approved under Liberal Conservative governments in the past. And after policies of reducing their taxes, their corporate taxes, and giving them subsidies with no conditions and terms, and bought up, closed down, less competition, moved out of the country. So finally, and I raised this in the past, Mr. Speaker, when China Mid-Metals was going to look out to buy Canadian natural resources in the oil patch. And interesting about this, Mr. Speaker, is at that time, back in 2004, there was no national security reviewer screen. And it was okay at that time, if you can believe it. Paul Martin was the prime minister at that time, or the finance minister, actually. He later became prime minister. It was okay for China's national industries to own Canadian natural resources by the Conservatives and Liberals, but it wasn't okay for Canadians to own Petro-Canada. And so we sold off our shares of Petro-Canada. And we actually took a bath on it because 6 months later, the prices went skyrocketing. And that was at a time when it's okay, yes, China invest, China invest. All the records are here, all the documents are here, and at the same time, we couldn't have a national champion like Petro-Canada, heaven for that to happen, but at the same time, let's bring in the investment from China. Now they're talking about concerns, now they're talking about reservations, but now we don't have those resources under control anymore. And we look at the same thing with competition right now. We look at the frustrations in the grocery industry and all the different consumer industries, and they're of concern. And there's a pattern here, Mr. Speaker. And all these industries that I've talked about had to be approved by the minister and cabinet. So I am empathetic to the Conservative amendment here that would have cabinet review, but when you have a party that ideologically is destined to sell off Canada, it doesn't matter if it's one person or 12 of them in the room making the decision to sell off those jobs and those investments. And that's the problem. So when you look at some of the most historic ones recently, you've got Rona by Lowe's. How well did that work out? Now they're going back to Rona brand because people actually trusted that because it was a Canadian company. And so what do? We allowed Lowe's and basically Home Depot to be the competitors, and we eliminated the Canadian competitor by allowing it to be bought up. And you know what they got? as a condition and term was a supposed corporate office in Montreal or Quebec. I can't remember whether it's Quebec City or Montreal, but one of those two places, and we know it was a facade. And at the same time, we saw in the retail sector, which is just as important for electronics, remember the Future Shop? Yeah. We used to have that. It's gone. Now we have Best Buy and that's it. So you only had a limited market to begin with. Then on top of that, they said, okay, well, we'll just sell off the Canadian component as well, too, and we'll have no competition. So you wonder why you have less competition. It's because whether it's the minister or multiple cabinets, when they're ideologically driven, not by business sense and competition and all the other different things that are important for consumer society, and actually what the United States gets is they actually have laws preventing that from happening. What we have had is ideologically driven governments that want to sell off Canada and say it's just okay, that's the way of doing business. Well, it isn't the way of doing business anywhere else but Canada. The United States actually has anti-competitive laws for those things. And they actually break up companies like Microsoft and others when they've gone too far. We don't have any of that stuff here. One of the other ones I want to note is that we actually have there's so many that it's unbelievable, is what I talked about before is Zellers and that of Target. And it's one of the most eye-popping ones. So during the retail market struggles, when they were losing money, Zellers was still making a profit, had a union that actually had benefits for their employees, and was still making a profit. So what do? We opened the floodgates, we let Target come right in, and what they did is they took over the Zellers, closed some of them down, and then after a few months after that, they realized, oh, maybe we're not so hot about this Canadian market. Then after about a year, we ended up by closing those stores. Workers gone, pensions gone, benefits gone, stores gone. Zeller's trying to make a return now, Mr. Speaker, but what did it matter when we had a minister or cabinet ministers and parties in power that are ideologically driven to basically give Canada away, the investments away, and it's not the same free market that they think it is over there, because I live close to the United States and they actually have laws that protect consumers much stronger than Canada. It's about time we got them here, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Windsor West has been a long-time member of the industry community, has got good knowledge about the various industrial sectors. I want to ask him the impact of the foreign ownership on certain segments of the industrial sector. For example, almost every company in the steel and aluminum industry, they are all foreign owned. And none of those steel or aluminum sector companies have added any capacity during the last 20 years. So the stagnation that we see with this foreign ownership, does it not lead to does it not impact the economic security of Canada, and whether that is also can be related one way or the other to the national security of Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased my colleague who's been on this committee and others as well too, his question is actually a really good one. And I really appreciate it because national security and a number of different things, we can look at that through the lens of Stelco, I think, in Hamilton, which was bought up by U.S. Steel. And they actually moved some of the operations to Zug Island in Detroit, where their operations caused what was then called the Windsor Hum. Even though it came from Detroit, the operations made vibrations and problems from there. And I'll conclude by saying this. It's a great example, though, because we gave up the capacity to grow and to expand our steel and aluminum industry, and then the company pulled it out because they just want less competition. So the end result is that we had a painful exercise with workers who lost pensions, jobs, and so forth. And that's why I appreciate this question, because it is about national security, and it's also a personal security for our workers that are actually in these sectors.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the clause by clause at the Industry Committee, the government members voted against a Conservative amendment that would have subjected or that would subject state-owned enterprises in countries like China to a mandatory national security review. I'd like to know what the thoughts are from the member from Windsor, why the government would vote against such a common sense amendment that would protect Canadian assets, especially in minerals and natural resources.
L'honorable député.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually was perplexed by that. I want to thank the member who actually came to the committee. Committee's known to be trying to really work together and improve the bill. There's several amendments in here, and I want to commend him for working through a process where one of his amendments got sabotaged that was supposed to actually get going through. But people should know that the member brought forth a very much a compromise, specific related amendment that really should be in his name. And I want to say to the public and that I appreciated that approach. And I don't know why they would have these mandatory things not necessarily part of it right now, especially because there has been growing consensus. I referenced China mid-metals in the past, but now we've come to a point where people understand that the National Security Clause is a paramount part of what we do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for his passionate speech. I would like to know whether he's in agreement with something. Would he agree with having another bill or going further so that we can protect important cutting-edge sectors? And we also need to protect the headquarters of small businesses. Here's what I wish to express to my colleagues. In Quebec especially, our economy is mostly made up of small and medium enterprises. And when it comes to thresholds, well, there's often not study or inquiry into that. So does he feel that it's important to protect our SMEs? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
This is a really excellent question as well. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, is the small, medium-sized businesses that the member references often get out of the discussion points, but there are also some of the startups and that the other ones that we're trying to actually incentivize to get to the next level from small to medium to growing. And then what happens is they get gobbled up. And so I would be open to looking at that. And I think the member brings up an excellent point that gets really lost. And we are spending a lot of time, money, energy, and proponents to help venture capitalism and growing Canadian companies and Quebec companies as well, too. And so the member brings up an excellent point because sometimes we do those investments, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, then they get gobbled up later, and that's at really a discount for those foreign nationals.
Resume debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Innovation, Sciences and Industry.
Very much, Mr. Speaker and honourable members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Today, the House of Commons will vote unanimously to support this bill's objectives. This bill was studied at the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology, and we encourage those members to send this bill to the Senate for their consideration. You all know very well that this legislation plays an important role in our economy and that it helps in making Canada a destination of choice for foreign investments. This legislation ensures that there are favorable conditions for a trade based on stable regime and clear regulation. This legislation encourages economic growth and employment. The legislation allows for a government intervention only if an investment would harm Canada's national security. C-34 allows the government to act rapidly if the circumstances require it, and this is exactly what we intend to do with these proposed amendments. In fact, it is clear that the time has come to modernize the ICA and ensure Canada is aligned with the rest of the world. Our industry remains one of the most dynamic in the world, but as you all know, Canada is facing unprecedented geostrategic challenges and national security issues. Canada's foreign investment regime must adapt to the speed of innovation. In recent years, intangible assets in the knowledge economy like intellectual property and data have grown in importance in defining Canada's economic strength, and at the same time pose new challenges in terms of how these are to be managed to ensure that the benefits accrue to Canada and Canadians. Our government recognizes the value of the intangible economy, its growth, and the relevant opportunities for all Canadians. These new innovations are driving new ways of doing business and with huge opportunities for Canadians. Our government will support this growth as it helps drive Canada's economy and supports highly skilled, well-paying jobs. But to do so, tools such as the ICA must also be modernized to offer additional protections considering changing geopolitical and technological advancements, and to prevent hostile actors from exploiting Canada's expertise and capacity for innovation. Geopolitical risks and instability are now fixtures in our operating environment. Hostile state and non-state actors pursue deliberate strategies to acquire goods, technologies, and intellectual property. They do so in ways that are fundamentally incompatible with Canada's interests and principles. We also know that foreign investments can be used as a conduit for foreign influence activities which seek to weaken our norms and institutions. The nexus between technology and national security is clear and here to stay. Rapid technological innovation has provided Canada with new opportunities for economic growth, but it's also given rise to new and difficult policy challenges. More and more, Canada is the target of hostile threats. This threatens both our national security and our prosperity simultaneously. That's why our government must adapt our tools to better defend ourselves against current and future threats. All over the world, foreign investments have been the subject of many investigations with a specific focus on national security. And these investigations focused on several angles, such as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the security implications of climate change, disruptions to global supply chains, and shifting geopolitical considerations. Hence, by amending this legislation to stop the threats of tomorrow, Canada will remain a destination of choice for foreign investments. The time is right to pursue modernization of the Investment Canada Act. Now more than ever, we need to make sure we're doing everything we can to foster an innovative, healthy, and growing economy. The guidance and decisions issued over the past several years make clear that some transactions, particularly those by state-owned or state-influenced investors, may be motivated by non-commercial imperatives that could harm Canada's national security. Allow me to repeat that these types of investments in sectors deemed sensitive currently face enhanced scrutiny under the ICA. Our government believes that an effective review regime must be robust, transparent, and flexible to adapt to a changing world, and it is now time to make these changes. That is why we stand today in favor of this bill, which represents the most significant update to the Investment Canada Act since 2009. We are making important moves now to review and modernize key aspects of the Act while ensuring that the overarching framework to support needed foreign investment to grow our economy remains strong and open. Our record as a government makes it abundantly clear that where national security is concerned, we will not shy away from decisive action, and our assessment of risk keeps pace with evolving economic and geopolitical considerations. The ICA already gives us much of the authority we need to intercede and address national security risk that can arise from foreign investment. These amendments build on the solid foundation and will improve the mechanics around the national security review of investments. Now is the time to act decisively so we can make sure that Canada will continue to gain the economic benefits of investments while strengthening our ability to address threats to our country and ensure its future prosperity. It's clear to everyone that the proposed amendments for Bill C-34 will ensure an important equilibrium. They will protect Canadians and Canadian enterprises while making sure that investors will continue to view Canada as their first destination of choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite speech. One of the things that's happening in Canada is hundreds of millions of dollars of investment are leaving the country because we don't have a competitive landscape here. We have higher taxes, carbon tax 1.0, 2.0. We have long approval processes in our regulatory process and uncertainty. So why wasn't any of that put into this bill when we see that we have to give away $31 billion to incite people to come to Canada and open up a business?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thanks to the honourable member for the question. I mean, the amendments to this Act are really designed to ensure national security and Canadian interests are reflected in the Act, so that when foreign investment is coming into the country, and we've actually seen quite a significant amount of that coming into Canada in recent years, that it will be subject to a national security review. And I think giving the minister the powers and authorities to be able to react and trigger those reviews are extremely important to protect our national interests.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentide-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. My question is very simple, because we sat together for months on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and given everything we learned about the inefficient steps, the ineffective steps that have been taken to counter foreign espionage and so on, and to protect our industry and so on, could he go by the findings that we made in recent months to make sure that this amendment and that the bill are indeed effective? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Proposed by this side of the House are designed to ensure that the bill is consistent. There are amendments that were actually sub-amendments in our committee put forth by the Conservative Party and the NDP. So in essence, the amendments we're making are to ensure that the bill is consistent. I agree with the honourable member that our work on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on tackling foreign interference in Canada, this bill is certainly a step in the right direction, because it essentially subjects a lot of the foreign investment in Canada to a national security review, which I think we can all agree is a positive step in the right direction.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Mission-Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to clarify two specific amendments that were actually rejected by the government. Regarding Section 15A, we wanted to list specific sectors necessary to preserve Canada's national security rather than the systematic approach put forward that was recommended by the public servants. And we wanted to do that specifically related to the testimony given by the member of Whitby, is that we need to be very careful in light of the strategic and geopolitical issues we're facing. The second one relates to Section 25.4, and that would allow the Government of Canada to maintain ownership of intangible assets that have been developed in whole or in part by taxpayer-funded research. Why did the government vote against those two common-sense amendments? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, I'm not really sure what the member is referring to, because the amendments that we've put forward that we're actually here to debate are ones that make the bill consistent, and they were actually sub-amendments put before the committee that were from the Conservative and the NDP party. So I'm not really sure how we could be I don't know what the member is bringing forward, but my understanding is that the additional amendment that the Conservatives have brought forward is actually designed to gut this bill and take away the minister's power and discretion in order to trigger a national security review. And I think that's going to greatly reduce the speed at which that can happen. And I think that's contrary to the whole intent of this particular piece of legislation.
On a le temps pour une mini question.
We have time for a 15-second question. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're almost done here. It's hard to ask such a short question. So we commend improvements to the bill, but how is it that the rules are still so slack? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 15 seconds.
You won't be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that unfortunately I disagree with the honourable member that this is slack. I don't think that's the case. I think that this is actually a very strong piece of legislation that was agreed to by committee members.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Mission-Matsqui.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-34, otherwise known as the National Security Review of Investments Modernization Act, seeks to update and strengthen the Investment Canada Act in an aim to protect Canada's national security when it comes to foreign investments in our country. As the tensions rise around the world, Canadians, our businesses, and our intellectual property, our private data, and our natural resources must be protected from bad actors who seek to undermine our sovereignty and exert influence on our institutions and way of life in Canada. For 8 years, this NDP Liberal government has not taken sensitive transactions seriously and has failed to conduct full reviews of transactions involving Chinese state-owned enterprises, which seriously jeopardizes the security of Canadians and our government. According to Statistics Canada, China's share of Canadian assets under foreign control doubled from 1.9% to 3.8% between 2015 and 2019. Large shares of key industries are also under foreign control. 40% of all assets in Canada's oil and gas industry. Wholesale trade is 48%. Manufacturing is 44%. Mining and quarrying is 30%. Professional scientific and technical services is 25%. With so much of Canada's economy controlled by foreign companies and governments, it is crucial that we ensure foreign investments do not pose a threat to our national security and prevent bad actors from weaponizing Canada's economy and our own resources against us. Let's take a look at some recent examples of investments this government missed. Number one, the Neo Lithium Corp and Zijin Mining. In March 2021, the Minister of Industry updated and enhanced guidelines for transactions involving critical minerals and state-owned enterprises. Yet just 10 months later, he ignored those new guidelines, allowing Canadian mining company Neo Lithium Corp to be acquired by Zijin Mining, a Chinese state-owned enterprise, without a security review. Number two, Sinclair Technologies and Hytera Communications. In December 2022, the RCMP awarded a contract to supply sensitive hardware for their communication systems to Sinclair Technologies, which is directly linked to Hytera Communications, a company partially owned by the Chinese government and a major supplier of China's public security ministry. It was revealed in December of 2022 that the CBSA used Hytera's technology and communications equipment in 2017. Hytera has been charged with 21 counts of espionage in the U.S. and has been banned from doing business in that country. In 2017, when Hytera acquired BC-based telecommunications company Norsat International, the parent company of Sinclair Technologies, the Minister of Industry failed to request a full national security review. Conservatives have long called on this government to take swift action to ensure that any time a foreign state-owned enterprise seeks to invest in a Canadian corporation or asset, the government conducts a thorough review. At second reading of this bill, Conservatives voted to advance this proposed legislation to the Industry Committee, upon which I sit, with a clear expectation that significant amendments would be made. At Industry Committee, Conservatives tabled a number of amendments to ensure these reviews take place and to strengthen this legislation as a whole. Some of the amendments tabled by my colleagues and I at Industry were adopted. However, many more were voted down by this government. Number one, we wanted to modify the definition of state-owned enterprises to include any company or entity headquartered in an authoritarian state. They rejected that. Number two, we wanted to list specific sectors necessary to preserve Canada's national security rather than the systematic approach applied or recommended by public servants. They rejected that. Number three, we wanted to exempt non-Canadian Five Eye intelligence state-owned enterprises from the national security review process to prevent an overly broad review process for an ally like United States or Australia. They rejected that. Number four, we wanted to allow the Government of Canada to maintain ownership of intangible assets that have been developed in whole or in part by taxpayer-funded dollars. They rejected that. Number five, we wanted to allow the minister to go back and review past state-owned acquisitions through the national security review process to allow for a flexible review process. They rejected that ministerial power. We know that public servants do take a risk-adverse approach in crafting regulations and providing advice during the legislative process. That's not necessarily a bad thing, that's a good thing. However, politicians must be willing to make the tough decisions, weighing the potential benefits against the repercussions of any decision. Going back to that first rejected amendment, Conservatives moved to include companies headquartered in authoritarian state in the definition of state-owned enterprises to ensure that they are automatically subject to security reviews. We just want to protect our sovereignty. Public servants warned against calling out certain nations like this as it could conflict with WTO obligations. However, when we look at the 2019 annual report from the NSICOP Committee, the National Security Committee of Parliament, it highlighted activities carried out by the People's Republic of China and Canada, stating that they were a clear threat to security of Canada. The report also stated that foreign interference represents a significant threat to Canadian society and our fundamental institutions. In the government's own Indo-Pacific strategy, and I'm going to quote it, it states, China has benefited from the rules-based international order to grow and prosper, but it is now actively seeking to reinterpret these rules to gain greater advantage. China's assertive pursuit of its economic and security interests, advancements of unilateral claims, foreign interference, and increasingly coercive treatment of other countries and economies have significant implications in the region, in Canada, and around the world. Despite all this, the Liberals and the Bloc members voted down our amendment. Frankly, it's not surprising, given how long this government has ignored the 2019 NZCOP report, which called for a foreign agent registry, and the fact that our Prime Minister has said he admires the basic dictatorship of China. So the question before me today that I want the government members to answer, do they really believe that with the amendments that we put forward in good faith, that they rejected, that this bill is as strong as it could be to protect Canadian assets, companies, and our sovereignty, most importantly? I don't believe that they can answer with a yes, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, a few of our common sense conservative amendments were passed. Number one, we were reducing the threshold to trigger a national security review from $512 million to $0 for any investment by a state-owned enterprise. I think if there's one thing we walk away from the work that this Conservative Party did, is that we are standing up for Canadian sovereignty by changing this fundamental aspect of the Investment Canada Act. Moving forward, when this is passed, when China looks at it of looking strategically to take an asset in Canada, say mining rights or a small mine, that would fall under the threshold, which I believe this year is at $512 million, that strategic move that they're trying to make into the Canadian economy will now be subject to a security review. That is thanks to the hard work of the Conservative members. Number two, we're ensuring that items reviewable under the National Security Review process include acquisitions of any assets by state-owned enterprises. Number three, we have worked to ensure that an automatic national security review is conducted whenever a company has previously been convicted of corruption charges. And number four, requiring the minister to conduct a national security review by changing may to shall to ensure a review is triggered whenever in the review threshold. And that brings us to today. Conservatives have brought forward a common sense amendment here at report stage that will protect the Minister of Checks and Balances, will protect the system of checks and balances in place in respect to the Minister's power to undertake or not undertake a national security review. Our amendment would remove Clause 15 of Bill C-34, reverting to the language back in the existing text of the Investment Canada Act. This would ensure that Cabinet plays an active role to ensure regional representation in major decisions made about foreign investment in our country. In conclusion, I understand what the Liberals are trying to do here by streamlining decisions through the Minister of Industry and Public Safety, but we must ensure that regional representation plays a role in national security review moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate the amendment bringing the threshold to $0 with respect to state-owned enterprises. I would like to ask my honourable colleague his opinion about the investment done by multinational companies where they come and capture the entire sector. But like today, the steel and aluminium sector are entirely foreign-owned. They just become the branch office of the foreign multinationals, focusing only on the North American markets, never attempt to export the talent, the resources, the expertise that is available in Canada to the countries where we have free trade agreement across the world. Does that not also fit into the definition of economic security, which in my view is same as national security?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I missed the first part of that question, but I will note that the member from Nepean actually stood alongside Conservative members in the House during second reading when he called for some of the changes to the National Security Review. But more broadly to his point, I think when we look at the Investment Canada Act, the Government of Canada needs to be looking very closely right now at protecting strategic interests. And that's what we were trying to do. And that's not just from foreign state-owned actors. That does include multinational companies as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague, it says the Bloc voted against the Conservative amendments, but I want to specify that the Conservative amendments, they wanted to have all crown corporations that aren't part of the Five Eyes be considered hostile. I don't know if they know that in Quebec, 40% of investments from Europe are in Quebec. There's Airbus that builds planes in Mirabel in partnership with Quebec's government. So it would have been quite something if the Conservative amendments had gone through. The honourable member.
The question dans cette chambre aujourd'hui.
In this House today, the question is, will the Bloc protect the sovereignty of Quebec and support the Conservative amendment that will keep regional representation in Cabinet and not only in the hands of just one minister? Imagine a minister from British Columbia who can make a decision for the Quebec nation. And the member of Cabinet from Quebec cannot have anything to say about that decision. The Bloc Québécois will vote with the Conservatives for this amendment to protect sovereignty not only for Quebec but for all of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the speech. And earlier, the NDP were talking about the fact that we have no protections in Canada for extra large corporations that are making billions of profits that are basically sucking up all the little guys in this country. So I wonder if the member would speak about whether they agree that we should have rules like the United States do, where we can break up these extra large oligarchies, basically, that are taking over competition in Canada.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Speaker, I appreciate the question regarding the Competition Act, which has been debated very recently in the House of Commons. But the Investment Canada Act is a bit different than the Competition Act. What we're focused on here today is ensuring that, irrespective of political party, that the Government of Canada has the necessary tools and framework to protect Canadian sovereignty, to ensure that our elected officials can make appropriate decisions when foreign investment wants to come into this country, and make a decision to ensure that it is a net benefit gain for Canada when foreign investment dollars come to our wonderful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, in 20 seconds.
Very much, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question as to why it's so important that we brought down the threshold from $512 million to zero.
The honourable member in 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, it was so important to reduce the threshold to zero to account for intangible assets, for small mines in the natural resource sector, or for businesses that could fall below the threshold but would ensure a strategic asset for another a state-owned enterprise or a foreign government that doesn't necessarily have the best interest of Canada at heart. What we're doing with this amendment is following along the lines of our other like-minded nations to protect strategic assets in Canada or corporations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on Bill C-34, an act to modernize the national security provisions of the Investment Canada Act. We have been clear that we will always welcome foreign investments and trade that encourages economic growth, innovation, and employment opportunities in Canada. While at the same time, we know that economic security is national security. That's why this bill, which will amend the Investment Canada Act, brings forward improvements so our government can act more quickly when required. This legislation represents the most significant update of the ICA since 2009 and ensures we can address changing threats that can arise from foreign investment. While our government continues to welcome foreign direct investment, we are modernizing ICA framework to ensure Canada's continued prosperity and while acting decisively when investment threatens our national security. Let me first appreciate the fundamental importance of foreign investments to our economy. Canada has a long history of welcoming foreign capital, businesses, and expertise, and this openness has played a pivotal role in shaping our nation's growth. Foreign investments are a driving force behind economic development in Canada. They fuel innovation, stimulate job creation, and enhance our global competitiveness. Foreign direct investment has enabled us to harness the expertise and resources of international partners, thereby propelling our own industries forward. These investments result in the creation of well-paying jobs for Canadians and help diversify our economic landscape. Moreover, they facilitate the transfer of knowledge and the best practices, foster innovation and productivity enhancement. While the economic benefits of foreign investment are undeniable, we must not overlook the critical dimensions of national security. Protecting our sovereignty, infrastructure, and sensitive data is paramount. National security is not a matter of choice. It is an unwavering obligation of the government to safeguard the interests and well-being of its citizens. Over the years, the interconnectedness of our world has increased exponentially. Technology and the flow of capital have become global, creating unprecedented opportunities, but also potential vulnerabilities. We cannot afford to be complacent when it comes to the protection of our national interests. While our commitment to an open and welcoming environment for foreign investors remains steadfast, it must coexist with a thorough evaluation of the national security implication that each investment brings with it. As I said earlier, we welcome foreign investments and trade that encourages economic growth, innovation, and employment opportunities in Canada, while at the same time, we know that economic security is national security. In my speech during the second reading, I had mentioned the importance of economic security. I would like to touch on it again. The importance of economic security in the context of foreign direct investments cannot be overstated. In the pursuit of economic growth, it is essential that we safeguard against any potential threat through our long-term economic security. Economic security part primarily concerns the stability and growth of our economy, while the national security part pertains to the safeguarding our sovereignty and protection from external threats. Foreign direct investment is a powerful tool for economic growth, but it must be leveraged in a way that ensures all sectors of our economy continue to thrive. The steel and aluminum industry in Canada, which are 100% foreign-owned, serve as a compelling example of how a failure to address economic security can potentially result in stagnation and even decline. These industries, dominated by foreign ownership, have seen little or no growth in production capacity over the past 2 decades. While the rest of the world is expanding its aluminum and steel sectors, Canada's lack of growth and diversification in these areas has hindered our ability to tap into new markets and fully leverage our free trade agreements. In fact, there is hardly any export from Canadian steel and aluminum industries outside North America, though we have signed 15 free trade agreements, 51 different countries that cover 61% of the global GDP. There is a need for a comprehensive approach to foreign investments that addresses not only national security, but also the economic well-being of our nation. We must find a balance that encourages investment while ensuring that the growth and diversification of our economic sectors continue to contribute to our long-term economic security. To strike a balance between these economic requirements and national security requirements, we have adopted a comprehensive and multi-dimensional approach to foreign investment. The approach is rooted in a principled and fact-based assessment of each investment proposal. The key element of our approach includes legislation and regulation, national security review process, risk assessment, proportionate responses, and consultation and transparency. There are certain principles that guide our approach to foreign investments and national security. The first is sovereign and security. Canada's sovereignty and national security are not negotiable. The government is committed to safeguarding the country's interest and ensuring that foreign investment do not compromise its security. The second is openness and partnership. Canada remains open to foreign investment that enhance economic growth and job opportunities. We value international partnerships and mutual benefits that they bring. The third is transparency and accountability. Our approach is characterized by transparency, accountability, and due process. Decisions are made based on facts, expert advice, and consultation with relevant parties. The fourth is proportional response. The response to national security risk is proportionate to the level of the risk identified. This ensures that legitimate and beneficial investments are not unfairly restricted. The fifth is continual adaptation. Our approach is not static. It evolves to address the new and emerging challenges. The government remains committed to staying ahead of evolving threats and opportunities. With this act, we are highlighting that Canada's approach to foreign investments strike a delicate balance between economic growth and national security. We remain committed to welcoming foreign capital and expertise that contribute to our prosperity, innovation, and employment opportunities. However, this commitment is tempered by an unwavering dedication to safeguarding our sovereignty and national security. The Investment Canada Act, the National Security Review process, the guiding principles that underline our approach provide a robust framework to evaluate foreign investments. Through consultation, transparency, and a proportional response to identified risks, we ensure that legitimate investments are not discouraged and national security is upheld. In this era of interconnectedness, Canada's approach is not a mere policy. It is a reflection of our values, our commitment to our citizens, and our vision for a prosperous and secure future. We embrace the world while safeguarding our national interest, and in doing so, we strengthen the very foundation of our great nation. The ICA provides for both the net benefit and national security reviews of foreign investment into Canada. It was established to provide investor certainty while reserving Canada's ability to block individual investment under specific circumstances. The Act is designed to encourage investment, economic growth, and employment, only interceding when an investment is not of net benefit to Canada or would harm national security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. Now, there has been a long history with the Liberal government making poor decisions in terms of allowing Chinese communist state-owned operations to take over operations. And I'll just start with one, which was Anbang. You remember that they, under the then Minister Navdeep Bains, bought health care for seniors in BC. And it was a total disaster thereafter, and during the pandemic, the BC government had to step in and take over. And so for that reason, we need to not have an individual individual make a decision on whether there should be a security review. Does he agree with the Conservative amendment that it would be better to have the Governor and Council or all the cabinet members weigh in on those kind of decisions?
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The national security issues due to the investments made by certain state-owned enterprises was always a concern. In fact, I think we have gone back and re-reviewed some of the decisions made in allowing foreign investments by state-owned enterprises. However, in my view is that this act is comprehensive enough to take care of the national security review of any investment made by any foreign entity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank our colleague for his speech. I appreciate the sections where he talks about sovereignty, but we shouldn't be blocking good investments. I understand the argument. I'd like to hear him talk about the importance of protecting strategic investments, for example, in innovation in small businesses or in land owners. And that's something we haven't really talked about till now. But foreign companies that buy land, I'm thinking about agricultural land, but not just agricultural land. There's speculation in this area. I'd like to hear his perspective on this. Does he agree that we should study that matter and try to limit access of foreigners to land here? Thank you. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very clear that any investments that promotes innovation in Canada is always welcome. The question will only come if that innovation affects the national security. If there are any speculative investment like the purchase of agricultural land just for the sake of holding it, I'm sure that too should be looked into. At the end of the day, the ownership of limited resource that is available, productive resource that is available, does constitute a national security threat.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the Speaker about breaking up large corporations that have limited the competition that's happening in Canada. My partner from the NDP here was speaking about many of them recently, whether it was Target taking over Zellers or Lowe's taking over Rona. Does the member believe that this is a good idea for Canadian consumers?
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fundamentally, the idea of breaking up of private sector companies just because they have gone large may not be appropriate for the limited market that Canada enjoys. However, more competition in every sector is required and should be encouraged, and that is my position, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader in 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, and my question, the member made reference to the importance of trade agreements and foreign investments. And when you take a look at Canada and the number of trade agreements it's achieved over the last number of years, I like to think that that's made Canada very much open to foreign investment. And that's one of the reasons why we need to be able to have the modernization of legislation. In his comments.
The Honourable Member from Nepean in 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member is exactly right. The 15 trade agreements we have signed with 51 countries covering 61% of the world GDP shows to the world that Canada is an attractive place for foreign investment. We do want to attract foreign investments that are strategic, that promotes innovation, that promotes high quality jobs in Canada. And we are always open for it. However, this particular act, we focus on what is those investments that affect the national security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and merci, Monsieur President. Today, of course, we're talking about Bill C-34. And we are talking about the final amendments to that bill. I just want to outline briefly, as many of others have done, but hopefully put my own spin or details with respect to C-34 in the context. We have to look at the economy as it is today, both in Canada and around the world.
20, 30 years ago, or even a decade ago, the economy was much different than it is today, both in Canada and around the world. Economies were winning in the 1950s and 60s if they had a manufacturing base. That was the primary driver of the economic. That was the new economy of the day, as it moved from an agricultural economy to a manufacturing economy. That has radically changed in the last decade. We've moved to an economy that is largely based on intellectual property. The ability, the knowledge is truly power in today's economy. It will determine who are the winners and the losers in the future economic growth of the world. And in the 1950s and 60s and even 70s, it was characterized by a Cold War, both economically and also geopolitically. We had the Soviet Union on one hand, advocating for a central planned economy ruled by an authoritarian regime, and on the other hand, the other power was the United States of America, who called for a free market system, a system that empowered people around the world to hit their maximums. And our economies and our framework were built around there. The challenge today for Canada is that too often our legislation, our frameworks, even our mindsets in certain instances are still back in the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. We need to adopt our framework. And so I am pleased that the government put C-34 forward, but in some ways it's the exception that proves the rule. When we look at major pieces of legislation, major frameworks that are required, unfortunately Canada is falling further and further behind. So if we look at the Income Tax Act, nearly every other OECD country has had a major reform to their income tax, their taxation regime in the last 40 years. Canada has not. The last time that Canada had a major income tax reform was back in the 1970s when they brought forward the capital gains tax. We are not modernizing. We are not keeping up with the rest of the world. And so we're seeing, even C-34 is a dollar short and a day late in many instances, because we've already had, in some cases, the horses are already out of the barn. We had a number of examples talked about, including the lithium mine, which was just rubber stamped by this government. And we've had other examples of predatory state-run companies that have just walked into our market, purchased our goods, and left with us smiling all the way along the way. We have to be, as Canadians, not afraid to stand up for the Canadian economy and for our fellow Canadians. And so when we have precious, precious resources, and when I say resources, I'm sure that many members' minds go to our natural resources, which are critical. But we have a resource that's far, far more valuable than lithium, than gold, than platinum, or other resources, natural resources we might have. We have the intelligence and the ideas of our young and of our workers across this country, coast to coast. And right now, we don't have an effective regime to allow those people to be successful here in Canada. We see far too often that our best and brightest are instead instead of growing great Canadian companies, are instead taking their ideas abroad, often to the United States of America, but also to Europe and other countries as well, where they're given the opportunity to fully promote and exploit their ideas. We are lacking that intellectual property framework that will allow Canadians to be successful. We have in Canada, and we have from coast to coast to coast, including in the great province of Quebec, some of the best ideas in the world. The difficulty is a transition of those ideas into a commercially viable product. So what happens far too often in Canada is we have our resources, which might be coal, might be gold, might be lithium, it might be the ideas generated by the great Canadian workforce. And those ideas, those resources are amongst the best in the world. They're incredibly, incredibly valuable, but we just let them go away. We just let them go away. Whether it be the lithium mine being sold to state-owned enterprises, or our ideas, which instead of grounding those works in a framework where those individuals can make the most of them, they feel like they cannot make the most of them in Canada because we don't have an intellectual property. There are ideas like patent boxes, other tax reform ideas that could be implemented yesterday that are not partisan ideas. They've appeared both in Liberal and in Conservative and maybe even Bloc Québécois platforms that just make sense. But we need to get a move on. We need to modernize. And unfortunately, this government is just slow to act, And even C-34 is a very modest, moderate movement. And it was with the pushing of some great Conservative members on the committee that we were able to be a little bit more aggressive, such as reducing the cutoff from $512 million down to zero for a national review. We have to look at the world not as it was, but as it is. Another key element that's changed since the 1950s and 60s and 70s is back then we had the Soviet Union. And they had state-run enterprises, but for the most part, they simply did not engage in trade with the West. And so the need to protect our local economies, our national economies from the Soviet Union was limited because they really didn't trade with us very often. Now, that's completely different and diametrically different than what the People's Republic of China or the regime in Beijing is accomplishing. They're engaged in trade throughout the world and with Canada, and aggressively so. And we have to acknowledge, and this bill starts to do that, which is good, that it is much different. It is much different when you have a company coming to our shores to invest, to do business, if in fact it's a privately owned company, really motivated by one thing, as most companies are, profit, and that is not a bad thing in my opinion. The NDP might disagree. But we have other companies that are state-owned enterprises. Their goals and their targets are often much more obscure, much more vague. They are looking to promote sometimes an authoritarian regime within our own country, to have power, to take charge within our economy. And we have to be aware of that. We have to acknowledge the reality of state-owned enterprises and the differences and challenges they pose for our economy. And so while C-34 is a step along the way, we still see a number of challenges going forward with respect to protecting our national security. Canadians can't be afraid. We're good people. We're nice, polite people. There's no doubt about that. Even the member from the Kingston from the Islands, I'll throw that in there as a good, polite Canadians. We can't be afraid to put our elbows up a little bit in a respectful way to protect our economy, to protect our national interests. We simply can no longer allow our ideas, which I believe are the most valuable resource we have, or our natural resources, to simply flutter away. And then, you know what happens is those natural resources, those ideas, they get combined outside of our shores into commercially viable products, and of which we end up paying billions and billions of dollars that could have been Canadian. And that's a huge issue for us because we are lacking productivity in our country. We have the lowest per capita GDP since the 1930s. And productivity is really, it's based on a three-legged stool. One is technology. We talked about the issues with that. We've got to look at ideas like patent boxes, like putting in frameworks to protect our intellectual property. Secondly is capital. We need to be able to attract and invest capital. And the third is people. And like I said, we need to make sure that we have those great minds those great young minds that are from coast to coast to coast. And we need to keep them right here in Canada so that they can contribute and add and build our country into the great country it should be. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the members' questions and comments.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre.
The Senate has transmitted a message to the House. That a message be sent to the House of Commons informing that the Senate agrees with the amendments made by the House of Commons to Bill S-12, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer Act without amendment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
It was quite interesting to listen to the speech by the Honourable Member. He talked about the movement from agriculture-dominated economy to manufacturing-dominated economy to intellectual property-dominated system that we are in. He also mentioned about the critical minerals. In fact, the Globe and Mail recently ran a story that Canada wants to become the major player in the global critical mineral sector, but why is Australia eating our lunch? Most of the companies in the critical mineral sector are now foreign-owned. Maybe soon 100% of them will be foreign-owned. So I want to ask the honourable member, in the changing multipolar scenario in the world, with the need for more and more self-reliance, should we relook at the entire way in which we promote the local industries, manufacturing to minerals to everything? Is it a time that we look or take a look on these things? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
A fantastic question there, and I think it is time for us to have a discussion both at Main Street and Bay Street, and also here in Ottawa, about the future of the economy, because things are changing rapidly with the rise of artificial intelligence and other technologies. We need to have those discussions, and there's an opportunity for Canada to be ahead, because we do have, like I said, we have great critical minerals, we have great natural resources, but most importantly, we have great minds here in Canada and great workers here in Canada who deserve us to be a leader in the world.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my colleague's speech, he mentioned what is positive in C-34. And in fact, the United States does have certain views about us. The colleague is right about that, but C-34 improves that, especially by improving the review process. Our review process is similar to the United States one. It's based on it, so the United States will take us more seriously. But the member said that C-34 is mainly about national security, but shouldn't we also have focused on economic security? The honourable member.
Well, if the question is, should we focus in general on economic security? I mean, absolutely. I know that no one says the words COVID anymore, but I'm going to dare as a politician to say that. But I think COVID really proved to us that the challenges that occur when bad things are happening in the world, if we don't have supply chains that especially come from our allies, but more importantly from ourselves. And so economic security, national security are all things that we should be discussing and looking at to make sure that Canada is in the best possible place in the coming years and decades.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you to my colleague for his speech. And when we're talking about people wanting to invest in Canada, there are many issues that do come up. And one is actually the carbon tax and what it does for competitiveness. Now, we've actually seen just a few minutes ago that the Prime Minister made this big announcement that he's actually going to suspend the carbon tax on home heating oil for 3 years. So just wondering what my colleague thinks about that.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member.
Yeah, I will, because, you know, we are struggling economically, we are struggling productivity-wise, we are facing down the barrel of potential stagnation, and the carbon tax is not helping. And it is good that the Prime Minister acknowledged that, but he's got to be desperate now. This is his primary legislation. He's flipping and flopping on the carbon tax, and you know what? Our leader, the honourable member from Carleton, is holding a huge axe ready to cut that carbon tax, and I can't wait till he does.
We have the time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands, 20 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, and well, for starters, thank you for the great compliment the member paid to me earlier. I'll be sure to put that on the front of my campaign literature next time around. But in all honesty, you know, he talked about jobs leaving Canada. Meanwhile, you know, in a neighboring riding to him and I, there's a brand new manufacturing facility of EV battery parts that'll employ up to 600 direct jobs. What does he think about that?
The honourable member in 20 seconds.
The member made it to cabinet, that would be in his riding. But in all seriousness, that's a great announcement. It is great that we have electronic batteries manufacturing in Canada. That's fantastic. The challenge is there's not enough of it. Canada's productivity is amongst the lowest. We're predicted to have the worst economy in the OECD. This is bad.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Speaker, and I guess, I'll just start where the last comment was left off. I should, remind the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, that it was the Harper government that saw 40,000 auto sector jobs leave this country over a 10-year period. That was 40,000 people and their families that had to make very difficult decisions about what to do next. Since then, this government has been working with other partners throughout the world to attract investment here. And now we have attracted new investment to this country, Mr. Speaker. And this is what I will get to in why this legislation is so important. But in the process of attracting that, we're now seeing in a riding just neighboring both him and I, we're seeing a brand new manufacturing facility of raw minerals to make EV batteries, electric vehicle batteries, that will will produce enough materials to make 800,000 cars a year. There will be a piece of my riding and his riding, and indeed Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and a couple of my other conservative neighboring ridings in every vehicle in North America in the future. This is great for this is not just great for our ridings, it's great for our country. And so I take great exception when the member said in his speech earlier that jobs are leaving. On the contrary, as it relates to manufacturing specifically and the vehicles of the future, despite the fact that some other members that are in the House right now thinks that they're all going to catch on fire. Despite that, we're going to see in the future that Canada is a leader in those manufacturing jobs. And that's why bills like this bill is so important, Mr. Speaker, because what we're talking about here is we're talking about protecting protecting the interests of Canadians at the forefront. This bill is about modernizing the legislation to give the minister and those responsible the tools that they need to be always watching out for the best interest of Canadians. And so this is another one of those bills, Mr. Speaker, where I would think that it would go without saying that all members of this House would support, and the indication that I'm starting to get is that it is. But I'm lost because, I was actually supposed to speak to this much earlier in the day, Mr. Speaker, but I didn't get the opportunity. Why? Because instead of talking about very important things like this, once again we saw that same old conservative delay tactic of introducing a concurrence motion on a report. And again, these reports that come from committees come in abundance to this place, and typically they just are tabled and dealt with. But conservative members thought, well, this is a great way to burn 3 hours of government time today. So I'm forced to speak to this later, and they know what they're doing. They're basically pushing everything down the line. So next time that my good friends from the Bloc or the NDP stand up and say, well, why do we have to have a motion time allocation motion? Thank you. Why do we need a time allocation motion? Well, this is why. Because of what's happening today, because of what we're seeing in this House today. This legislation is so critically important for us to be able to protect the intellectual property, to be able to protect the investments, to be able to protect Canadians, quite frankly. And so what the bill does, Mr. Speaker, specifically, is it authorizes the Minister of Industry, after consultation with the Minister of Public Safety, to impose interim conditions on investments in order to prevent potential national security injury taking place during the review. It also authorizes the Minister of Industry, where he considers that the investment could be injurious to national security, to make an order for further review of the investments under national security provisions of the Act. And I think that, why this legislation is so important now, Mr. Speaker, is because we're getting to a point where investments are flowing freely in and out of countries. Globalization is, we have more trade agreements. This government has brought in more trade agreements than every other government in the past, Mr. Speaker, in terms of working and trading with other nations. There used to be a time, Mr. Speaker, when, believe it or not, Liberals weren't in favor of trade many, many decades ago. There used to be a time. But do you know where we've got to now, Mr. Speaker? We've got to the point where it's now Conservatives who are questioning trade. You are watching before your eyes right now, Mr. Speaker, exactly what is going on in the United States of America, where Republicans who are supposed to be pro-economy, pro-trade, have now turned into this isolationist, interlooking, and I hear conservatives heckling me now, Mr. Speaker, but it was just yesterday or the day before that the member from Colchester, Cumberland stood up and asked me a question and referred to a trade agreement with Ukraine as woke legislation and questioned whether or not Canada was taking advantage of Ukraine. Now, for all the conservatives that are currently heckling me, you're going to have to explain to me why a party that is in favor of trade so much would start questioning a basic trade relationship with a country that we see as an ally, a country that we're supporting during a war. You're going to have to explain that to me, because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, with a great degree of confidence, you will not hear that MAGA repeated terminology used on this side of the House. I know you won't hear it from my Bloc colleagues. I know you won't hear it from my NDP colleagues. But now we're getting a new fraction of the Conservative Party that is openly questioning why we are supporting Ukraine and why we would even think about trading with them. That's where we've got to in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's where we are now. This is not the Brian Mulroney Conservative Party. This is the new MAGA of the North. That's what we're looking at across the way. And I'm not saying they're all like that, but maybe the ones that are well, they are. Some of them are nodding. I could be wrong. But when you come into this House, Mr. Speaker, and you start making wild claims like electric car batteries just spontaneously burst into fire, like we heard a couple days ago, and the members tried to substantiate that claim on a number of points of order, as she's trying to do now.
L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton se lève avec un rappel au règlement.
Speaker. As you know, the Speaker has issued guidelines to try to improve decorum in here that says that we're not to question the honesty of members in the House. And so certainly when talking about batteries, I did bring the statistic from the Bureau of Transportation that said 3.5% of hybrid and electric vehicles have battery fires. Thanks so much, Mr. Speaker.
Bon, je vais, avant de redonner la...
Before giving the floor back to the honourable member, I'd like to remind all colleagues to try to be judicious and respectful in their comments.
Les-Îles a 3 minutes 20 pour poursuivre son discours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. And I just want to say that I never even mentioned the member's name. I didn't even call her up by name. She chose to stand on her feet and say that. And I never questioned her honesty. I actually believe that she actually believes that, which is what makes it so incredible, Mr. Speaker. That's what makes it so outlandish. That's what makes it fit perfectly into the mold of the MAGA Republicans. And that's my whole point, Mr. Speaker, is that's what we're starting to see. That's what is coming across the way from the other side of the aisle. And I think that Canadians are becoming very aware of that fact, Mr. Speaker. And again, I won't name names, but I'm seeing some confirmation from the other side. But Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, what this bill is about is protecting Canadian interests. It's about making sure that we can always continue to have these open relationships with other parts of the world where investments can flow, because we see the benefits to trade on both sides when you have a healthy trade relationship with another nation. But what we also understand is that with that globalization and with the free flow of capital and resources throughout the world comes risk. And what this attempts to do is it tends to put into parameters what those risks might be and how the government can effectively and quickly respond to those risks. So, Mr. Speaker, I really do encourage all members to support this legislation. More importantly, I encourage all members to, try to allow C-34 to move through the process as quickly as possible so that we can have a final vote on it. I would significantly ask, and I would deeply encourage my Conservative colleagues not to continue to play games on this issue, but rather allow this to go to a vote. Let's see it through to its completion so that we can continue to protect the interests of Canadians, which is really what we're seeking here, Mr. Speaker. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will leave a minute on the floor in hopes that I will encourage others to be quicker too.
À l'ordre.
Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country on public safety.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Fleetwood, Port Kills.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the purpose of this legislation is to protect Canadian interests here at home by not allowing foreign companies to come in and buy things that buy up companies, resources that are strategically important to us. But one thing the pandemic also taught us was that relying on foreign supplies of certain things that are very strategically important to Canada turned out to be, you know, a very threatening situation for us. You know, there were things that were withheld from Canada that we would ordinarily depend on other countries to provide. So I'm wondering if the honourable member could talk about maybe some companion legislation or work that needs to be done to rehome, reshore, refriend the source of things that are important to Canada that actually do not get manufactured in Canada right now.
L'honorable député de Kingston et les Îles.
Well, I think that, and I really appreciate the question, Mr. Speaker. I think that one of the most important things that came through in the pandemic was our ability to manufacture vaccines, especially at a very quick rate. Now, I know that that might not be something that the Conservatives are interested in because just yesterday they had a bill on the floor to basically you know, forget about vaccines, but the member is absolutely right. You know, this is an area that, and if we're being honest, it happened over several decades, that manufacturing left our country, and we started to rely on other countries in order to import vaccines. That's why the government made a commitment to reestablishing manufacturing facilities within Canada so that we can provide our own supply of vaccines when we do need them. And I think that is the right move. Now, are there other opportunities to look for other areas that we can do the same thing in? Absolutely, and I certainly think that we should.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And there's a part of this bill that talks about giving the ability to review any state-owned companies looking to purchase in Canada. Now, we've seen in the past how long it sometimes takes for the government to make a decision on that. I'm just wondering if the member opposite would agree that it would be good to possibly strengthen something in this bill to make sure that there's a timely response to make sure that that review gets done as soon as possible, so that way there's some certainty for investment that is needed in Canada, but done so in a proper way that Canada's not being exposed to actors who maybe don't have the best of intentions for our country.
L'honorable député.
Well, I think that's a good question, Mr. Speaker, and I think that the bill does address that because the bill specifically gives new powers to the minister to be able to react in a much quicker way, to be able to deal with circumstances like this, both the Minister of Industry, but also working in conjunction with the Minister of Public Safety. So I think that this bill, at least from my understanding and my reading of it, does exactly what this member is suggesting in terms of being able to be more nimble, to be quicker, and to be able to react to things and issues as they arise quicker, and including the purchase of assets by state actors.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Greenspa.
Mr. Speaker, today we're debating an important bill that looks at security, particularly investment security for Canadians, and it's no secret that our economy is subject to many attacks, whether that's corporate attacks from foreign entities. But what we're also seeing, and something New Democrats have called for a long time, is a direct connection between the corporate private lobbying interests of some of the largest corporations in the world and that of members of parliament. It's no secret, for example, we've seen Conservatives accept a meal for $6,260, $600 bottles of champagne in order for them to advance their corporate interests. What does the member have to say in terms of how we can do better at legislating protections against, for example, corporate interests that are right now infiltrated the Conservative caucus towards private interests?
L'honorable député a 45 secondes.
The The honourable member has 45 seconds to answer.
To know what a $600 bottle of champagne tastes like, I haven't had that luxury to be able to do that, unlike some of my colleagues from across the way. I mean, I think that what we're seeing and what the member is ultimately pointing out here is some of the hypocrisy that comes from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker. They certainly talk a good game when it comes to protecting our interests, but then they do things like what he just mentioned, or move concurrence motions when we're supposed to talk about this important issue. They talk a really good game, but at the end of the day, they don't seem to be able to produce any kind of result that would suggest that they are actually they believe in what they say.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to take the floor today to speak to this bill that's so important for the Canadian economy. And it's nice to see you presiding the debate today. We're from the same class, Mr. Speaker, you and I, the class of 2015. So we've been here for 8 years. Did I say 8 years? Yes, 8 years. So I'd like to give a shout out to you, Mr. Speaker. Happy to see you in the chair. Mr. Speaker, this bill is obviously very important because, above all, it has to do with our international trade. And as we know, Canada is one of the countries, if not the country, with the most trade deals with foreign countries. And I'd like to commend the member for Abbotsford, who for nearly 6 years was Minister for International Trade under the Harper government, Prime Minister Harper. And the member for Abbotsford has an exceptional record, giving Canada access to over 40 countries. So his legacy is great for all of Canada, and I'd like to give him a shout out today. Now, the question before us is, obviously the world changes. The world is constantly changing. China wasn't as alarming in the past as it is today. It's unfortunate what's happening in China these days, particularly for Chinese citizens, especially because of the authoritarian attitude of that government. It's poisoning international relations, including trade relations. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely necessary for this government to strike out in a new direction to make sure that everything is protective of our national security. We proposed about a dozen amendments. 4 were accepted. Before I go any further, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that I had the privilege under the Honourable Candice Bergen, who left this place a couple of years ago, but I was the shadow minister for international trade at that time, and Ms. Bergen was the one who allowed me that extraordinary experience, and I was really overwhelmed. I was impressed by the work of our colleagues at the department, the officials who do very meticulous work that often has impact and ramifications in other areas. So I'd like to salute the work that the member for Nova Scotia did, or the member for Bay of Quinte, who was on the committee with us back then. And great work was accomplished. Also by the member with a really long riding name, Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I think is that the end of it? Did I get it all in there? Lillet, I missed a word. Okay, sorry for the lack of decorum when it comes to accurately naming my colleagues' ridings. If there's one thing I don't like about federal politics, it's how long the riding names are. Provincially, they're nice and short. Anyway, okay, I got a bit carried away there. Do you agree?
Once the Winnipeg North member from the Liberal Party support me. That's great. Finally, never too late to be good. Never too late to be good. Bon, revenons aux choses.
So, in all seriousness, this is a serious bill. As I was saying, this bill, the purpose of it is to tighten up the rules around international trade when dealing with countries who are no longer friendly, countries with a hidden agenda, cowardly, deceitful countries that are a danger to our national security. So unfortunately, in the past 8 years, there have been very serious incidents in our opinion, when it comes to international trade. In 2017, the Minister of Industry did not ask for a full review on national security grounds of the acquisition of North Star International and its subsidiary Sinclair by a Chinese company that was state-owned. And so an in-depth review was not done. In 2020, to add insult to injury, the Foreign Affairs gave a contract to a state-owned company to provide X-ray equipment to 170 Canadian embassies and consulates. This was a Chinese company called NewTek, and they had direct links to the Chinese government in Beijing. And we've sent that equipment out into 170 of our embassies. It's incredible. How did the government allow this to happen? So more than ever, we need to tighten up the rules around foreign investment review. And the other example I have is no better. In December 2022, the RCMP revealed they entered into a supply contract for sensitive communications equipment and technology from Hytera Communications, which was working with a Canadian company, CanQuest Communications. And that is a major supplier of the Chinese government. So the RCMP is contracting with them. So more than ever, there was a need to take action. And that's why we see the government's willingness to act in this arena as a positive thing. And that's why we worked very seriously on clause by clause at committee, where we proposed around a dozen amendments, and only 4 of those were accepted. One is to lower the threshold for a national security review down, and for countries not on the list of investors, in order to make sure that all investments are reviewed. And we'd like to add that for countries that we have free trade deals with, the fact is that we can continue to transact with those companies. The second amendment that was, conservative amendment that was accepted, was to ensure that there was an automatic national security review each time a company has already been found guilty of corruption. So that's a very good thing. We definitely needed that. A third amendment to ensure that reviews conducted under national security, on national security grounds, be not just for new entities and for new stock purchases. So if someone wants to buy, a foreign company wants to buy part of a Canadian company, shares in a Canadian company, well, that would be reviewable. And so that has to be paid close attention to. And finally, the fourth conservative amendment that was accepted was to create an obligation for the minister to automatically trigger a national security review each and every time the threshold for foreign investment is reached. And this requires a minister to examine all investments or acquisitions in Canada when the value exceeds $1.9 million, instead of just being a choice, an optional choice that's made. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, in his situation, more than ever, where our country is a free trading nation, more than ever, terrorism and the attitude of certain countries like Russia and Putin, the wanton, reckless, callous attitude of that regime, not just when we look at what's happening in Ukraine. So our country has to be more vigilant than ever when it comes to international trade. We need to restore confidence among our trading partners, those we have trade deals with, for example. Mr. Speaker, before I wrap up, Madam Speaker, because I see there's been a change in the chair occupant, I have to say that the Prime Minister announced today that the carbon tax was going to be scrapped on residential heating fuel, I applaud that. And I'd just like to remind everyone of one thing, and that is almost a year ago to the day, this House spent a full day debating that proposal, which was put forward by the member for Carleton, the leader of the official opposition. And who voted against that motion, which has just today been announced by the government a year too late? The Liberal Party, with the support of the NDP and the Bloc. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, yes, indeed, a vote for the Bloc will cost you dearly. But with this bill, know that we take a positive view of this, and we obviously want to see it pass. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, first, Madam Speaker, because periodically you hear from members across the way, they talk about trade and try to glorify the Conservatives, and it kind of reminds me of Maurice Richard. Maurice Richard, the great hockey player, the Rocket. And, you know, he's the one that got the puck in the net. He knew how to do that. And I can tell you, that's why I say it's kind of like, you know, the current Deputy Prime Minister, she's kind of like the Rocket. She got the puck in the net when it comes to trade agreements, Madam Speaker. So, anyway, a bit of a sidetrack as they make reference to trade agreements. Madam Speaker, when we talk about international trade and all the agreements that are out there, it's one of the things, the messages that we're sending to the world, is that Canada is very much open to the world economy. We want to be engaged in foreign investment. Today, we're debating an important piece of legislation because it modernizes, for 14 years, no real changes, and it ensures that the Canadian interests are being best served from an economic point of view and from a security point of view. Would he not agree? The
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
From Winnipeg North. Obviously, we do agree to have more trade agreement with other countries, and I'm very proud of what we have done when we were in office under the strong and proud leadership of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, and the wise action of the member from Abbotsford, who was an international trade minister, and he did a tremendous job signing around 40 deal with 40 different countries. For yes, we do support that. But Madam Speaker, the reference to the Rocket to the Deputy Prime Minister reminds me, and I'm sure he's a hockey fan, maybe you remember, you know, during a series, it was I think 1988 or 1986, I think. Do you remember the guy from the Oilers who shoot and score his own net? That's what I think when I see the Deputy Prime Minister.
Questions and comments.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill River. Hold on. I just forgot because of what I was listening to. Churchill, Kiwanawik, Ashki.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my question to the member who defended the legacy of former Prime Minister Harper on foreign investment. I'm proud to come from Thompson, to represent Thompson here in northern Manitoba. But unfortunately, it's a city that really lost out because of the agreement that was supported by Mr. Harper to sell Inco, the mining company, to Valley in 2006. An agreement that caused the loss of half of the good jobs here, that caused dozens of families to leave my city, that led to disagreement with workers in Sudbury. So he was quick to defend that, but we know the cost of Mr. Harper's investment policy. Does he have comments on that? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from Manitoba for her question, the very relevant question, because yes, we are aware that when there are international agreements, there are effects. And I want to note that sometimes a country invests directly in order to protect a situation. We may nationalize things to protect the best interest of Canada. I recall I was on the provincial scene. I was a journalist at the time, and I was surprised to see that the Conservative government had purchased a potassium mine in Saskatchewan, potash, that could have fallen into foreign hands and the risks would have been high. So I'm proud of the overall record of Prime Minister Harper, and I can never say it enough. As Canadians, we need to have respect for the member for Abbotsford, who was the Minister of Trade who signed the most agreements. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to congratulate my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent for his excellent speech and for his knowledge of hockey. He should tell our colleagues opposite that they should never go on to that slippery slope with him. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say something before I begin my speech. A number of members have the joy of receiving the service of parliamentary interns during the 2 upcoming sessions, and I have the pleasure of having Samuel Hull, who is working alongside me as a parliamentary intern. And he helped me with my research, and he helped me write this speech that I will deliver today, and so I really want to thank him for his work. And I'd like to thank all parliamentary interns who are working for members. You know why it's a great program? Interns work with the opposition and with the government. Madam Speaker, it's a great way to learn for people who perhaps tomorrow will be leading our country, who might be, well, some of them will certainly be our future colleagues. So, Madam Speaker, I will begin my speech that was prepared. So for years, the Liberal government has continually failed to take the issue of foreign interference seriously. Oh, I'm not really honoring Jean Samuel. Our colleague from Wellington Halton Hills and other members of Parliament have been targeted by the communist regime in Beijing. But unfortunately, for our colleague from Wellington Halton Hills to know about it, the Globe and Mail had to inform him. It was 2 years after CSIS submitted an important management memorandum to the Minister of Public Safety that the MP was targeted by a diplomat of the communist regime right here in Canada. The minister in charge of the case told the committee that he had never been informed by CSIS. However, his testimony was contradicted by that of the director of CSIS. David Vigneault said that he had passed on the information to the staff of the department in a note of great importance and specified very clearly that that information should be shared with the minister. Unfortunately, the minister once again this week said he hadn't been made aware of this. He denied it. He said it was something to do with a special computer, secure computer for receiving that email, that the computer was in the deputy minister's office, not in his office, but both are on the same floor of the same building. So all sorts of reasons to not take responsibility for actions, but everybody recognizes, even the minister recognized, that this was a serious mistake in communicating information. The problem is that with this government, nobody ever takes final responsibility. So you see how difficult it is with the Liberals. The Prime Minister must be responsible for this monumental failure, which is jeopardizing our democracy. Because while the government, and it was confirmed by the testimony today by the former member for Durham, who came to tell us how we weren't taking action on foreign interference, well, while the Liberals sleep, foreign actors are setting up shop and intimidating us. We know that Beijing has set up police stations right in Canada to keep an eye on Canadians of Chinese origin, at least 5 in Ontario, in Western Canada, and Montreal. This week, members of the House were advised by Global Affairs Canada that many Canadian politicians had been the target of another interference campaign to silence any criticism of the Communist Party. According to GAC, a spamouflage campaign, I'd never heard of that, but we learned that this word could exist. Spam and camouflage, so camouflaged spam, so you don't know where it comes from, began in August to target dozens of MPs of all political stripes in several geographical regions of Canada, including the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Official Opposition, several ministers, and many of my colleagues were victims of this campaign. The integrity of our elections and the conduct of our internal affairs without foreign interference should not be partisan issues. However, it seems that the Liberals have a hard time hearing and acting when our agencies take measures and try to advise them of the importance of what is happening. You really have to wonder what the Liberals are doing. For years, the Conservatives have believed that foreign government agents should be registered. The Conservative member Kenny Chiu, on April 13, 2021, proposed in a bill that we create such a registry. But then there was an election, and the bill was not passed. And it was precisely our colleague Mr. Chiu who was the target of an intense disinformation campaign by the Chinese Communist Party during the election because he had wanted to create that foreign agent register, and that's totally unacceptable. We need to know who is acting on our territory. The Liberals promised months ago that such a registry was one of their priorities, but they still have done nothing. Even the government House Leader did not include this issue in the government's priorities for the fall. When will the Liberals act? But you can see, Madam Speaker, the underlying trend when the Liberals and the Prime Ministers are asleep on the matter of foreign interference, they do nothing. The consequence is that Beijing's influence is growing. The regime sees Canada's lack of reaction as an invitation to go further, to do more. And this has to stop. That brings me to the bill before us today, Bill C-34. After 8 years of liberal government, Canadian companies are still being bought by actors with hostile intentions. More and more state-owned enterprises linked to dictatorships like China have acquired an interest in our flagship companies. They have bought shares directly or even taken control of some companies. They are interested in our intellectual property in Canada and Quebec in the high-tech sectors, but also, this is of great concern, in the personal data of people, of the public. This is extremely serious. We must admit, it's not a problem that foreigners want to invest in Canada in and of itself. We want foreign investment. In fact, it's a major contribution that enables our economy to grow. However, there's an important line to be drawn. Some actors do not come to Canada in good faith. When the money comes from state-owned enterprises run by dictatorships, that poses a problem. When it's money from countries that don't respect Canada or our values, that is a problem. Unfortunately, there are companies and countries that don't respect us at all, and that come to buy our companies not to help Canada's economy grow, but especially to profit and take possession and control of our resources and our intellectual property. And for years, we've talked about copying the research findings, the technologies in Canada. And who specialized in copying? It was Beijing's communist regime. And today, they're imitating what's being done without respecting intellectual property rights. But now they want to buy intellectual property of what they've copied in the past. And this cannot go on. In 2017, the Minister for Industry did not request a full national security review of the acquisition of Norsat International and its subsidiary Sinclair Technologies by China's Hytera Communications. Hytera Communications is partly owned by the People's Republic of China. In December 2022, the RCMP awarded a contract for the supply of sensitive equipment for its communication systems to Sinclair Technologies, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Norsat International, which was acquired by Hytera Communications. Hytera Communications is headquartered in Shenzhen in China, and as I said, is partly owned by the People's Republic of China. And if you belong to the People's Republic of China, you cannot hide any information from the People's Republic of China if it's requested. So that's why we need to act, Madam Speaker. With the Conservative amendments, we intend to support Bill C-34 because we've been able to improve it, but it was really high time for us to take action, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As in the past, the government has brought forward very positive legislation. It goes to committee. Ministers and committee members with a very open mind saw a number of amendments actually pass through the committee. With some of the amendments that were proposed, the government was very supportive of. Other amendments, they were questionable. But at the end of the day, what we have before us today, and hopefully the government amendments will in fact be passing, we will see, I think, a better, more modern act. And that is something that's in the best interest of all Canadians, Madam Speaker, given the changes in things of technology, AI, and the amount of interest around the world in terms of investing in Canada, which is in the best interest of Canadians, both economically and security-wise. And I'm wondering if the member would not agree that, yes, it is sound legislation, and it would be nice to see the legislation even pass before Christmas of this year.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Madam Speaker, I'm always surprised, stunned, when a member of the government, when a member like the member for Winnipeg North asks me if a bill will be passed before such a date or not. Madam Speaker, it's the government. It's the government House Leader who is responsible for the government's agenda. It's the government House Leader who's responsible for ensuring that bills are passed based on the government's agenda. If the government House Leader isn't able to have bills passed on time, well, perhaps he should be asking the question to his leader, not me. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He's a member for Quebec, so I suspect he's sensitive to Quebec's interests. There were Conservative amendments, proposed Conservative amendments during the study on Bill C-34, and some would have had state-owned enterprises from countries that are not in the Five Eyes would be considered suspect. What impact would that have had on the A220 that's being built in Mirabel in partnership with the government of Quebec? What impact would that have had on the fact that 40% of European investments in Canada are in Quebec? I think that would have hurt. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Listen, Madam Speaker, I wasn't at that committee, but what I know is that companies, investors from countries with which Canada has a free trade agreement or a trade deal were not covered by these amendments. So this is a bit of a straw man argument. So we know that these investments were not threatened by the Conservative amendments.
Questions and comments. The member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was delighted to hear the member of the Conservative Party speak about the risks that are present to our economy here in Canada. Should we entertain the asset purchase of Canadian goods and the production of those goods by bad faith foreign actors? But I want to remind the member that in 2012, the Conservative government of the day sold one of Alberta's greatest assets, which was our oil company. At that time, Harper gave the green light at that time for a $15.1 billion takeover from an Alberta-based company stationed in Calgary, providing many good jobs to our economy, many good paying jobs right across Canada, but sold it off to the Chinese National Offshore Oil Company. How can he explain what he's saying with the truth?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I find it always interesting, Madam Speaker, when a member who wasn't there during the facts that were alleged asks another member who wasn't there at that time to comment on decisions that were made at that time. Madam Speaker, I think that what's important currently is to realize that the Liberal NDP coalition refused 10 amendments that would have improved the bill in a significant way at committee. but we got 4 passed, 4 good amendments that will protect Canadians. So this bill is now more acceptable. Resuming debate.
Debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I know I will be cut off. How much time do I have? About 3 minutes.
Bravo. Bravo, bravo. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill C-34 as the Bloc's critic on international trade. So this bill proposes to improve the Investment Canada Act to add ways to control foreign investment that could threaten national security. Canada drags behind in this industry. Would Canada be breaking with the idyllic vision of globalization where everything is improved because everything becomes ideal? No, that's not where we are. There's no aerospace policy. Canada is shrugging on softwood lumber, on forestry. Let's be clear. Globalization has not abolished state strategies or powers or empires or hegemony. On the contrary, there is a great deal of vulnerability to those who've understood reality. The reality is that of a permanent economic war related to geopolitical dynamics. And what's important here is espionage and intelligence and obtaining information through commercial aggressiveness.
When we lose headquarters or head offices, it's not just our pride at seeing a flagship leave us that's at stake, it's an actual loss of power. C-34 does not go far enough, but it does introduce 7 noteworthy changes. First, a new pre-filing requirement for investments in designated sectors. Second, ministerial authority to extend the national security review of investments. Third, stiffer penalties for contraventions or breaches. Fourth, ministerial authority to impose conditions during the national security review period. Fifth, ministerial authority to accept undertakings to mitigate national security risks. Sixth, improved information sharing with international counterparts. And seventh, new rules to protect information during judicial review. The Working Committee broadened the notion of sensitive sectors to include intellectual property and databases containing personal information. And that work has improved the bill, and we support it. We are also pleased that the committee rejected the Conservatives' proposed amendments. They wanted all foreign state-owned companies to be considered hostile unless they belong to the Five Eyes. They threatened the interests of Quebec, where 40% of European investment of Canada is located. Just think of Airbus, the French, German state-owned company that manufactures its A220 aircraft in Mirabel in partnership with the Quebec government. This progress is positive, and we commend it. These measures are inspired by the American model. I apologize. The honourable member will have 7 minutes remaining the next time that this bill is before the House. It is 5:43, and the House will now proceed to private members' business in accordance with today's order paper. Private members' business. Report stage consideration of Bill C-290, Public Sector Integrity Act, standing in the name of Mr. Garon.
There is one motion in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-290. La motion numéro 1 ne sera pas.
Motion number 1 will not be chosen by the chair because it requires royal assent, royal recommendation. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the taking of votes on the report stage motion. Mr. Garon, seconded by Ms. Gaudreau, moves that Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
Participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think there might be consent to have it carry, but not as passed, but as defeated, the amendment itself.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to have the report adopted on division.
On a l'accord, non?
Do we have unanimous consent? We do not.
Conformément à l'article 4.
Pursuant to Standing Order 8898, the division stands deferred until Wednesday at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
The Honourable Parliamentary... No? The Honourable Parliamentary... Okay, I thought it was... okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, given that, I guess that means we'll have to move to ultimately adjourn, because you're saying that the vote on the amendment is going to be next Wednesday. So if that's the case, I would suggest we go into a late night show, adjournment proceedings.
Sorry. So the honourable. So if it's still on the same issue, the honourable member wanted to see the vote defeated, the bill defeated. The honourable member wanted to see the vote accepted.
It was report stage. It's concurrence. It's concurrence and report stage.
At concurrence at report stage. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, it would require unanimous consent at this point, but let me make the suggestion. If the member wants to see us debate the bill itself today, the best way to do that is to recognize and give the okay to allow the vote to be defeated, or the motion to be defeated on division. So a majority of the members present would defeat.
An amendment. No motion.
No motion on the amendment. No, there's no amendment. The amendment needed a royal recommendation.
So there's no amendment. The motion amendment was not selected.
The motion for the amendment was not selected. It was defeated. It couldn't be accepted because it needed a royal recommendation, and it did not have a royal recommendation.
So we're on to concurrence at report.
So we're on the concurrence report.
Concurrence at report stage.
Carried on division now. Okay, so let me redo the vote, and then we will make sure that it's recorded properly. Monsieur Garon, appuyé par Madame Gaudreau.
Mr. Garon, seconded by Ms. Gaudreau, moves that Bill C-90, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
Tel que comité. Okay? So if a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member of Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I seek consent to have the report adopted on division.
Is that agreed to?
That's not the amendment. No, not the amendment.
Yes,
carried on division? Adopté avec dissidence.
Carried on division.
Quand sa prochaine loi sera-t-il lue?
When will the bill be read a third time?
Maintenant.
Now.
Avant de poursuivre, la présidence aimerait rappeler aux...
Before continuing, the chair would like to remind members of the chair's decision determining that Bill C-290, as it then stood during second reading debate, needed to be accompanied by a royal recommendation.
In 2023, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates reported the bill with amendments, and the House just agreed to the report stage of the bill. The Chair has carefully examined the amendments adopted by the committee and confirms that the bill, as amended, no longer requires a royal recommendation. Thus, the normal process can continue and the bill can be put to a final vote in the House at third reading. Je fais-tu all the orders of the day? Monsieur Garon, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Garon, seconded by Ms. Gaudreau, moves that Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, and to make amendments to the Conflict of Interest Act, be now read a third time and carried. Debate. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my greetings to all of my colleagues, including the member for Winnipeg North. Madam Speaker, this bill is a Bloc Québécois bill with the objective of protecting whistleblowers. The reason I tabled this bill is the result of my first few weeks as a member of Parliament. Whistleblowers, public servants who had seen wrongdoing in departments and organizations, they would call my office and they would ask me to help them. And I would answer them that they should use regular channels to seek protection as whistleblowers. But I very quickly realized that the system we have for protecting whistleblowers in Canada is highly flawed, Madam Speaker. And at some point, I wondered whether I was the only one who thought that whistleblowers should be able to disclose and not suffer consequences. And I realized along the way, though, that many people agreed with my assessment that the system is flawed. For example, the Canadian Bar Association said that Canada's system for protecting whistleblowers is one of the worst in the world, in fact, on par with the system in Zimbabwe. There are 20 criteria to meet to have a good disclosure protection system, and we only meet one of those 20, so we don't meet the other 19 criteria for a solid disclosure protection system. So our system is like an empty car shell. There is no engine, there's no gas, there are no car parts left, it's not working, and that's the system we expect our public servants to use. The International Labour Organization also agrees with this assessment, and the Canada Public Service Union. All whistleblowers who have had to go through the process, they are those who are most aware of its flaws. They agree with us, and we've heard dozens of witnesses, Madam Speaker. The Government Operations Committee produced a report in 2017, a comprehensive report, after holding 12 meetings on the public service disclosure protection. 12 meetings, as you know, Madam Speaker, is a lot of meetings for one study. They received countless witnesses and written briefs. Witnesses were very clear. What the committee found was that democracy needs two legs in order to be able to stand and to walk. We need accountability. That's one leg. In a democracy, ministers need to be held to account. And the second leg is transparency. We need whistleblowers and we need whistleblower protection. Whistleblowers do good, and they do it for the right reasons. They need their careers, their finances, and their health protected, but the current system is not working. Whistleblowers are our final line of defense. We need to defend them. If we defend them, it's like going on the ice without a goalie, and we need a goalie. We can't let our country run without a goalie. What's at stake here is treating properly our Canadians and our public servants, both of whom are losing trust and confidence in our system. So I'm very proud. I'm proud that we're now at third reading of this bill, and the bill will soon be voted on, as you said. Now, this bill is the result of cross-party teamwork among all parties. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank and commend colleagues who participated constructively in this process. I thank the member for Hull Aylmer, who is now Speaker. At the time, he was Parliamentary Secretary to the Treasury Board Minister. That member supported us through the amendment process. So the Liberal government will, this time, be able to vote in favour of this bill, and I thank them in advance for doing so. I also thank the member for Courtney Alberni of the NDP. He moved great amendments, and he really worked collaboratively with us. I'd also like to thank the member for Edmonton West, who was chair of the Government Operations Committee at the time when the committee tabled this report in 2017. I thank that member for his contribution for years. He feels that it's important to have good counsel and support. He's a very wise man, and I know that he's very satisfied that we are at the third reading stage. I, of course, thank all members of the Government Operations Committee, and I would especially like to thank those who helped the Bloc Québécois move through the amendment process. In dealing with a topic like this one, Madam Speaker, we needed a member who is detail-oriented and thorough, a passionate member who cares about human issues, who cares about people, and the deep importance of taking care of our public sectors. And I am talking about my colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. I would like to state my full respect and admiration for her and for her contribution to this bill, Madam Speaker. And to those who were brave enough to disclose wrongdoing at their own risk, they testified, they gave time, energy, and skills and contribution to this process. We thank whistleblowers and whistleblower protection groups, including Joanna Pelletier. She testified and offered us legal advice, legal services. She was one of the first whistleblowers in Canada who went through the full disclosure process. She spent huge amounts in order to ensure that truth would prevail, Madam Speaker. She went through such hardships, jumped over so many obstacles. I also would like to thank Pamela Forder from Whistleblowing Canada, as well as Tom Devine from Government Accountability Project in Washington, D.C. He insisted on testifying in committee in person. He is a world-renowned expert who has advised many countries on these matters, and he really wanted to be here in person to contribute to our study. I'd also like to thank Yen Brown, retired Canadian Armed Forces member, and David Anton for his counsel. I'd also like to thank Luc Samboé, the whistleblower who was behind the scandal, which we're currently seeing now regarding the destruction of Canadian passports. He is such a brave man, Madam Speaker, who gave up everything, his life, his health, his safety and security. His pension was cut, Madam Speaker. He was here with us on the Hill today. This goes to show that what we're doing today is for Canadian and Quebecois taxpayers and citizens, and this is very important. I thank him so much. I have the utmost respect for him, Madam Speaker. Now, let's talk about what's in the bill. I named some categories earlier. If C-290 passes, we will be a lot higher in the world rankings. We will be on par with the United Kingdom. We'll be on par with France, for example, in our public service disclosure protection. But we will still be far behind other places like Australia and the United States, the European Union. So this is just a first step toward other accomplishments and other steps that we will need to take to protect those who are whistleblowers. We need to protect our public servants because they have critical information, and we need to ensure that we're increasing transparency and accountability in the public service. We want to take this as far as possible. We want to offer as many channels and as many recourses as possible, Madam Speaker, not just through immediate supervisors, because sometimes immediate supervisors, Madam Speaker, are involved in this wrongdoing. There need to be many channels, many avenues to move complaints along through the process. We studied political interference as wrongdoing. It's not just about misuse of public funds or of poor management. We have included new categories of wrongdoing. We will be able to work with the government to determine whether people are acting in good faith. because the definition of political interference and the definition of foreign interference will be defined through government regulation. So we will be on the lookout waiting for that, but we feel positive and hopeful because we've decided to work with the government, and we hope that they are worthy of the faith we have in them. Through this bill, whistleblowers will be allowed to make many complaints at a time or many processes at a time, because currently they're not allowed to have 2 cases at once. And Madam Speaker, no whistleblower enjoys going through multiple processes at the same time. For example, 5, 6 processes at a time. No one's doing that on evenings and weekends for fun. But if a whistleblower, Madam Speaker, needs to engage in many cases or processes at once, it's because that individual feels that that's necessary. And the public service, in order to be fully transparent, needs this amendment to have multiple processes at once. And that's in the bill. Now, also in this bill, though, we've had some disappointments, some major disappointments, but that happens in politics. There are disappointments. We have to live with them. The NDP tabled an amendment to reverse the burden of proof in some cases, and unfortunately the amendment was defeated. We supported them on it. The NDP submitted as well some amendments to protect whistleblowers against reprisals during investigations, Madam Speaker, and that was also defeated. I would like to thank the member for Courtenay-Alberni for his work. These were great amendments, and one day we will hopefully have the occasion to revisit them. This just shows how much we need the government's leadership on this matter, because the bill had not been modified in 15 years, but the world in 15 years has, of course, changed.
Madame la Présidente.
So it's not on, Madam Speaker, to have a bill like this that doesn't change over time when the reality is changing over time. After the sponsorship scandal or ad scam, for example, legislation to protect whistleblowers shouldn't be treated like an old pint of milk or an old piece of meat. It should never expire. It should never get past its best before date. There should be a mechanism to review that legislation regularly, repeatedly, to keep it up to date. And that's why I took this up under private members' business to try to move forward with these things. We're in the opposition, though, so we can't cover costs of whistleblowing and so on. We would have liked to be able to do more because whistleblowers are loyal to their employers and loyal to taxpayers who are ultimately their true employers. And so the government needs to keep working on this. They need to follow our example. And we're in the situation we're in today because this is a minority government, and this type of bill can change the world. You can see all we can accomplish while still in opposition with a minority government. We can change legislation. We can make employees preferred creditors. For example, in the case of a bankruptcy, we can protect farmers for the loss in value of their produce when it spoils and so on. There was a movement to move the financial sector from Montreal to Toronto at one point, but we managed to reverse that. We managed with the minority government to get a review of Chinese foreign interference and so on. There's so many things we've managed to accomplish as the Bloc with the minority government. We've managed to get the child care extended across the country and free of tax. The Conservatives wanted to tax that because they're compulsive taxers. So you can see all kinds of things. A vote for the Bloc is actually very profitable, very beneficial. It won't cost people, unlike what the Conservatives are saying. So look at the Conservatives. They've got their mouths ajar. They're so blown away by what I've just said. The bill that we have before us is in the public interest. It's a bill to protect people's lives, to protect human lives and the quality of those lives. These people who are often described as being disloyal to their employer, when ultimately all they really want to do is improve things. They want to work in an ethical environment, a transparent, accountable, honest workplace. These are people who work hard and pay their taxes, and we want to protect those people for the benefit of all. So I would call on all my colleagues here today in all parties, from all political stripes, to vote for C-290, Madam Speaker, because fundamentally, there are only good things in this bill. It's all good things. There are whistleblowers and the public service are watching us, so let's make sure we do the right thing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad that in that awkward way we were able to get to the member's debate. He articulates quite well. He made reference to other countries and kind of put Canada in a placement with those countries. The question I have for him is that are there any provincial jurisdictions in Canada that have followed suit? If he has any insights on that, I'd very much appreciate to hear that.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. That's a very interesting question. We talked about this at committee, and we talked about it with whistleblowers, so thanks for the question. We see that in Canada, provinces generally wait for the federal government to take the lead. For example, the provinces usually react to the federal lead. So here's an opportunity to set the example while respecting federal jurisdiction, staying within federal jurisdiction. So the bill could be improved. It won't be perfect because the Liberals haven't yet, let's just be polite here, they haven't taken the time to improve the legislation. But most provinces are watching what the feds are doing. This bill was tabled, and legislation based on C-290 was also tabled in the Quebec National Assembly. The goal is obviously to improve transparency and accountability. If we take the lead here, others will follow, and that's 10 more reasons and 3 more reasons for the 10 more reasons for the provinces and 3 more reasons for the territories to pass this bill. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know there was an amendment at committee that had to do with the issue of subcontractors, and I'm just wondering whether my honourable colleague could speak about that a little bit. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. It's very important, that question of subcontractors and entrepreneurs, contractors. We saw it with ArriveCan and National Defence. Unfortunately, because we wanted to extend protection to subcontractors, that's why a royal recommendation was required, and that's why it was refused. But it's still important, and that's why the government has to deal with this issue, because they have the prerogative to attach a royal recommendation to legislation. So there are whistleblowers that come under provincial labor laws. We need to address those issues. It isn't something that we neglected to consider. It still needs to be addressed. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd first like to thank the Honourable Member for Mirabel for bringing this very important legislation forward. My question to him is, some have talked about this bill and said, well, yeah, but we have a committee that the government struck to analyze the whistleblower protection system. And would the member for Mirabel say that this was a good excuse for not passing this bill? The honourable member for Mirabel. It's always good to get people thinking, Madam Speaker. And fortuitously, at the time when I introduced this bill, the government struck a think tank, a group of experts, a panel who are going to consider this and report back and so on. So I think the government needs to keep thinking about this. They have their own work to do, but the real committee that has to pass judgment on this bill is the 338 members here voting on C-290. We have time for one more question. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this very important legislation. I'd like to hear him about the legal protections here for those who are brave enough to blow the whistle. The honourable member for Mirabel. 50 seconds to answer. Well, that would prevent people from being ruined by legal fees, but that's not you know that the rules of Parliament are such that when an opposition member tables a private member's bill, it cannot entail further spending from the public coffers. So the idea of creating a fund that would cover whistleblowers' legal fees, that's something the government would have to propose. That's something that they would have to legislate. And there are countries that do this. There are countries that realize that it's not fair to expect a whistleblower to go into financial ruin to defend themselves. Whistleblowers deserve more, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to inform the House that communication has been received on October 26th. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, has granted royal assent to the following bill mentioned in the appendix to this letter, cordially. The Deputy Secretary to the Governor-General, Christine McIntyre.
Projet de loi.
Bills having received royal assent today, an act to amend the Public Works and Government Services Department Act, Bill S-222, an act to amend the Criminal Code, and to the Sexual Offender Registry, and the transfer of offenders, Bill S-12.
House that a communication has been received as follows, October 26, 2023. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to inform you that the Right Honourable Mary May Simon, Governor-General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bills listed in the schedule to this letter on the 26th day of October 2023 at 5:18 p.m. Yours sincerely, Christine McIntyre, Deputy Speaker to the Governor-General. The bills assented to Thursday, October 26, 2023 are as follows. An act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Use of Wood, Bill S-222, and an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act, Bill S-12. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism and Minister responsible for the Economic Development Agency for the Regions of Quebec.
Honored to have the opportunity to rise to speak to Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. Whistleblowers are the unsung heroes of our institutions. They are the courageous individuals who put their careers, their reputations, and sometimes even their lives on the line to expose wrongdoing. They are the guardians of our democracy and the champions of integrity. Their role in our society cannot be overstated, and their protection is a matter of national significance. I think everyone will agree that public servants who wish to disclose serious wrongdoing must have a trusted, effective means of doing so and must be protected. And like the sponsor of this legislation, the government is committed to strengthening protections for public servants who make disclosures of wrongdoing, which is why it has already taken a number of actions which were detailed at second reading. But the government is not stopping there, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister asked the President of the Treasury Board to build on this progress and, I quote, continue to take action to improve government whistleblower protections and supports, end quote. And action is indeed being taken. Budget 2022 provided $2.4 million over 5 years for a review of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act. In November 2022, the government announced the establishment of the PSDPA Review Task Force. This task force will recommend amendments to the PSDPA and changes to the administration and operation of the disclosure regime, with a particular focus on the protection of individuals involved in disclosing wrongdoing from acts of reprisal. The task force is composed of people who bring significant experience and diverse expertise in the field. It is currently conducting wide consultations and inviting input from a range of stakeholders to ensure a variety of experiences related to the federal whistleblower regime are collected and considered. Experts, public servants, and all those with an interest in this subject are being given an opportunity to share their views. The task force will also consider the report issued by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in 2017 and the discussions on the bill. In recognition of the fact that work in this area has evolved over the past several years, the task force will look at the latest developments in whistleblowing regimes since the committee presented the report. As well, the task force will consider reports from the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner and other stakeholders. It will also seek out best practices through research on disclosure regimes domestically and internationally. The government's intent is to ensure that the law effectively safeguards and empowers public servants to report wrongdoing. And this review will ensure that we are taking an evidence-informed approach to identify improvements to the federal disclosure process. Improvements that will mean better protection for public servants who come forward to disclose wrongdoings. Madam Speaker, clearly the government wants to improve the Act. The bill before us proposes a number of changes which the government fully supports. Expanding the list of persons covered by reprisal protection, extending the time period for a reprisal complaint, increasing penalties for a contravention of the Act, allowing reprisal complaints concerning the office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner to be made to the Auditor General, ensuring that individuals are provided with reasons when a reprisal complaint is refused, and finally, adding a recurring 5-year review of the Act. Madam Speaker, these would be valuable improvements to the Act as it now stands. That said, certain amendments in the bill raise legal and operational challenges, many of which were raised both at second reading and in committee. Take, for example, the removal of the seriousness descriptors from the definition of wrongdoing. By no longer qualifying the degree of severity of wrongdoing covered under the Act, the bill would open up the process to the most trivial of misdemeanors. The result could clog the system and reduce its effectiveness. The result? Those who blow the whistle on serious problems may not get the protection we all agree they need and deserve. This could also lead to duplication with existing recourse mechanisms meant for issues such as harassment, discrimination, workplace grievances, and privacy complaints, which could lead to conflicting outcomes from multiple proceedings. Employees need a clear, simple, and predictable path to follow. The purpose of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act is to address serious ethical breaches that cannot be dealt with using other recourse mechanisms. Bill C-290 also proposes to allow an individual to take a complaint of reprisal directly to the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Tribunal without a prior investigation by the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner. This creates the possibility of completely removing the commissioner from the reprisal process, including the investigation of the complaint and the opportunity for conciliation. As the tribunal has no investigation authority or capacity, all evidence would have to be gathered through the tribunal process. This would make the process more lengthy and costly for all parties involved. As well, we can predict a surge of cases that would overwhelm the capacity of the tribunal. A backlog of cases which none of us wants would quickly begin to grow. This could negatively impact the original intent and effectiveness of the legislation for those who truly need it. Another concern I would like to raise is the coming into force date after royal assent. The bill proposes a time frame of 1 year, but implementation would take more time given the breadth and complexity of the changes it contains. These are a few of the important challenges this bill raises, and we hope that the Senate takes the time to review these elements when studying the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of Bill C-290. This is legislation that strengthens the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, which provides whistleblower protections to federal public servants. The Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act was legislation that was shepherded by the previous Harper Conservative government in an effort to restore public confidence in the operations of government following one of the biggest corruption scandals in Canadian history, the Liberal sponsorship scandal, a scandal that involved the waste, mismanagement, and misappropriation of hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money as part of a quid pro quo scheme where Liberal insiders received advertising contracts in return for employing Liberals, fundraisers, organizers, and so on. These contracts were awarded to firms who did little or no work, and millions of dollars was funneled into the Liberal Party as part of this scam. And it truly was one of the biggest scandals, and it really shook public confidence and public trust. And so, in an effort to restore that trust, the Harper government passed the act that provides a mechanism by which federal public servants can bring attention to wrongdoing in a confidential way, including establishing the Office of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner of Canada, as well as other measures to protect civil servants against reprisals. Madam Speaker, this bill builds upon the Conservative government's whistleblower protections by expanding the definition of wrongdoing to include political interference. It expands the powers of the Auditor General in taking disclosures of wrongdoing and undertaking investigations, and it expands the scope of those who are protected. And it does other things as well, which have been mentioned in debate on this bill, all of which are positive. And I have to say that this bill couldn't be more timely, given that what we have seen over the past 8 years from these Liberals is an unprecedented amount of corruption, waste, and mismanagement. And in that light, it's not a surprise to learn that the Liberal government, based upon the Parliamentary Secretary's intervention, is less than enthusiastic about this bill. After all, we have a Prime Minister that was found guilty not once but twice of breaching ethics laws, unprecedented, never happened before until this Prime Minister arrived in office. This is a Prime Minister who obstructed justice to protect the corrupt SNC Lavalin, a Liberal corporation. He fired his Attorney General when she called out his corruption. We recently learned that the Prime Minister obstructed an RCMP investigation into his potential criminal wrongdoing in SNC. And there is, as we speak, an active criminal investigation into the Liberal government's $54 million Arrive Can app that better be known as Arrive Scam. It is $54 million of taxpayers' money that went out the door for an app that doesn't work, that cost 500 times more than it should have, not to mention well-established evidence, of collusion, price fixing, and fraudulent billing to the tune of millions of dollars. And just when you think you've seen just about enough of Liberal corruption, there's always another Liberal scandal, and we're learning of yet another Liberal scandal at the Liberal Green Slush Fund, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC. Whistleblowers came forward with evidence of wrongdoing, prompting a third-party investigation. That investigation, in which forensic accountants went in, resulted in a report that is damning. The report concludes that tens of millions of taxpayers' dollars were handed out to companies who did not qualify. More than that, there have been multiple instances of conflicts of interest at SDTC. Just to give you an idea, Madam Speaker, $38.4 million improperly went out the door as part of so-called COVID relief expenditures. Of those companies that received $38.4 million, based on the audits that took place, 29% of those companies involved conflict of interest disclosures on the part of board members at SDTC. And not once did any of those board members recuse themselves. So dark is the cloud at SDTC that even this spendthrift Liberal government that has spent more, run up the biggest deficit in Canadian history, doubled the national debt, even this Liberal government put a halt or put a freeze on spending at SDTC. Madam Speaker, the cloud at SDTC, involving tens of millions of dollars, conflicts of interest on the part of a board that is chaired by a Liberal insider, a friend of the Prime Minister, underscores the need for why robust whistleblower protection legislation is needed. And many whistleblowers reportedly would like to come forward with further evidence of wrongdoing at the Liberals' Green Slush Fund, but are reluctant to do so. Those that have also are concerned that they could face reprisals because, as it stands, they are not protected under the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act because they are not within the definition of what is a public servant under the Act. And although this bill does provide some additional protection to contractors, it would not protect employees and other whistleblowers at SDTC who would like to come forward. So, Madam Speaker, I would submit that while this bill is a significant improvement, we would like to see it to be even strengthened further to include contractors and those who are at arm's length of the government to be fully protected. Because the sordid affair at SDTC, the Liberals' Green Slush Fund, underscores that in order to shine a light on the rot and corruption that is so embedded right across this government, that additional protections are needed to root out waste, mismanagement, and corruption. Because, Madam Speaker, no federal public servant or contractor, or anyone for that matter, connected to government should feel intimidated or be concerned about potential reprisals for speaking the truth and calling out waste, mismanagement, and corruption. So, Madam Speaker, on that basis, I support the bill, but it could be improved. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 290 and the importance of better whistleblower protection in Canada. Canada has a reputation, unfortunately, as being one of the places in the world with among the worst whistleblower protections. So obviously, there's a lot more that we can do, and we depend on whistleblowers in order to be able to identify across, a very large government with a large budget where things are not going well. And of course, there's no substitute for the folks that are actually doing the work every day to be able to understand where problems arise, how things are going wrong, and what we need to be able to do is to create a culture where people feel a lot more comfortable coming forward when things are not going well in their workplace. And I think we can all appreciate that that's a difficult decision. And indeed, there's a lot of stories of folks who have had the courage to come forward and not only haven't been rewarded for that, but have been punished, in some cases losing their employment, in some cases losing their home or their families, and indeed in the worst cases losing their lives. And so it is a very serious issue. We should be grateful that there are folks in the public service who are willing, who are dedicated enough to doing the right thing, that they're willing to come forward, and we need to create a culture that rewards folks for showing that courage instead of setting examples for others of why they shouldn't do that because they know that it didn't work out very well for a colleague. And the beginning of that culture change has to start with legislation, because there has to be adequate protections in place for folks to feel that they have recourse. It's not just the legislation, though. We also need to create workplace cultures where folks in positions of influence know that people who do blow the whistle are going to be well protected enough that people should follow the appropriate workplace policies and procedures and conduct their business in the way that we all expect them to, which is to a high standard. And so how do you do that? Well, I want to just kind of do a bit of a survey of some of the work that my colleague from Courtney Alberni did with the sponsor of the bill in order to improve this legislation, allowing access to the increased access to the tribunal. We know that over time, the commissioner that was set up to hear complaints about whistleblowing only referred, I think it's 9, in 16 years, only 9 cases were referred to the tribunal. So the idea behind that amendment, which I'm glad to see passed, was to make it easier for workers who did come forward but didn't feel they were getting satisfaction through the commissioner to be able to access the tribunal. There was also an amendment that passed to create a survey metric so that when whistleblowers have gone through this process, to be able to get some feedback from them on how it went and whether they were satisfied with that. Of course, there were other suggestions and amendments put forward in conjunction with the sponsor of the bill that did not go through. Liberals and Conservatives, the committee decided not to put them in. I think one of the really important provisions was a reverse onus provision for cases of reprisal. Right now, the onus is on the person who is the victim of reprisal to show that it was in fact reprisal for their whistleblowing activity. That's a high burden of proof, and it usually comes with a pretty expensive legal bill for somebody who, if they are experiencing reprisal, may well not have any employment income at all, or may already be under a lot of stress due to harassment in the workplace as a result of them blowing the whistle. And so this just multiplies that effect by causing a lot of financial distress as well as a long drawn-out legal process, when really it's the employer who has the resources that should be in a position of having to show that whatever workplace discipline may have occurred, that it wasn't a reprisal for whistleblowing and that it was based on something unrelated. And I understand that in jurisdictions that have made this change, it's altered the chance of success for whistleblowers from 1 in 500, showing that they were in fact the victim of reprisal, to being as high as 1 in 3. So that, when we talk about changing workplace culture and instilling in employees the confidence to be able to come forward, numbers like that, I think, show that there, even with the improvements that this bill represents, there's a lot further to go if we want to create the legal foundation for a healthy workplace culture that rewards people for coming forward and naming wrongdoing in the workplace, rather than creating a chill and a culture where people are afraid of that. Another way, it's not technically a reverse onus, but I think it is of a kind, would have been to protect whistleblowers from termination automatically, and instead, instead of allowing them to be terminated right away and then having to spend a long time figuring out whether that was the right course of action or not, having some immediate protections up front would also make a difference in increasing people's comfort to come forward. Likewise, sometimes people go to the commissioner, as I said, and don't get satisfaction. Well, having some kind of ability for them to then be able to go to the media or go public in some other way if they're not getting satisfaction through the normal process also is another way that folks could have been encouraged to bring their concerns forward. It was unfortunate that, again, Liberals and Conservatives conspired a committee to defeat those amendments because it means that in the context of a country that is notoriously behind when it comes to protection of whistleblowers, this important moment to make significant advances in whistleblower protection doesn't take us as far as we could. And hopefully, it won't take as long to get to the next set of improvements as it did to get to this one, because Canadian workers deserve better than to have to wait that long to get protections that are already afforded workers in other workplaces. So I thank the sponsor of this bill very much for his good work on this bill and for his cooperation with the member from Courtney Alberni to improve the bill as much as Liberals and Conservatives, the coalition, if you will, Madam Speaker, if I may be so bold, would allow in this case. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Madam Speaker. I have until 43, right? Yes. Okay. So nearly a year ago, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which I sit on, began a study, as we all know, on foreign interference in elections. We heard from over 70 witnesses. We sat for over 100 hours. I personally questioned the government many times, over 30 times. I've spoken with numerous ministers, experts, academics, specialists, former intelligence officers, and now we have an independent public commission of inquiry. Quebecers are now aware of the issues of foreign interference. You might be wondering what I'm getting at. So the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics even tabled a report on foreign interference and all of the threats around the integrity of institutions. So the Bloc Québécois even announced that it would be tabling a bill to ensure we create a registry of foreign agents. But all of that, Madam Speaker, all of that couldn't have been done if there hadn't been a whistleblower who dared to speak out, because that information, as you know, was published in the Globe and Mail by a journalist, and attention was brought to it. And the Procedure Committee took time and energy and is taking action. So this is of great interest to me, and I'm pleased to rise to speak to Bill C-290 on public service integrity. My colleague from Mirabel mentioned something that I'll pick up on. The referendum in 1995. Do you remember it? I do. It was the first time I voted. The government at the time had spent a lot of money because it feared it was going to lose. And once again, in 1995, it was a whistleblower who allowed us to discover the sponsorship scandal, as we now call it. There were almost daily revelations in the media about political interference in the management of this program, which resulted in the squandering of $250 million in public money. And this led the Auditor General to produce a devastating report in 2003. So once again, it was a public servant at the federal government who chose courageously to reveal to the journalist Danielle Leblanc what the federal government was doing on this matter. So we experienced the same thing recently. Once again, I recognize the public servants who care about the common good, who have chosen a career in public service, and who've dared to act. So it's in the aftermath of the sponsorship scandal that the Harper government introduced protection for public servants who disclosed wrongdoing. But now I have a caveat to add.
There are 20 criteria for the international ranking. Canada, in the ranking, is behind Bangladesh, Rwanda, Botswana, Pakistan, and the Cayman Islands. Seriously, the government needs to take action. The government needs to improve the situation. But no, the Liberal government has chosen not to fix matters. So it was the Bloc Québécois, because we are responsible and we care about people. We care about whistleblowers who improve public good and democracy. So we, the Bloc Québécois, took responsibility, and it was my colleague from Mirabel who introduced this bill, and I commend him for that. This week, the Minister of National Defense said to me on Tuesday, it's a good thing that the opposition is here to apply some pressure. Well, rest assured that we will be pressuring the government, and we're going to get there. We're going to improve the situation. I'm sure of that. I'll conclude by saying that in 2017, the Standing Committee on Government Operations examined this act, but that was 5 years ago, Madam Speaker, and nothing has been done since then. My colleague mentioned the study that was done. There are also 6 major issues that we need to review. And I'd like to conclude by saying that when a public servant takes their courage into their own hands and decides to denounce wrongdoing, that is a contribution to the resolution of the situation. However, the current process doesn't really allow us to get to the bottom of things and expose and resolve problems. So, Madam Speaker, let us restate that this bill is critically important. I urge my colleagues to please support Bill C-290. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Excusez. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Alors, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public safety is one of the most important roles government has. As elected representatives, we create laws and policies to keep Canadians safe. But increasingly, people from my community in Kelowna Lake Country are feeling that this Liberal NDP government is not prioritizing the safety of our streets and community. The former public safety minister defended Liberal laws and policies that left people traumatized in our communities. After a summer reshuffle, the Liberals put forth a new justice minister who denies basic facts about crime rates. In an interview with Reuters, he said, quote, "I think that empirically it's unlikely Canada is becoming less safe," unquote. Here are a few facts after 8 years of this Liberal government. Violent crime is up 39%, murders up 43%, gang-related homicides up 108%, violent gun crime up 101%, aggravated assaults up 24%, assaults with a weapon up 61%, sexual assaults up 71%, sex crimes against children up 126%, kidnappings up 36%, and car thefts up 34%. The Violent Crime Severity Index is up 30%. Youth crime has risen by 17.8% in a single year. Bills like C-5 and Bill C-75 have created laws that are more lenient on criminals and do less to protect victims. In British Columbia, disturbing statistics showed just 40 offenders were responsible for 6,000 negative interactions with law enforcement in 1 year. Residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country are increasingly disturbed with random attacks and seeing crimes being committed by repeat violent offenders who are out on bail. Criminals who repeatedly terrorize communities don't deserve to be out on our streets. This revolving door does nothing to help victims, nothing to keep people safe, and nothing to reduce recidivism. I introduced a private member's bill, the End the Revolving Door Act, to help people inside federal penitentiaries receive a mental health assessment and treatment and recovery while they serve out their sentence. A report showed 70% of people in federal penitentiaries have addiction issues and recidivism is high. Receiving treatment and recovery would help the persons serving their sentence and their family and community they would go back to. The NDP Liberal Coalition voted my nonpartisan common sense bill down. Instead, they've chosen to take the very different path by allowing drug decriminalization policies and taxpayer-funded hard drugs in British Columbia. Investigative reporting showed a new drug black market that emerged from taxpayer-funded hard drugs both on streets and now online. More than a dozen addictions doctors wrote to the Liberal government calling for changes in policies around government-funded safe supply, quote, drugs, or to not provide them at all. Today, I ask the government on behalf of those residents in my community concerned about the shocking rise in crime, when will the government reverse course on all of their failed policies? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety, Democratic Institutions and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today about this debate brought forth by the member for Kelowna Lake Country. As my honourable colleague knows, she spoke about the decisions around bail reform and decisions about how transfers occur, as well as individuals that are in custody, and how the Canadian or the Correctional Services of Canada handles each prisoner and the program that they are under. Madam Speaker, the CSC's mandate is to help maintain the safety and security of our communities by managing correctional institutions and offenders in their care. It's important to acknowledge that operational decisions are not taken by elected officials. In fact, our job as members of this House are to continue to push for best practices and increase transparency in our criminal justice system. Madam Speaker, while elected officials do not make these decisions on individual offenders, it's important for us as legislators and for the public at large to know why such decisions are made and what we can do to ensure victims of crime feel their voices are heard throughout the criminal justice process. That's why earlier this summer, the former Minister of Public Safety issued new ministerial directives to specifically deal with notification of victims' families. This new directive, as I've said, will help to ensure that victims and CSC takes a trauma-informed approach when considering victims in the case of transfers of prisoners or security reclassifications. Madam Speaker, while this enhanced engagement opportunities also allow for victims to share important input throughout the offender's sentence. And this means that the needs of victims and their families will be taken into account, and CSC will place an extra emphasis on the need to not re-traumatize those who are most vulnerable. In addition, Madam Speaker, I'm encouraged that the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada has shown willingness to listen to Canadians' concerns and order additional reviews, and especially in cases where there are high-profile cases that Canadians are concerned about. In addition, Madam Speaker, CSC has implemented the recommendation from a recent review committee to strengthen victim notification and engagement, and have put in place a committee dedicated to further this work. CSE continues to take its responsibility to protect Canadian communities seriously, and Madam Speaker, we all agree that offenders whose crimes continue to cause pain and anger across the country deserve severe consequences.
The Honourable Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Violent crime and increasing crime numbers don't have to be a fact of life in Canada. The government can reduce these through laws and policies. We can reduce the rate of violent repeat offenders by repairing our broken bail system. Victims of crime need to be a priority once again. We know that the Conservative approach works because under the Harper government, the crime rate decreased by 26%. Violent criminals were targeted, and there was a focus to keep repeat offenders locked up. The number of prisoners actually reduced by 4.3%. We must also reverse the NDP Liberal government's failed policy of decriminalization and funding hard drugs. Our communities have not become more safe with these policies. Addiction doctors are calling for federal policy changes. Prioritizing treatment and recovery through healing is the only way to assist those suffering in the terrible hold of addiction. Reducing crime rates, addiction rates, and recidivism are all things that Conservative government can accomplish and have in the past, and this Liberal government is just not worth the societal cost. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the duty of any government is to keep citizens safe. And this is why, actually, at the Public Safety Committee, we passed a motion that will initiate a study on the rights of victims of crime, and specifically around security reclassification within the Correctional Services of Canada. Madam Speaker, this motion will invite the Commissioner of CSC, the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, officials from the Department of Justice and Public Safety, as well as the Federal Ombudsperson for Victims of Crime. Madam Speaker, it's important that Canadians have these conversations. It's important that we listen to victims of crime, and it's important that we continue to pass legislation that will keep communities safe.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est maintenant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.